1. Rousseau Wanderer, 1712 to 1756. 1. The Confessions. How did it come about that a man born poor, losing his mother at birth and soon deserted by his father, afflicted with a painful and humiliating disease, left to wander for 12 centuries among alien cities and conflicting faiths, repudiated by society and civilization, repudiating Voltaire, Diderot, the Encyclopédie, and the Age of Reason, driven from place to place as a dangerous rebel, suspected of crime and insanity, and seeing in his last months the apotheosis of his greatest enemy? How did it come about that this man, after his death, triumphed over Voltaire, revived religion, transformed education, elevated the morals of France, inspired the Romantic movement and the French Revolution, influenced the philosophy of Kant and Schopenhauer, the plays of Schiller, the novels of Goethe, the poems of Wordsworth, Byron, and Shelley, the socialism of Marx, the ethics of Tolstoy, and altogether had more effect upon posterity than any other writer or thinker of that 18th century in which writers were more influential than they had ever been before? Here, if anywhere, the problem faces us. What is the role of genius in history, of man versus the mass and the state? Europe was ready for a gospel that would exalt feeling above thought. It was tired of the restraints of customs, conventions, manners, and laws. It had heard enough of reason, argument, and philosophy. All this riot of unmoored minds seems to have left the world devoid of meaning, the soul empty of imagination and hope. Secretly, men and women were longing to believe again. Paris was weary of Paris, of the turmoil and hurry, the confinement and mad competition of city life. Now it idealized the slower pace of the countryside, where a simple routine might bring health to the body and peace to the mind, where one might see modest women again, where all the village would meet in weekly armistice at the parish church. And this proud progress, this vaunted emancipation of the mind, had they put anything in place of what they had destroyed? Had they given man a more intelligible or inspiring picture of the world and human destiny? Had they improved the lot of the poor, or brought consolation to bereavement or pain? Rousseau asked these questions, gave form and feeling to these doubts, and after his voice was stilled, all Europe listened to him. While Voltaire was being idolized on the stage and at the Academy in 1778, and while Rousseau, berated and despised, hid in the obscurity of a Paris room, the age of Rousseau began. In the decline of his life he composed the most famous of autobiographies, the Confessions. Sensitive to every criticism, suspecting Grimm, Diderot, and others of a conspiracy to blacken him in Paris salons and in the Memoirs of Madame d'Épinay, he began in 1762, on the urging of a publisher, to write his own account of his history and character. All autobiography, of course, is vanity, but Rousseau, condemned by the Church, outlawed by 3 states, and deserted by his closest friends, had the right to defend himself, even at great length. When he read some passages of this defense to gatherings in Paris, his foes secured a government ban on further public readings of his manuscript. Discouraged, he left it at his death with a passionate plea to posterity. Here is the sole human portrait, painted exactly after nature in all truth, that now exists or that will probably ever exist. Whoever you are, whom my fate and confidence have made the arbiter of this record, I beg you, by my misfortunes and your fellow feeling, and in the name of all mankind, not to destroy a work useful and unique, which can serve as a first piece of comparison for the study of man, and not to take from the honor of my memory the only sure monument of my character that has not been disfigured by my enemies. His extreme sensitivity, subjectivity, and sentiment made the virtues and the faults of his book. A feeling heart, he said, was the foundation of all my misfortunes. But it gave a warm intimacy to his style, a tenderness to his recollections, often a generosity to his judgments, that melt our antipathy as we read. Here everything abstract becomes personal and alive. Every line is a feeling. This book is the fountainhead of the Mississippi of introspective self-revelations that watered the literature of the 19th century. Not that the Confessions had no forebears, but even St. Augustine could not match the fullness of this self-denudation or its claim to truth. It begins with a burst of challenging eloquence. I am forming an enterprise which has had no example, and whose execution will have no imitator. I wish to show my fellow men a man in all the truth of nature, and this man shall be myself. Myself alone. I know my heart, and I am acquainted with men. I am not made like any of those who exist. If I am not better, at least I am different. If nature has done well or ill in breaking the mold in which I was cast, this is something of which no one can judge except after having read me. Let the trumpet of the last judgment sound when it will. I shall come, this book in hand, to present myself before the sovereign judge. I shall say loudly, this is how I have acted, how I have thought, what I have been. I have told the good and the bad with the same candor. I have concealed nothing of evil, added nothing of good. I have shown myself as I was, despicable and vile when I was so, good, generous, sublime when I was these, and I have unveiled my inmost soul. This claim to complete sincerity is repeated again and again. But Rousseau admits that his remembrance of things 50 years past is often fragmentary and unreliable. In general, Part 1 has an air of candor that is disarming. Part 2 is disfigured by wearisome complaints of persecution and conspiracy. Whatever else the book is, it is one of the most revealing psychological studies known to us, the story of a sensitive and poetic spirit in painful conflict with the hard and prosaic century. In any case, the Confessions, if it were not an autobiography, would be one of the great novels of the world. 2. Homeless, 1712 to 1731. I was born at Geneva in 1712, son of Isaac Rousseau and Suzanne Bernard, citizens. This last word meant much, for only 1,600 of Geneva's 20,000 souls had the name and rights of citizen, and this was to enter into Jean-Jacques' history. His family was of French origin, but had been settled in Geneva since 1529. His grandfather was a Calvinist minister. The grandson remained basically a Calvinist through all the wanderings of his faith. The father was a master watchmaker, imaginative and unstable, whose marriage in 1704 brought him a dowry of 16,000 florins. After the birth of a son, François, he left his wife in 1705 and traveled to Constantinople, where he remained for 6 years. Then he came back for reasons unknown, and I was the sad fruit of this return. The mother died of puerperal fever within a week of Jean-Jacques' birth. I came into the world with so few signs of life that little hope was entertained of preserving me. An aunt nursed and saved him, for which he said, I freely forgive you. This aunt sang well, and may have given him his lasting taste for music. He was precocious and soon learned to read, and since Isaac loved romances, father and son read together the romances left in the mother's little library. Jean-Jacques was brought up on a mixture of French love stories, Plutarch's Lives, and Calvinist morality, and the mixture unsteadied him. He described himself accurately enough as at once haughty and tender, a character effeminate and yet invincible, which, fluctuating between weakness and courage, luxury and virtue, has ever set me in contradiction to myself. In 1722 the father quarreled with a Captain Gautier, gave him a bloody nose, was summoned by the local magistrate, fled from the city to escape imprisonment, and took up residence at Nyon, 13 miles from Geneva. A few years later he married again. François and Jean-Jacques were taken over by their uncle, Gabriel Bernard. François was apprenticed to a watchmaker, ran away, and disappeared from history. Jean-Jacques and his cousin, Abraham Bernard, were sent to a boarding school operated by Pastor Lambercier at the neighboring village of Beausset. Here we were to learn Latin with all the insignificant trash that has obtained the name of education. The Calvinist catechism was a substantial part of the curriculum. He liked his teachers, especially the pastor's sister, Mademoiselle Lambercier. She was 30, Jean-Jacques was 11, so he fell in love with her, after his own queer fashion. When she whipped him for some misbehavior, he took delight in suffering at her hands. a degree of sensuality mingled with the smart and shame which left more desire than fear of a repetition. When he offended further, the pleasure he took in the chastisement became so obvious that she resolved never to whip him again. A masochistic element remained in his erotic make-up till the end. Thus I passed the age of puberty, with a constitution extremely ardent, without knowing or even wishing for any other gratification of the passions than what Miss Lambercier had innocently given me an idea of. And when I became a man, that childish taste, instead of vanishing, only associated with the other. This folly, joined to a natural timidity, has always prevented me from being very enterprising with women, so that I have passed my days languishing in silence for those I most admired, without daring to disclose my wishes. I have now made the first and most difficult step in the obscure and painful maze of my confessions. We never feel so great a degree of repugnance in divulging what is really criminal as what is merely ridiculous. It is possible that in later life Rousseau found an element of pleasure in feeling himself buffeted by the world, by his enemies, and by his friends. Next to Mademoiselle Lambercier's chastisements, he enjoyed the magnificent scenery that surrounded him. The country was so charming that I conceived a passion for rural life which time has not been able to extinguish. Those 2 years at Beausset were probably the happiest that he ever experienced, despite his discovery of injustice in the world. Punished for an offense that he had not committed, he reacted with lasting resentment, and thereafter he learned to dissemble, to rebel, to lie. All the vices common to our years began to corrupt our happy innocence. He never advanced further in formal or classical education. Perhaps his lack of balance, judgment, and self-control, and his subordination of reason to feeling, were in part due to the early end of his schooling. In 1724, aged 12, he and his cousin were recalled to the Bernard household. He visited his father at Nyon, and there fell in love with a Mademoiselle Vousson, who rejected him, and then with Mademoiselle Goton, who, while she took the greatest liberties with me, would never permit any to be taken with her in return. After a year of vacillations, he was apprenticed to an engraver in Geneva. He liked drawing and learned to engrave watch cases, but his master beat him severely for some minor offenses and drove me to vices I naturally despised, such as falsehood, idleness, and theft. The once happy boy turned into a morose and unsociable introvert. He consoled himself with intense reading of books borrowed from a nearby library, and with Sunday excursions into the countryside. On 2 occasions he dallied so long in the fields that he found the city gates closed when he tried to return. He spent the night in the open, reported for work half-dazed, and received a special thrashing. On a 3rd such occasion, the memory of these beatings made him resolve not to return at all. Not yet 16, on March 15th, 1728, without money and with nothing but the clothes on his back, he marched on to Confignon, in Catholic Savoy, some 6 miles away. There he knocked at the door of the village priest, Père Benoit de Pontverre. Perhaps he had been told that the old curé was so anxious to convert stray Genevans that he fed them well on the theory that a full stomach makes for an orthodox mind. He gave Jean-Jacques a good dinner, and bade him go to Annecy, where you will find a good and charitable lady whom the bounty of the king enables to turn souls from those errors she has happily renounced. This, Rousseau adds, was Madame de Varron, a new convert, to whom the priests contrived to send those wretches who were disposed to sell their faith. And with these she was in a manner constrained to share a pension of 2,000 francs bestowed upon her by the King of Sardinia. The homeless youth thought a part of that pension might be worth a mass. 3 days later, at Annecy, he presented himself to Madame Françoise Louise de la Tour, Baronne de Varron. She was 29, pretty, gracious, gentle, generous, charmingly dressed. There could not be a more lovely face, a finer neck, or handsome arms more exquisitely formed. Altogether, she was the best argument for Catholicism that Rousseau had ever seen. Born in Vevey of good family, she had been married, quite young, to Monsieur, later Baron de Varron of Lausanne. After some years of painful incompatibility, she left him, crossed the lake into Savoy, and won the protection of King Victor Amadeus, then at Evian. Domiciled at Annecy, she accepted conversion to Catholicism, with the conviction that if her religious ritual were correct, God would pardon her an occasional amour. Besides, she could not believe that the gentle Jesus would send men, surely not a beautiful woman, to everlasting hell. Jean-Jacques would gladly have stayed with her, but she was occupied. She gave him money and bade him go to Turin and receive instruction in the Hospice of the Holy Spirit. He was received there on April 12, 1728, and on April 21st he was baptized into the Roman Catholic faith. Writing 34 years later, 8 years after his return to Protestantism, he described with horror his experience in the hospice, including an attempt upon his virtue by a Moorish fellow catechumen. He imagined that he had approached conversion with revulsion, shame, and long delays. But apparently he adjusted himself to the conditions that he found in the hospice, for he remained there, uncompelled, over 2 months after being received into the Church of Rome. He left the hospice in July, armed with 26 francs. After a few days of sightseeing, he found work in a store to which he had been drawn by the good looks of the lady behind the counter. He fell in love with her at once. Soon he knelt before her and offered her a lifetime of devotion. Madame Bazile smiled, but let him go no further than her hand. Besides, her husband was expected at any minute. "My want of success with women," says Rousseau, "has ever proceeded from my having loved them too well." But it was his nature to find greater ecstasy in contemplation than in fulfillment. He relieved his tumescence by that dangerous supplement which deceives nature and saves young men of my temperament from many disorders, but at the expense of their health, their vigor, and sometimes their life. This practice, made hectic by terrifying prohibitions, may have played a secret role in promoting his irritability, his romantic fancies, his discomfort in society, his love of solitude. Here the confessions are frank beyond precedent. "My thoughts were incessantly occupied with girls and women, but in a manner peculiar to myself. These ideas kept my senses in a perpetual and disagreeable activity. My agitation rose to the point where, unable to satisfy my desires, I inflamed them with the most extravagant maneuvers. I went about seeking dark alleys, hidden retreats, where I might expose myself at a distance to persons of the other sex in the state wherein I would have wished to be near them. That which they saw was not the obscene object. I did not dream of that. It was the ridiculous object, the buttocks. The foolish pleasure which I had in displaying it before their eyes cannot be described. From this there was but a step to the desired treatment, whipping, and I do not doubt that some resolute woman in passing would have given me the amusement if I had had the audacity to continue. One day I went to place myself at the back of a court in which was a well where the young women of the house often came to fetch water. I offered to the girls a spectacle more laughable than seductive. The wisest among them pretended to see nothing. Others began to laugh. Others felt insulted and raised an alarm. Alas, no girl offered to beat him. Instead, a guardsman came, with heavy sword and frightful mustache, followed by 4 or 5 old women armed with brooms. Rousseau saved himself by explaining that he was a young stranger of high lineage whose mind was deranged, but whose means might enable him later to reward their forgiveness. The terrible man was touched and let him go, much to the discontent of the old women. Meanwhile, he had found employment as a liveried footman in the service of Madame de Versailles, a Turinese lady of some culture. There he committed a crime which weighed on his conscience through the rest of his life. He stole one of Madame's colorful ribbons. When charged with the theft, he pretended that another servant had given it to him. Marion, who was quite innocent of the theft, reproached him prophetically. "Ah, Rousseau, I thought you were of a good disposition. You render me very unhappy, but I would not be in your situation." Both were dismissed. The Confessions adds, "I do not know what became of the victim of my calumny, but there is little probability of her having been able to place herself agreeably after this, as she labored under an imputation cruel to her character in every respect. The painful remembrance of this transaction has remained heavy on my conscience to this day, and I can truly say that the desire to relieve myself in some measure from it has contributed greatly to the resolve to write my confessions. Those 6 months as a footman left a mark on his character. With all his consciousness of genius, he never achieved self-respect. A young priest whom he met while serving Madame de Versailles encouraged him to believe that his faults could be overcome if he would sincerely seek to approach the ethics of Christ. Any religion, said Monsieur Ghem, is good if it spreads Christian conduct. Hence he suggested that Jean-Jacques would be happier if he returned to his native habitat and faith. These views of one of the best men I ever knew lingered in Rousseau's memory and inspired famous pages in Émile. A year later, in the seminary of Saint-Lazare, he met another priest, Abbé Gattier, a very tender heart, who missed advancement because he had conferred pregnancy upon a maiden in his parish. This, remarks Rousseau, was a dreadful scandal in a diocese severely good, where the priests, being under good regulation, ought never to have children, except by married women. From these two worthy priests I formed the character of the Savoyard vicar. Early in the summer of 1729, Rousseau, now 17, felt again the call of the open road. Moreover, he hoped that with Madame de Varron he might find some employment less galling to his pride. Along with a jolly Genevan lad named Bacle, he marched from Turin to and through the Mont-Cenis pass of the Alps to Chambéry and Annecy. His romantic pen colored the emotions with which he approached Madame de Varron's dwelling. My legs trembled under me, my eyes were clouded with a mist. I neither saw, heard, nor recollected anyone, and was obliged frequently to stop that I might draw breath and recall my bewildered senses. Doubtless he was uncertain of his reception. How could he explain to her all his vicissitudes since leaving her? Her first glance banished all my fears. My heart leaped at the sound of her voice. I threw myself at her feet, and in transports of the most lively joy, I pressed my lips upon her hand. She did not resent adoration. She found a room for him in her house, and when some eyebrows rose, she said, "They may talk as they please, but since Providence has sent him back, I am determined not to abandon him." III. Maman, 1729 to 1740. He was intensely attracted to her, like any youth in proximity with a femme de 30 ans. He furtively kissed the bed on which she had slept, the chair she had sat on, nay, the floor itself when I considered she had walked there. Here we suspect that romance got the better of history. And he was furiously jealous of all who competed with him for her time. She let him purr, and called him petit chat, little cat, and enfant. Gradually he resigned himself to calling her maman. She employed him to write letters, keep her accounts, gather herbs, and help in her alchemical experiments. She gave him books to read, The Spectator, Pufendorf, Saint-Evremont, Voltaire's Henriade. She herself liked to browse in Bayle's Dictionnaire historique et critique. She did not let her theology discommode her, and if she enjoyed the company of Father Gros, the superior of the local seminary, it might be because he helped to lace her stays. While he was thus employed, she would run about the room, this way or that, as occasion happened to call her. Drawn by the laces, Monsieur le Supérieur followed grumbling, repeating at every moment, "Pray, madame, do stand still," the whole forming a scene truly diverting. It was perhaps this jolly priest who suggested that though Jean-Jacques gave every sign of stupidity, he might digest enough education to make him a village curé. Madame de Varron, glad to find a career for him, agreed. So in the fall of 1729, Rousseau entered the seminary of Saint-Lazare and prepared for priesthood. By this time he had become accustomed to Catholicism, even fond of it. He loved its solemn ritual, its processions, music, and incense, its bells that seemed to proclaim every day that God was in his heaven and that all was, or would be, right with the world. Besides, no religion could be bad that charmed and forgave Madame de Varron. But he had received so little formal education that he was first subjected to a concentrated course in the Latin language. He could not suffer its declensions, conjugations, and exceptions patiently. After 5 months of effort, his teachers sent him back to Madame de Varron with the report that he was a tolerably good lad, but not fit for holy orders. She tried again. Having observed his flair for music, she introduced him to Nicolas Lemaitre, organist at the Annecy Cathedral. Jean-Jacques went to live with him through the winter of 1729-30, consoled by being only 20 paces from Maman. He sang in the choir and played the flute. He loved the Catholic hymns. He was well fed and happy. All went well except that Monsieur Lemaitre drank too much. One day the little choir master quarreled with his employers, gathered his music in a box, and left Annecy. Madame de Varron bade Rousseau accompany him as far as Lyon. There Lemaitre, overcome with delirium tremens, fell senseless in the street. Frightened, Jean-Jacques called the passers-by to his aid. He gave them the address which the music-master was seeking, and then fled back to Annecy and Maman. The tenderness and truth of my attachment to her had uprooted from my heart every imaginable project, and all the follies of ambition. I conceived no happiness but in living near her, nor could I take a step without feeling that the distance between us was increased. We must remember that he was still only 18 years old. When he reached Annecy, he found that Madame had left for Paris, and no one knew when she would return. He was desolate. Day after day he walked aimlessly into the countryside, comforting himself with the colors of spring and the pretty chatter of doubtless amorous birds. Above all, he loved to rise early and watch the sun lifting itself triumphantly above the horizon. On one of these rambles, he saw 2 damsels on horseback, urging their reluctant mounts to ford a stream. In a burst of heroism, he caught one horse by the bridle and led it across, while the other followed. He was about to go his way, but the girls insisted upon his accompanying them to a cottage where he might dry his shoes and stockings. At their invitation, he leaped up behind Mademoiselle G. When it became necessary to clasp her in order to hold myself on, my heart beat so violently that she perceived it. At that moment he began to outgrow his infatuation for Madame de Varron. The 3 youngsters spent the day picnicking together. Rousseau progressed to kissing one girl's hand, then they left him. He returned to Annecy exalted, and hardly minded that Maman was not there. He tried to find those mademoiselles again, but failed. Soon he was on the road once more, this time accompanying Madame de Varron's maid to Fribourg. Passing through Geneva, I found myself so affected that I could scarcely proceed. The image of republican liberty so elevated my soul. From Fribourg he walked to Lausanne. Of all writers known to history, he was the most devoted walker. From Geneva to Turin, to Annecy, to Lausanne, to Neuchâtel, to Bern, to Chambéry, to Lyon, he knew the road and drank in gratefully the sights, odors, and sounds. I love to walk at my ease and stop at leisure. A strolling life is necessary for me. Traveling on foot in a fine country with fine weather, and having an agreeable object to terminate my journey is the manner of living most suited to my taste. Uncomfortable in the society of educated men, shy and wordless before beautiful women, he was happy when alone with woods and fields, water and sky. He made nature his confidant, and in silent speech told her his loves and dreams. He imagined that the moods of nature entered at times into a mystic accord with his own. Though he was not the first to make men feel the loveliness of nature, he was her most fervent and effective apostle. Half the nature poetry since Rousseau is part of his lineage. Haller had felt and described the majesty of the Alps, but Rousseau made the slopes of Switzerland along the northern shore of the Lake of Geneva his special realm, and he sent down through the centuries the fragrance of their terraced vines. When he came to choose a site for the home of his Julie and Volmar, he placed them there, at Clarens, between Vevey and Montreux, in a terrestrial paradise mingling mountains, verdure, water, sun, and snow. Unsuccessful in Lausanne, Rousseau moved to Neuchâtel. Here, by teaching music, I sensibly gained some knowledge of it. At nearby Boudry, he met a Greek prelate who was soliciting funds for restoring the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Rousseau joined him as interpreter, but at Soleure he left him and walked out of Switzerland into France. On this walk he entered a cottage and asked might he buy some dinner. The peasant offered him barley bread and milk, saying this was all he had. But when he saw that Jean-Jacques was not a tax collector, he opened a trap-door, descended, and came up with wheat bread, ham, eggs, and wine. Rousseau offered to pay. The peasant refused, and explained that he had to hide his better food, lest he suffer additional taxation. What he said to me made an impression on my mind that can never be effaced, sowing seeds of that inextinguishable hatred which has since grown up in my heart against the vexations these unhappy people bear, and against their oppressors. At Lyon he spent homeless days, sleeping on park benches or the ground. For a time he was engaged to copy music. Then, hearing that Madame de Varron was living at Chambéry, 54 miles to the east, he set out to rejoin her. She found work for him as secretary to the local intendant between 1732 and 34. Meanwhile he lived under her roof, his happiness only moderately lessened by the discovery that her business manager, Claude Anet, was also her lover. That his own passion had subsided appears from a unique passage in the Confessions. I could not learn without pain that she lived in greater intimacy with another than with myself. Nevertheless, instead of feeling any aversion to the person who had this advantage over me, I found the attachment I felt for her actually extended to him. I desired her happiness above all things, and since he was concerned in her plan of felicity, I was content he should be happy likewise. Meantime, he entered perfectly into the views of his mistress. He conceived a sincere friendship for me, and thus we lived in a union which rendered us mutually happy, and which death alone could dissolve. One proof of the excellence of this amiable woman's character is that all who loved her loved each other, even jealousy and rivalry submitting to the more powerful sentiment with which she inspired them. And I never saw any of those who surrounded her entertain the least ill will among themselves. Let the reader pause a moment in this encomium, and if he can recollect any other woman who deserves it, let him attach himself to her if he would obtain happiness. The next step in this polygonal romance was just as contrary to all the rules of adultery. When she perceived that a neighbor, Madame de Menthon, aspired to be the first to teach Jean-Jacques the art of love, Madame de Varron, refusing to surrender this distinction, or desiring to keep the youth from less tender arms, offered herself to him as his mistress, without prejudice to her similar services for Anet. Jean-Jacques took 8 days to think it over. Long acquaintance with her had made him filial rather than sensual in his thoughts of her. I loved her too much to desire her. He was already suffering from the ailments which were to pursue him to the end, inflammation of the bladder and stricture of the urethra. Finally, with all due modesty, he agreed to her proposal. The day, more dreaded than hoped for, at length arrived. My heart confirmed my engagements without desiring the prize. I obtained it nevertheless. I saw myself for the first time in the arms of a woman, and a woman whom I adored. Was I happy? No. I tasted pleasure, but I know not what invincible sadness poisoned the charm. I felt as if I had committed incest. 2 or 3 times, while pressing her with transport in my arms, I deluged her bosom with my tears. As for her, she was neither sad nor gay. She was caressingly tranquil. Since she was hardly at all sensual, and had not at all sought pleasure, she had in this no ecstasy, and she never felt remorse. Recalling this epical event, Rousseau ascribed Madame's maneuvers to the poison of philosophy. I repeat, all her failings were the result of her error, never of her passions. She was well born, her heart was pure, her manners noble, her desires regular and virtuous, her taste delicate. She seemed formed for that elegant purity of manners which she ever loved but never practiced, because instead of listening to the dictates of her heart, she followed those of her reason, which led her astray. Unhappily, she piqued herself on philosophy, and the morality which she drew from it spoiled that which her heart proposed. Anet died in 1734. Rousseau left his post with the intendant and took over the management of Madame's business affairs. He found them perilously confused, near bankruptcy. He brought in some income by teaching music. In 1737 he received 3,000 francs falling due from his mother's legacy. He spent part of this on books and gave the rest to Madame de Varron. He fell ill, and Maman nursed him tenderly. As her dwelling had no garden, she rented in 1736 a suburban cottage, Les Charmettes. There my life passed in the most absolute serenity. Though he never loved to pray in a chamber, the outdoors stirred him to thank God for the beauty of nature and for Madame de Varron, and to ask the divine blessing on their union. He was at this time firmly attached to the Catholic theology, with a somber Jansenist tinge. The dread of hell frequently tormented me. Bothered by the vapors, a then fashionable form of hypochondria, and thinking that he had a polypus near his heart, he traveled by stagecoach to Montpellier. En route, he eased his melancholy by allegedly consummating a liaison with Madame de Larnage, mother of a 15-year-old girl, this in 1738. Returning to Chambéry, he found that Madame de Varron was trying a similar cure, having taken as her new lover a young wig-maker named Jean Witzenried. Rousseau protested. She called him childish and assured him that there was room in her love for two Jeans. He refused to thus degrade her, and proposed to resume his status quo ante as son. She professed consent, but her resentment at being so readily surrendered cooled her affection for him. He retired to Les Charmettes and took to philosophy. Now, for the first time, circa 1738, he became conscious of the Enlightenment breezes that were blowing from Paris and Cirey. He read some works of Newton, Leibniz, and Pope, and browsed in the maze of Bayle's Dictionnaire. He took up Latin again, made more progress by himself than formerly with teachers, and managed to read bits of Virgil, Horace, and Tacitus, and a Latin translation of Plato's Dialogues. Montaigne, La Bruyère, Pascal, Fénelon, Prévost, and Voltaire came to him as a dizzy revelation. Nothing that Voltaire wrote escaped us. Indeed, it was Voltaire's books that inspired me with a desire to write elegantly, and caused me to endeavor to imitate the colorings of that author with whom I was so enchanted. Insensibly, the old theology that had been the frame of his thoughts lost its form and rigor, and he found himself entertaining without horror 100 heresies that would have seemed scandalous to his youth. An almost passionate pantheism replaced the God of the Bible. There was a God, yes, and life would be meaningless and unbearable without him, but he was not the external vengeful deity conceived by cruel and fearful men. He was the soul of nature, and nature was fundamentally beautiful, and human nature was basically good. On this and Pascal, Rousseau would build his philosophy. In 1740, Madame de Varron found a post for him as tutor to the children of Monsieur Bonneau de Mably, Grand Provost of Lyons. He parted from her with no reproach on either side. She prepared his wardrobe for the trip, and wove some garments for it with her own once entrancing hands. 4. Lyons, Venice, Paris, 1740–49. The Mably family was a new intellectual stimulus for Rousseau. The provost was the eldest of 3 distinguished brothers. One was the almost communist Gabriel Bonneau de Mably. Another was the almost materialist Abbé Étienne Bonneau de Condillac. And Rousseau met all 3. Of course he fell in love with Madame de Mably, but she was gracious enough to take no notice of it, and Jean-Jacques had to mind his business of educating her 2 sons. He drew up for Monsieur de Mably a statement of his pedagogical ideas. In part, these accorded with the libertarian principles that were to receive their classical romantic exposition in Émile, 22 years later. In part, they contradicted his later rejection of civilization, for they recognized the value of the arts and sciences in the development of mankind. Meeting frequently men like Professor Borde of the Lyons Academy, who was a friend of Voltaire, he imbibed more of the Enlightenment and learned to laugh at popular ignorance and superstition. But he remained ever adolescent. Peeping into the public baths one day, he saw a young woman quite unencumbered. His heart stopped beating. Back in the stealth of his room, he addressed to her a bold but anonymous note. "I hardly dare confess to you, mademoiselle, the circumstances to which I owe the happiness of having seen you, and the torment of loving you. It is less that figure, light and svelte, which loses nothing by nudity. It is less that elegant form, those graceful contours. It is not so much the freshness of lilies spread with such profusion over your person, but that soft blush which I saw covering your brow when I offered myself to your sight, after having unmasked you too mischievously by singing a couplet." He was now old enough to fall in love with young women. Almost any presentable girl set him longing and dreaming, but especially Suzanne Serre. Once, alas, only once in my life, my mouth touched hers. O memory, shall I lose you in the grave? He began to think of marriage, but he confessed, "I have nothing but my heart to offer." As this was not legal tender, Suzanne accepted another hand, and Rousseau retired to his dreams. He had not been made to be either a successful lover or a good teacher. I had almost as much knowledge as was necessary for a tutor, and the natural gentleness of my disposition seemed calculated for the employment, if hastiness had not mingled with it. When things went favorably, and I saw the pains, which I did not spare, succeed, I was an angel, but when they went contrary, I was a devil. If my pupils did not understand me, I was hasty. When they showed any symptoms of an untoward disposition, I was so provoked that I could have killed them. I determined to quit my pupils, being convinced that I should never succeed in educating them properly. Monsieur de Mably saw this as clearly as myself, though I am inclined to think he would never have dismissed me had I not spared him the trouble. So, sadly resigning or gently dismissed, he took the diligence back to Chambéry, seeking again the solace of Maman's arms. She received him kindly and gave him a place at her table with her paramour, but he was not happy in the situation. He buried himself in books and music, and contrived a system of musical notation that used figures instead of notes. When he resolved to go to Paris and submit his invention to the Academy of Sciences, everybody applauded his resolution. In July 1742 he returned to Lyons to seek letters of introduction to notables in the capital. The Mablys gave him letters to Fontenelle and the Comte de Caylus, and Borde introduced him to the Duc de Richelieu. From Lyons he took the public coach to Paris, dreaming of greatness. France was at this time engaged in the War of the Austrian Succession, 1740–48. But as the conflict was fought on foreign soil, Paris went on with its life of gilded gaiety, intellectual agitation, theatres mouthing Racine, salons sparkling with heresy and wit, bishops reading Voltaire, beggars competing with prostitutes, hawkers crying their wares, artisans sweating for bread. Into this maelstrom came Jean-Jacques Rousseau, aged 30, in August 1742, with 15 livres in his purse. He took a room in the Hôtel Saint-Quentin, Rue des Cordeliers, near the Sorbonne. A vile street, a miserable hotel, a wretched apartment. On August 22nd he presented to the Academy his projet concernant de nouveaux signes pour la notation musicale. The savants rejected his project with handsome compliments. Rameau explained, "Your signs are very good, but they are objectionable on account of their requiring an operation of the mind, which cannot always accompany the rapidity of execution. The position of our notes is described to the eye without the concurrences of this operation." Rousseau confessed the objection to be insurmountable. Meanwhile his letters of introduction had given him access to Fontenelle, who, now 85, was too cautious of his energy to take him seriously, and to Marivaux, who, though busy with success as both novelist and dramatist, read Rousseau's manuscript comedy Narcisse, and suggested improvements. The newcomer met Diderot, who 1 year younger than Jean-Jacques had as yet published nothing of importance. He was fond of music and knew it theoretically, and he communicated to me some of his literary projects. This soon formed between us a more intimate connection, which lasted 15 years, and which probably would still exist were not I, unfortunately, of the same profession as himself. With Diderot he went to the theatre or played chess. In that game Rousseau met Philidor and other experts, and had no doubt but in the end I should become superior to them all. He found entrance to the home and salon of Madame Dupin, daughter of the banker Samuel Bernard, and struck up a friendship with her stepson, Claude Dupin de Franqueuil. Meanwhile he could see the bottom of his purse. He began to look about him for some occupation that would supplement his friends in feeding him. Through the influence of Madame de Besenval, he was offered the post of secretary to the French embassy in Venice. After a long journey made hazardous by the war, he reached Venice in the spring of 1743 and reported to the ambassador, the Comte de Montaigu. This count, Rousseau assures us, was almost illiterate. The secretary had to decipher as well as to compose documents. He presented the messages of the French government to the Venetian state in his own person, not having forgotten the Italian he had learned in Turin. He was proud of his new status, and complained that a merchant vessel which he visited gave him no cannonade in salute, though people of less consequence received it. Master and man quarrelled as to who should pocket the fees paid for the secretary's issuance of passports to France. With his share Rousseau prospered, ate unusually well, attended theatre and opera, and fell in love with Italian music and girls. One day, not to appear too great a blockhead among my associates, he visited a prostitute, La Paduana. He asked her to sing. She did. He gave her a ducat and turned to leave. She refused to take the coin without having earned it. He satisfied her and returned to his lodgings, so fully persuaded that I should feel the consequences of this step that the first thing I did was to send for the king's surgeon to ask him for medicine. But the doctor persuaded me that I was formed in such a manner as not to be readily infected. Some time later his friends gave him a party at which the pretty harlot Zulueta was to be the prize. She invited him to her room and disrobed. Suddenly, instead of being devoured by flame, I felt a deadly chill run through my veins, and sick at heart I sat down and wept like a child. He later explained his incapacity on the ground that one of the woman's breasts was deformed. Zulueta turned upon him in scorn and bade him leave women alone and study mathematics. Monsieur de Montaigu, his own salary being in arrears, withheld Rousseau's. They quarrelled again. The secretary was dismissed on August 4th, 1744. Rousseau complained to his friends in Paris. An inquiry was sent to the ambassador. He replied, "I must inform you how greatly we have been deceived by Sire Rousseau. His temper and his insolence, caused by the high opinion he has of himself and by his madness, are the things that hold him in the state in which we found him. I drove him out like a bad valet." Jean-Jacques returned to Paris on October 11th and presented his side of the matter to officials in the government. They offered him no redress. He appealed to Madame de Besenval. She refused to receive him. He sent her a passionate letter in which we can feel the heat of the distant revolution. "I was wrong, madame. I thought you just, and you are only noble," meaning titled. I should have remembered that. I should have perceived that it was improper for me, a foreigner and plebeian, to complain against a gentleman. If my destiny should ever again put me in the grip of an ambassador of the same stuff, I shall suffer without complaint. If he is wanting in dignity, without elevation of soul, it is because nobility dispenses with all that. If he is associated with all that is vile in one of the most immoral of cities, it is because his ancestors have created enough honor for him. If he consorts with knaves, if he is one himself, if he deprives a servitor of wages, then, madame, I shall think only how fortunate it is not to be the son of one's own deeds. Those ancestors, who were they? Persons of no repute, without fortune, my equals. They had talent of some kind, they made a name for themselves, but nature, which sows the seed of good and evil, has given them a pitiful posterity. And in the Confessions, Rousseau added, "The justice and futility of my complaints left in my mind seeds of indignation against our foolish social institutions, by which the welfare of the public and real justice are always sacrificed to I know not what appearance of order, which does nothing more than add the sanction of public authority to the oppression of the weak and the iniquity of the powerful." Montaigu, returning to Paris, sent Rousseau some money to settle my account. I received what was offered me, paid all my debts, and remained as before, with not a franc in my pocket. Re-established at the Hôtel Saint-Quentin, he supported himself by copying music. When the current Duc d'Orléans, hearing of his poverty, gave him music to copy in 50 louis, Rousseau kept 5 and returned the rest as overpayment. He earned too little to support a wife, but he thought that with stoic economy he could afford a mistress. Among those who ate at his table in the Hôtel Saint-Quentin were the landlady, some impecunious abbés, and a young woman who served the hotel as laundress or seamstress. Thérèse Levasseur was as timid as Jean-Jacques, and as conscious, though not so proud, of poverty. When the abbés teased her, he defended her. She came to look upon him as her protector. Soon they were in each other's arms. This in 1746. I began by declaring to her that I would never either abandon or marry her. She confessed that she was not a virgin, but assured him that she had sinned only once and long ago. He forgave her magnanimously, assuring her that a virgin 20 years old was a rarity in Paris in any case. She was a simple creature, devoid of all charm, free of all coquetry. She could not talk philosophy or politics like a salonière, but she could cook, keep house, and put up patiently with his strange moods and ways. Usually he spoke of her as his housekeeper, and she spoke of him as my man. He rarely took her with him on visits to his friends, for she remained permanently adolescent mentally, as he remained permanently adolescent morally. I at first tried to improve her mind, but in this my pains were useless. Her mind is as nature formed it. It was not susceptible of cultivation. I do not blush in acknowledging she never knew how to read well, although she writes tolerably. She could never enumerate the 12 months of the year in order, or distinguish one numeral from another, notwithstanding all the trouble I took endeavoring to teach her. She neither knows how to count money nor to reckon the price of anything. The word which, when she speaks, comes to her mind is frequently the opposite of that which she means to use. I formerly made a dictionary of her phrases to amuse Monsieur de Luxembourg, and her quiproquos often became celebrated among those with whom I was most intimate. When she became pregnant, he was thrown into the greatest embarrassment. What could he do with children? Some friends assured him it was quite customary to send unwanted offspring to a foundling asylum. When the infant came, this was done over Thérèse's protests, but with the cooperation of her mother, this in 1747. In the next 8 years, 4 other children came and were disposed of in the same way. Some skeptics have suggested that Rousseau never had any children and that he invented this story to hide his impotence, but his many apologies for this shirking of responsibility make this theory improbable. He privately confessed his behavior in this matter to Diderot, Grimm, and Madame d'Épinay. He implicitly acknowledged it in Émile. He raged against Voltaire for making it public. In the confessions he admitted it explicitly and expressed remorse. He was not made for family life, being a skinless mass of nerves and a wanderer in body and soul. He missed the sobering care of children and never quite became a man. He had the good fortune about this time to find lucrative employment. He served as secretary to Madame Dupin, then to her nephew, and when Dupin de Franqueuil became receiver-general, Rousseau was promoted to cashier at 1,000 francs a year. He adopted the gold braid, white stockings, wig, and sword, by which men of letters, to get entrance to aristocratic homes, imitated aristocratic dress. We can imagine the discomfort of his divided personality. He was received in several salons and made new friends. Raynal, Marmontel, Duclos, Madame d'Épinay, and, most intimately and fatally, Friedrich Melchior Grimm. He attended the exciting dinners at the home of Baron d'Holbach, where Diderot slew gods with what his enemies called the jawbone of an ass. In that den of infidels, most of Jean-Jacques' Catholicism melted away. Meanwhile, he wrote music. In 1743 he had begun a combination of opera and ballet which he called Les Muses Galantes, celebrating the loves of Anacreon, Ovid, and Tasso. This was produced in 1745, with some éclat, at the home of the tax collector La Poplinière. Rameau shrugged it off as a pasticcio of plagiarisms from Italian composers, but the Duc de Richelieu liked it, and commissioned Rousseau to revise an opera ballet, Les Fesses de Ramire, tentatively prepared by Rameau and Voltaire. On December 11, 1745, Rousseau wrote his first letter to the literary monarch of France. For 15 years I have been working to render myself worthy of your regard, and of the kindness with which you favor young muses in whom you discover talent. But through having written the music for an opera, I find myself metamorphosed into a musician. Whatever success my feeble efforts may have, they will be glorious enough for me if they win me the honor of being known to you, and of having shown the admiration and profound respect with which I have the honor of being, sir, your humble and most obedient servitor. Voltaire replied, Sir, you unite yourself in two talents which have always been found separate till now. Here are two good reasons why I should esteem and like you. With such love letters began their famous enmity. 5. Is civilization a disease? In 1749, Diderot was imprisoned at Vincennes for some offensive passages in his Letters on the Blind. Rousseau wrote to Madame de Pompadour, pleading for his friend's release or permission to share his imprisonment. Several times during that summer he made the round trip of 10 miles between Paris and Vincennes to visit Diderot. On one such journey he took an issue of the Mercure de France to read as he walked. So he came upon the announcement of a prize offered by the Academy of Dijon for the best essay on the question, Has the restoration of the sciences and the arts contributed to corrupt or to purify morals? He was tempted to compete, for he was now 37 years old, and it was time he should make a name for himself. But did he know enough of science or art or history to discuss such topics without revealing the defects of his education? In a letter to Malesherbes, January 12, 1762, he described with characteristic emotion the revelation that came to him on this walk. All at once I felt myself dazzled by 1,000 sparkling lights. Crowds of vivid ideas thronged into my mind with a force and confusion that threw me into unspeakable agitation. I felt my head whirling in a giddiness like that of intoxication. A violent palpitation oppressed me. Unable to walk for difficulty in breathing, I sank down under one of the trees by the road, and passed half an hour there in such a condition of excitement that when I rose I saw that the front of my waistcoat was all wet with tears. Ah, if ever I could have written a quarter of what I saw and felt under that tree, with what clarity I should have brought out all the contradictions of our social system. With what simplicity I should have demonstrated that man is by nature good, and that only our institutions have made him bad. That last sentence was to be the theme song of his life, and those tears that streaked his vest were among the headwaters of the Romantic movement in France and Germany. Now he could pour out his heart against all the artificiality of Paris, the corruption of its morals, the insincerity of its fine manners, the licentiousness of its literature, the sensuality of its art, the snobbishness of class divisions, the callous extravagance of the rich financed by exactions from the poor, the desiccation of the soul by the replacement of religion with science, of feeling with logic. By declaring war on this degeneration, he could vindicate his own simplicity of culture, his village manners, his discomfort in society, his disgust with malicious gossip and irreverent wit, his defiant retention of religious faith amid the atheism of his friends. In his heart he was again a Calvinist, remembering with a kind of homesickness the morality expounded to him in his youth. By answering Dijon, he would exalt his native Geneva above Paris, and would explain to himself and others why he had been so happy in Les Charmettes and was so miserable in the salons. Arrived at Vincennes, he revealed to Diderot his intention to compete. Diderot applauded him and bade him attack the civilization of their time with all possible force. Hardly any other competitor would dare take that line, and Rousseau's position would stand out as individual. Jean-Jacques returned to his lodgings eager to destroy the arts and sciences that Diderot was preparing to exalt in the Encyclopédie ou Dictionnaire raisonné des sciences, des arts et des métiers, from 1751 onward. I composed the discourse in a very singular manner, I dedicated to it the hours of the night in which sleep deserted me. I meditated in bed with my eyes closed, and in my mind I turned over and over again my periods with incredible labor and care. As soon as the discourse was finished, I showed it to Diderot. He was satisfied with the production, and pointed out some corrections he thought should be made. I sent off the piece without mentioning it to anybody else, except, I think, to Grimm. The Dijon Academy crowned his essay with the first prize on August 23, 1750, a gold medal and 300 francs. Diderot, with characteristic enthusiasm, arranged for the publication of this Discours sur les arts et les sciences, and soon he reported to the author, "Your discours is taking beyond all imagination. Never was there an instance of a like success." It was as if Paris realized that here, at the very midpoint of the Enlightenment, a man had risen to challenge the age of reason, and to challenge it with a voice that would be heard. The essay seemed at first to applaud the victories of reason. It is a noble and beautiful spectacle to see man raising himself, so to speak, from nothing by his own exertions, dissipating by the light of reason all the thick clouds by which he was by nature enveloped, mounting above himself, soaring in thought even to the celestial regions, encompassing with giant strides like the sun the vast extent of the universe, and what is still grander and more wonderful, going back into himself, there to study man and get to know his own nature, his duties, and his end. All these miracles we have seen renewed within the last few generations. Voltaire must have shed an approving smile over this initial ecstasy. Here was a new recruit to the philosophe, to the good companions who would slay superstition and l'infâme. And was not this young Lochinvar already contributing to the Encyclopédie? But a page later the argument took a distressing turn. All this progress of knowledge, said Rousseau, had made governments more powerful, crushing individual liberty. It had replaced the simple virtues and forthright speech of a ruder age with the hypocrisies of savoir-faire. Sincere friendship, real esteem, and perfect confidence are banished from among men. Jealousy, suspicion, fear, coldness, reserve, hate, and fraud lie constantly concealed under that uniform and deceitful veil of politeness, that boasted candor and urbanity, for which we are indebted to the light and leading of this age. Let the arts and sciences claim the share they have had in this salutary work. This corruption of morals and character by the progress of knowledge and art is almost a law of history. Egypt became the mother of philosophy and the fine arts. Soon she was conquered. Greece, once peopled by heroes, twice vanquished Asia. Letters were then in their infancy, and the virtues of Sparta had not been replaced, as the Greek ideal, by the refinement of Athens, the sophistry of the sophists, the voluptuous forms of Praxiteles. When that civilization had reached its height, it was overthrown at a blow by Philip of Macedon, and then supinely accepted the yoke of Rome. Rome conquered the whole Mediterranean world when she was a nation of peasants and soldiers inured to a stoic discipline. But when she relaxed into Epicurean indulgence and praised the obscenities of Ovid, Catullus, and Martial, she became a theatre of vice, a scorn among the nations, an object of derision even to barbarians. And when Rome revived in the Renaissance, arts and letters again sapped the strength of governed and governors, and left Italy too feeble to meet attack. Charles VIII of France mastered Tuscany and Naples almost without drawing a sword. And all his court attributed this unexpected success to the fact that the princes and nobles of Italy applied themselves with greater earnestness to the cultivation of their understandings rather than to active and martial pursuits. Literature itself is an element of decay. It is related that the Caliph Omar, being asked what should be done with the library of Alexandria, answered, "If the books in the library contain anything contrary to the Koran, they are evil and ought to be burned. If they contain only what the Koran teaches, they are superfluous." This reasoning has been cited by our men of letters as the height of absurdity. But if Gregory the Great had been in the place of Omar, and the Gospel in the place of the Koran, the library would still have been burned, and it would have been perhaps the finest action of his life. Or consider the disintegrating effect of philosophy. Some of these lovers of wisdom tell us that there is no such thing as matter, Another assures us that nothing but matter exists, and no other God but the universe itself. A third group announces that virtue and vice are mere names, and nothing counts but strength and skill. These philosophers sap the foundations of our faith and destroy virtue. They smile contemptuously at such old words as patriotism and religion, and consecrate their talents to the destruction and defamation of all that men hold most sacred. In antiquity, such nonsense did not long survive its author, but now, thanks to print, the pernicious reflections of Hobbes and Spinoza will last forever. Consequently, the invention of printing was one of the greatest disasters in the history of mankind. And it is easy to see that sovereigns will hereafter take as much pains to banish this dreadful art from their dominions as they ever took to encourage it. Note the vigor and excellence of those peoples who never knew philosophy or science, literature or art, the Persians of Cyrus's time, the Germans as described by Tacitus, or, in our own time, that rustic nation, Switzerland, whose renowned courage not even adversity could conquer, and whose fidelity no example could corrupt. To these the proud Genevan adds, those happy nations which did not know even the names of many vices that we find it hard to suppress, the savages of America, whose simple and natural mode of government Montaigne preferred, without hesitation, not only to the laws of Plato, but to the most perfect visions of government that philosophy can suggest. What, then, should be our conclusion? It is that luxury, profligacy, and slavery have been in all ages the scourge of the efforts of our pride to emerge from that happy state of ignorance in which the wisdom of Providence has placed us. Let men learn for once that nature would have preserved them from science as a mother snatches a dangerous weapon from the hands of her child. The answer to the question of the learned academy is that learning without virtue is a snare, that the only real progress is moral progress, that the advancement of learning has corrupted rather than purified the morals of mankind, and that civilization is not an ascent of man to a nobler state, but the fall of man from a rural simplicity that was a paradise of innocence and bliss. Toward the end of the discourse, Rousseau checked himself and looked with some trepidation at the shambles of science, art, literature, and philosophy that he had left in his wake. He recalled that his friend Diderot was preparing an encyclopedia dedicated to the progress of science. Suddenly he discovered that some philosophers, for example Bacon and Descartes, were sublime teachers, and he proposed that living specimens of the breed should be welcomed as counselors by the rulers of states. Had not Cicero been made consul of Rome, and the greatest of modern philosophers been made chancellor of England? Perhaps Diderot had slipped these lines in, but Jean-Jacques had the last word. As for us, ordinary men, upon whom heaven has not been pleased to bestow such great talents, let us remain in our obscurity. Let us leave to others the task of instructing mankind in their duty, and confine ourselves to the discharge of our own. Virtue, sublime science of simple minds, are not your principles graven upon every heart? Need we do more to learn your laws than listen to the voice of conscience? This is the true philosophy with which we must learn to be content. Paris did not know whether to take this discourse seriously or to interpret it as a mischievous essay in hyperbole and paradox, tongue-in-cheek. It was said by some, Rousseau tells us, that he did not believe a word of it. Diderot, who believed in science but fretted under the restraints of convention and morality, apparently approved of Rousseau's exaggerations as a needed chastisement of Parisian society, and members of the court applauded the essay as a long-deserved rebuke to insolent and subversive philosophers. There must have been many sensitive spirits who were, like this eloquent author, ill at ease in the babble and sparkle of Paris. Rousseau had expressed a problem that appears in every advanced society. Are the fruits of technology worth the haste, strains, sights, noises, and smells of an industrialized life? Does enlightenment undermine morality? Is it wise to follow science to mutual destruction, and philosophy to disillusionment with every fortifying hope? A dozen critics rose to the defense of civilization. Borde of the Lyon Academy, Lacat of the Rouen Academy, Formé of the Berlin Academy, and not least the genial Stanislas Leszczynski, once King of Poland, now Duke of Lorraine. Scholars pointed out that the diatribe merely enlarged the doubts that Montaigne had voiced in his essay on cannibals. Others heard the voice of Pascal retreating from science to religion, and of course 1,000 doctors and saints had long since condemned civilization as a disease or a sin. Theologians could claim that the innocence and happiness of the state of nature, from which, in Rousseau's theory, man had lapsed, was only the Eden story retold. Civilization took the place of original sin as causing the fall of man. In both cases, the desire for knowledge had ended bliss. Sophisticates like Voltaire wondered that a man 37 years old should have written such a juvenile Jeremiad against the achievements of science, the boon of good manners, and the inspirations of art. Artists like Boucher might well have squirmed under Rousseau's lash, but artists like Chardin and Latour could have charged him with indiscriminate generalization. Soldiers smiled at the tender musician's exaltation of martial qualities and perpetual readiness for war. Rousseau's friend Grimm protested against any return to nature. "What devilish nonsense!" he exclaimed, and asked a thorny question. "What is nature?" Bayle had remarked, "There is scarcely a word that is used more vaguely than nature. The conclusion is not certain that because this comes from nature, therefore this is good and right. We see in the human species many very bad things, although it cannot be doubted that they are the work of nature." Rousseau's conception of primitive nature was, of course, a romantic idealization. Nature, life without social regulation and protection, is red in tooth and claw, and its ultimate law is kill or be killed. The nature that Jean-Jacques loved, as in Vevey or Clairon, was a nature civilized, tamed, and refined by man. In truth, he did not want to go back to primitive conditions, with all their filth, insecurity, and physical violence. He wished to return to the patriarchal family cultivating the soil and living on its fruits. He longed to be freed from the rules and restraints of polished society, and from the classic style of moderation and reason. He hated Paris and yearned for Les Charmettes. Toward the end of his life, in Les Rêveries d'un Promeneur Solitaire, he idealized his maladaptation. "I was born the most confiding of men, and for 40 years together never was this confidence deceived for a single time. Falling suddenly among another order of persons and things, I slipped into 1,000 snares. Once convinced that there was nothing but deceit and falsity in the grimacing demonstrations which had been lavished upon me, I passed rapidly to the other extreme. I became disgusted with men. I have never been truly accustomed to civil society, where all is worry, obligation, duty, and where my natural independence renders me always incapable of the subjections necessary to whoever wishes to live among men." And in the Confessions he bravely admitted that this first discourse, though full of force and fire, was absolutely wanting in logic and order. "Of all the works I ever wrote, it is the weakest in reasoning, and the most devoid of number," meaning prose rhythm, and harmony. Nevertheless, he replied vigorously to his critics and reaffirmed his paradoxes. He made an exception as a courtesy to Stanislas. On second thought, he decided not to burn the libraries or close the universities and academies. "All we should gain by this would be to plunge Europe once more into barbarism. And when men are corrupt, it is better for them to be learned than ignorant." But he recanted no item in his indictment of Parisian society. To mark his withdrawal from it, he discarded sword and gold braid and white stockings, and dressed in the simple garb and smaller wig of the middle class. "Thus," said Marmontel, "from that moment he chose the role he was to play and the mask he was to wear." If it was a mask, it was so well and persistently worn that it became part of the man and changed the face of history. 6. Paris and Geneva, 1750–54. In December 1750, Rousseau suffered so severely from his bladder ailment that he was confined to his bed for 6 weeks. This misfortune increased his tendency to melancholy and privacy. His rich acquaintances sent him their own physicians, but the medical science of the time had not equipped them to help him. The more I submitted to their direction, the yellower, thinner, and feebler I became. My imagination presented to me on this side of the tomb nothing but continued sufferings from the gravel, stone, and retention of urine. Everything which gave relief to others, tisons, baths, and bleeding, increased my tortures. Early in 1751, Thérèse presented him with the third child, which followed its predecessors to the foundling asylum. He later explained that he was too poor to bring up children, that they would have been ruined by being reared by the Levasseurs, and that they would have played havoc with his work as a writer and a musician. His sickness had compelled him to resign his position and income as cashier for Dupin de Francueil. Henceforth he supported himself chiefly by copying music at 10 sous the page. Through the negligence of Diderot or the parsimony of the publishers, Rousseau received nothing from the sale of his discourse. His music proved more profitable than his philosopher. On October 18, 1752, through Duclos' influence, Rousseau's operetta, Le Devin du Village, was presented before king and court at Fontainebleau, and with such success that it was repeated there a week later. A performance for the public in Paris on March 1, 1753, won a wider acclaim, and the retiring author found himself again a celebrity. The little intermède, for which Rousseau had written both words and music, was almost an obligato to the discourse. The shepherdess Colette, saddened by the flirtations of Colin with urban demoiselles, is instructed by the village soothsayer to win him back by flirtations of her own. Colin, jealous, returns, and together they sing ballads praising rural as against city life. Rousseau attended the premiere and was almost reconciled to society. There is no clapping before the king, therefore everything was heard, which was advantageous to the author and the piece. I heard about me the whispering of women, who appeared as beautiful as angels. They said to one another in a low voice, "This is charming, this is ravishing. There is not a sound that does not go to the heart." The pleasure of giving this emotion to so many amiable persons moved me to tears, and these I could not restrain in the first duet, when I observed that I was not the only person who wept. That evening the Duc d'Aumont sent him word to come to the palace the next morning at 11 to be presented to the king, and the messenger added that the king was expected to give the composer a pension. But Rousseau's bladder vetoed the plan. Will it be believed that the night of so brilliant a day was for me a night of anguish and perplexity? My first thought was that after being presented I should frequently want to retire. This had made me suffer very considerably at the theatre, and might torment me the next day, when I should be in the gallery or in the king's apartment, amongst all the great, waiting for the departure of his Majesty. My infirmity was the principal cause which prevented me from mixing in polite companies and enjoying the conversation of the fair. None but persons who are acquainted with this situation can judge of the horror which being exposed to the risk of it inspires. So he sent word that he could not come. 2 days later Diderot reproved him for missing such a chance to provide more fitly for himself and Thérèse. He spoke of the pension with more warmth than on such a subject I should have expected from a philosopher. Although I was obliged to him for his good wishes, I could not relish his maxims, which produced a heated dispute, the first I ever had with him. He was not without some profit from his Devin. Madame de Pompadour liked it so well that she herself played the part of Colette in its second presentation at the court. She sent him 50 louis d'or, and Louis sent him 100. The king himself, with the worst voice in his kingdom, went around singing Colette's sad aria, J'ai perdu mon serviteur, a premonition of Gluck. Meanwhile, Rousseau prepared articles on music for the Encyclopédie. These I executed in great haste, and consequently very ill in the 3 months that Diderot had allowed me. Rameau criticized these contributions severely in a pamphlet, Erreurs sur la musique dans l'Encyclopédie, in 1755. Rousseau amended the articles and made them the basis of a Dictionnaire de la musique in 1767. His contemporaries, excepting Rameau, rated him a musician of the very first order. We should now consider him as a good composer in a minor genre, but he was without question the most interesting writer on music in that generation. When a troupe of Italian opera singers invaded Paris in 1752, a controversy flared up on the relative merits of French versus Italian music. Rousseau leaped into the fray with a Lettre sur la musique française in 1753, in which, said Grimm, he proves that it is impossible to compose music to French words, that the French language is altogether unfit for music, that the French have never had music and never will. Rousseau was all for melody. We sang some old song, he wrote in his Rêverie, which was far better than modern discord. What age has not heard that plaint? In the article Opéra, in his Dictionnaire de la Musique, he gave a cue to Wagner. He defined opera as a dramatic and lyrical spectacle, which seeks to reunite all the charms of the Beaux-Arts in the representation of a passionate action. The constituents of an opera are the poem, the music, and the decoration. The poetry speaks to the spirit, the music to the ear, the painting to the eye. Greek dramas could be called operas. About this time, in 1752, Maurice Quentin de la Tour portrayed Rousseau in pastel. He called Jean-Jacques smiling, handsome, and well-groomed. Diderot condemned the portrait as unfair to the truth. Marmontel described Rousseau as seen in these years at D'Holbach's dinners. He had just gained the prize at Dijon, a timid politeness, sometimes so obsequious as to border on humility. Through his fearful reserve, distrust was visible. His lowering eyes watched everything with a look full of gloomy suspicion. He seldom entered into conversation, and rarely opened himself to us. Having so forcefully denounced science and philosophy, Rousseau was ill at ease among the philosophes who dominated the salons. His discourse had committed him to the defense of religion. Madame d'Épinay tells how, at a dinner given by Madame Quinault, the hostess, finding the talk too irreverent, begged her guests to respect at least natural religion. "No more than any other," retorted the Marquis de Saint-Lambert, lately Voltaire's rival for Madame du Châtelet, and soon to be Rousseau's for Madame Dudettot. Madame d'Épinay continues, "At this answer Rousseau became angry and muttered something which made the company laugh at him. 'If,' he said, 'it is cowardice to allow anyone to speak ill of an absent friend, it is a crime to allow anyone to speak ill of his God, who is present. And I believe in God, messieurs.' Turning to Saint-Lambert, I said, 'You, monsieur, who are a poet, will agree with me that the existence of an eternal being, all-powerful and supremely intelligent, is the germ of the most beautiful enthusiasm.' 'I confess,' he replied, 'that it is beautiful to see this God inclining his face to the earth, but it is the germ of the follies—' 'Monsieur,' interrupted Rousseau, 'if you say one word more I shall leave the room.' In fact, he had left his seat and was seriously meditating flight when the Prince de was announced. And everybody forgot the subject of the debate. If we may believe Madame d'Épinay's memoir, Rousseau told her that these atheists well deserved eternal hell. In the preface to his comedy Narcisse, which was played by the Comédie Française on December 18, 1752, Rousseau renewed his war on civilization. The taste for letters always announces in a people the commencement of a corruption which it very soon accelerates. This taste arises in a nation only from two evil sources, idleness and the desire for distinction. Nevertheless, he continued till 1754 to attend D'Holbach's synagogue of freethinkers. There, one day, Marmontel, Grimm, Saint-Lambert, and others heard the Abbé Petit read a tragedy that he had composed. They found it lamentable, but praised it handsomely. The Abbé had too much wine in him to perceive their irony, and swelled with content. Rousseau, resenting the insincerity of his friends, fell upon the Abbé with a merciless tirade. "Your piece is worthless. All these gentlemen are mocking you. Go away from here, and return to be vicar in your village." D'Holbach reproved Rousseau for his rudeness. Rousseau left in anger, and for a year he stayed away. His companions had destroyed his Catholicism, but not his faith in the fundamentals of Christianity. His boyhood Protestantism came to the surface again as his Catholicism subsided. He idealized the Geneva of his youth, and thought that he would be more comfortable there than in a Paris that irked his soul. If he returned to Geneva, he would regain the proud title of citizen, with the exclusive privileges that this implied. In June 1754, he took the coach to Chambéry, found Madame de Warren poor and unhappy, opened his purse to her, and went on to Geneva. There he was welcomed as a repentant prodigal son. He seems to have signed a statement reaffirming the Calvinist creed. The Genevan clergy rejoiced in the reclamation of an encyclopedist to their evangelical faith. He was reinstated as a citizen, and thereafter proudly signed himself Jean-Jacques Rousseau, citoyen. I was so impressed with the kindness shown me by the civic council and the ecclesiastical consistory, and by the great civility and obliging behavior of the magistrates, ministers, and citizens, that I did not think of going back to Paris except to break up housekeeping, find a situation for Monsieur and Madame Levasseur, or provide for their subsistence, and then return with Thérèse to Geneva, there to settle for the rest of my days. He could now appreciate more thoroughly than in his boyhood the beauty of the lake and its shores. I preserved a lively remembrance of the farther end of the lake, and of this, some years afterward, I gave a description in La Nouvelle Héloïse. The Swiss peasants entered into the bucolic idyll he was to write in that novel. They owned their farms, were free from poll tax and corvée, busied themselves with domestic crafts in winter, and stood contentedly apart from the noise and strife of the world. He had in mind the small city-states of Switzerland when he described his political ideal in Le Contrat Social. In October 1754, he left for Paris, promising to be back soon. Voltaire arrived in Geneva 2 months after Rousseau's departure, and settled down at Les Délices. In Paris, Jean-Jacques resumed his friendship with Diderot and Grimm, but not as trustfully as before. When he learned that Madame d'Holbach had died, he wrote the Baron a tender letter of condolence. The two men were reconciled, and Rousseau again sat at table with the infidels. For 3 years more he was, to all appearances, one of the philosophes. His new Calvinist creed sat lightly on his thoughts. He was absorbed now in seeing through the press his second discourse, which was to be more world-shaking than the first. 7. The Crimes of Civilization. In November 1753, the Dijon Academy announced another competition. The new question was, what is the origin of inequality among men, and is it authorized by natural law? Struck with this great question, says Rousseau, I was surprised that the Academy had dared to propose it, but since it had shown the courage, I immediately undertook the discussion. He entitled his contribution Discours sur l'origine et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes. At Chambéry, on June 12, 1754, he dedicated the second discourse to the Republic of Geneva, and added an address to the most honorable, significant, and sovereign lords, voicing some notable opinions on politics. In my researches after the best rules common sense can lay down for the constitution of a government, I have been so struck at finding them all in actuality in your own, that even had I not been born within your walls, I should have thought it indispensable for me to offer this picture of human society to that people which of all others seems to be possessed of its greatest advantages, and to have best guarded against its abuses. He complimented Geneva in terms quite applicable to Switzerland today. A country diverted by a fortunate lack of power from the brutal love of conquest, and secured by a still more fortunate situation from the fear of becoming itself the conquest of other states. A free city situated between several nations, none of which should have any interest in attacking it, while each had an interest in preventing it from being attacked by the others. And the future idol of the French Revolution approved the limitations placed upon democracy in Geneva, where only 8% of the population could vote. In order to prevent self-interest and ill-conceived projects, and all such dangerous innovations as finally ruined the Athenians, each man should not be at liberty to propose new laws at pleasure. This right should belong exclusively to the magistrates. It is above all the great antiquity of the laws which makes them sacred and venerable. Men soon learn to despise laws which they see daily altered. And states, by accustoming themselves to neglect their ancient customs under the pretext of improvement, often introduce greater evils than those they endeavored to remove. Was this only a plea for readmission to Genevan citizenship? This aim having been achieved, Rousseau submitted his essay to the Dijon Academy. He was not awarded the prize, but when in June 1755 he published the Discours, he had the satisfaction of becoming again the exciting topic of Paris salons. He had left no paradox unturned to stir debate. He did not deny natural or biological inequality. He recognized that some individuals are by birth healthier or stronger than others in body or character or mind. But he argued that all other inequalities, economic, political, social, moral, are unnatural, and arose when men left the state of nature, established private property, and set up states to protect property and privilege. Man is naturally good. He becomes bad chiefly through social institutions that restrain or corrupt his tendencies to natural behavior. Rousseau pictured an ideal primitive condition in which most men were strong of limb, fleet of foot, clear of eye, and lived a life of action in which thought was always a tool and incident of action, not an enfeebling substitute for it. He contrasted this natural health with the proliferating diseases engendered in civilization by wealth and sedentary occupations. The greater part of our ills are of our own making, and we may have avoided them nearly all by adhering to that simple, uniform, and solitary manner of life which nature prescribed. If she destined man to be healthy, I venture to declare that a state of reflection is a state contrary to nature, and that a thinking man is a depraved animal. L'homme qui médite est un animal dépravé. When we think of the good constitution of the savages, at least of those whom we have not ruined with our spirituous liquors, and reflect that they are troubled with hardly any disorders save wounds and old age, we are tempted to believe that in following the history of civil society we shall be telling that of human sickness. Rousseau admitted that his ideal state of nature perhaps never existed and probably never will. He offered it not as a fact of history, but as a standard of comparison. This is what he meant by the startling proposal, "Let us begin then by laying facts aside, as they do not affect the question. The investigations we may enter into must not be treated as historical truths, but only as conditional and hypothetical reasonings. However, we may form some idea of man's life before the rise of social organization, by observing the condition and conduct of modern states, for states today remain in a state of nature, each individually sovereign and knowing in actuality no law but those of cunning and force. We may suppose that pre-social man lived in a like condition of individual sovereignty, insecurity, collective chaos, and intermittent violence. Rousseau's ideal was not such an imaginary pre-social existence, for society may be old as man, but a later stage of development in which men lived in patriarchal families and tribal groups, and had not yet instituted private property. The most ancient of all societies, and the only one that is natural, is the family. That was the time of maximal happiness for mankind. It had defects, pains, and punishments, but it had no laws beyond parental authority and family discipline. It was altogether the best state that man could experience, so that he can have departed from it only through some fatal accident. That accident was the establishment of individual property, from which came economic, political, and social inequality, and most of the evils of modern life. The first man who, having enclosed a piece of ground, bethought himself of saying, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society. From how many crimes, wars, and murders, from how many horrors and misfortunes, might not anyone have saved mankind by pulling up the stakes or filling up the ditch, and crying to his fellows, "Beware of listening to this impostor. You are undone if you once forget that the fruits of the earth belong to us all, and the earth itself to nobody." From that permitted usurpation came the curses of civilization. Class divisions, slavery, serfdom, envy, robbery, war, legal injustice, political corruption, commercial chicanery, inventions, science, literature, art, progress, in one word, degeneration. To protect private property, force was organized and became the state. To facilitate government, law was developed to habituate the weak to submit to the strong with a minimum of force and expense. Hence it came about that the privileged few gorged themselves with superfluities, while the starving multitude lacked the bare necessities of life. Added to these basic inequities is a mass of derivative iniquities. Shameful methods sometimes practiced to prevent the birth of human beings. Abortion, infanticide, castration, perversions, the exposure or murder of multitudes of infants who fall victims to the poverty of their parents. All these calamities are demoralizing. They are unknown to animals. They make civilization a cancer on the body of mankind. In comparison with this polymorphous corruption and perversity, the life of the savage is healthy, sane, and humane. Should we therefore go back to savagery? Must societies be totally abolished? Must mine and thine be annulled, and must we return to the forests to live among bears? That is no longer possible for us. The poison of civilization is in our blood, and we shall not eradicate it by flight to the woods. To end private property, government, and law would be to plunge the people into a chaos worse than civilization. Once man has left it, he can never return to the time of innocence and equality. Revolution may be justified, for force may justly overthrow what force has set up and maintained, but revolution is not now advisable. The best we can do is to study the Gospels again and try to cleanse our evil impulses by practicing the ethics of Christianity. We can make a natural sympathy for our fellow men the basis of morality and social order. We can resolve to live a less complicated life, content with necessaries, scorning luxuries, shunning the race and fever of progress. We can slough off one by one the artificialities, hypocrisies, and corruptions of civilization, and remold ourselves to honesty, naturalness, and sincerity. We can leave the noise and riot of our cities, their hatreds, licentiousness, and crimes, and go to live in rural simplicity and domestic duties and content. We can abandon the pretensions and blind alleys of philosophy, and return to a religious faith that will uphold us in the face of suffering and death. Today, having heard all this 100 times, we sense a certain artificiality in this righteous indignation. We are not sure that the evils Rousseau described arise from corrupt institutions rather than from the nature of man. After all, it is human nature that made the institutions. When Jean-Jacques wrote his second discourse, the idealization of the friendly and flowing savage had reached its peak. In 1640, Walter Hammond had published a pamphlet proving that the inhabitants of Madagascar are the happiest people in the world. Jesuit accounts of Huron and Iroquois Indians seemed to bear out Defoe's picture of Robinson Crusoe's amiable man Friday. Voltaire generally laughed at the legend of the noble savage, but he used it gaily in L'Ingénu. Diderot played with it in the Supplément au Voyage de Bougainville, but Helvétius ridiculed Rousseau's idealization of the savage, and Duclos, though a faithful friend of Jean-Jacques, argued that it is among savages that crime is most frequent. The childhood of a nation is not its age of innocence. All in all, the intellectual climate favored Rousseau's thesis. The victims of Rousseau's invective calmed their consciences by representing the discourse, like its predecessor, as a pose. Madame du Deffand openly called him a charlatan. Skeptics laughed at his professions of Christian orthodoxy, at his literal interpretation of Genesis. The philosophes began to distrust him as upsetting their schemes to win the government to their ideas of social reform. They were not in favor of appealing to the resentments of the poor. They recognized the reality of exploitation, but they saw no constructive principle in the replacement of magistrates with mobs. The government itself made no protest against Rousseau's denunciations. Probably the court took the essay as an exercise in declamation. Rousseau was proud of his eloquence. He sent a copy of the discourse to Voltaire and anxiously awaited a word of praise. Voltaire's reply is one of the gems of French literature, wisdom, and manners. I have received, monsieur, your new book against the human race. I thank you for it. You will please men, to whom you tell truths that concern them, but you will not correct them. You paint in very true colors the horrors of human society. No one has ever employed so much intellect to persuade men to be beasts. In reading your work one is seized with the desire to walk on four paws. However, as it is more than 60 years since I lost that habit, I feel unfortunately that it is impossible for me to resume it. I agree with you that literature and the sciences have sometimes been the cause of much evil, but admit that neither Cicero, nor Varro, nor Lucretius, nor Virgil, nor Horace had the least share in the proscriptions of Marius, Sulla, Antony, Lepidus, Octavius. Confess that Petrarch and Boccaccio did not cause the intestine troubles of Italy, that the badinage of Marot did not cause the massacre of St. Bartholomew, and that Corneille's Le Cid did not produce the wars of the Fronde. The great crimes were committed by celebrated but ignorant men. That which has made and will always make this world a vale of tears is the insatiable cupidity and indomitable pride of men. Literature nourishes the soul, corrects it, consoles it. It makes your glory at the same time that you write against it. Monsieur Chapuis informs me that your health is quite bad. You must come and restore it in your native air, to enjoy freedom, to drink with me the milk of our cows and browse on our herbs. I am, very philosophically and with the tenderest esteem, monsieur, your very humble and very obedient servant. Rousseau replied with equal courtesy and promised to visit Lady Lys when he returned to Switzerland. But he was deeply disappointed by the reception of his discourse in the Geneva to which he had dedicated it with such ingratiating praise. Apparently the tight little oligarchy that ruled the Republic felt some of the barbs of that essay, and did not relish Rousseau's wholesale condemnation of property, government, and law. I did not perceive that a single Genevan was pleased with the hearty zeal found in the work. He decided that the time was not ripe for his return to Geneva. 8. The Conservative. The same year, 1755, that witnessed the publication of the second discourse saw the appearance in Volume 5 of the Encyclopédie of a long article by Rousseau, Discours sur l'économie politique. It requires note because it diverged from the earlier discourses in some vital particulars. Here, society, government, and law are honored as natural results of man's nature and needs, and private property is described as a social boon and a basic right. It is certain that the right of property is the most sacred of all the rights of citizenship, and even more important in some respects than liberty itself. Property is the true foundation of civil society and the real guarantee of the undertakings of citizens. That is, men will not work beyond the provision of their simplest needs unless they may keep the surplus product as their own to consume or transmit as they may desire. Now, Rousseau approves the bequest of property from parents to children and cheerfully accepts the class divisions that result. Nothing is more fatal to morality and the Republic than the continual shifting of rank and fortune among the citizens. Such changes are both the proof and the source of 1,000 disorders, and overturn and confound everything. But he continues to inveigh against social injustice and the class favoritism of the law. Just as the state should protect private property and its lawful inheritance, so the members of a society ought to contribute from their property to the support of the state. A rigorous tax ought to be laid upon all persons in graduated proportion to their property and the superfluity of their possessions. There should be no tax on necessaries, but a heavy tax on luxuries. The state should finance a national system of education. If the children are brought up in common, in national schools, in the bosom of equality, if they are imbued with the laws of the state and the precepts of the general will, we cannot doubt that they will cherish one another mutually as brothers, to become in time defenders and fathers of the country of which they will have been the children. Patriotism is better than cosmopolitanism or a watery pretense of universal sympathy. As the two earlier discourses were overwhelmingly individualistic, so the article on political economy is predominantly socialistic. Now, for the first time, Rousseau announces his peculiar doctrine that there is in every society a general will over and above the algebraic sum of the wishes and dislikes of its constituent individuals. The community, in Rousseau's developing philosophy, is a social organism with its own soul. The body politic is also a moral being, possessed of a will, and this general will, which tends always to the preservation and welfare of the whole and of every part, is the source of the laws, and constitutes for all the members of the state, in their relations to one another, the rule of what is just or unjust. Around this conception, Rousseau builds the ethics and the politics that will henceforth dominate his views of public affairs. The rebel who thought of virtue as the expression of the free and natural man now defines it as nothing more than the conformity of particular wills with the general will. And he who so recently saw law as one of the sins of civilization, as a convenient tool for keeping exploited masses in docile order, now declares that it is to law alone that men owe justice and liberty. It is that salutary organ of the will of all which establishes in civil right the natural equality between men. It is the celestial voice which dictates to each citizen the precepts of public reason. Perhaps the harassed editors of the Encyclopédie had cautioned Rousseau to moderate in this article his attack upon civilization. 7 years later, in the Social Contract, we shall find him defending the community against the individual, and building his political philosophy upon the notion of a sacred and supreme general will. Meanwhile, however, he continued to be an individualist and a rebel, hating Paris, asserting himself against his friends, and making fresh enemies every day. 9. Escape from Paris, 1756. His closest friends now were Grimm, Diderot, and Madame d'Épinay. Grimm was born in Ratisbon in 1723, and was therefore 11 years younger than Rousseau. He was educated at Leipzig in the closing decade of Bach's life, and received from Johann August Ernesti a solid grounding in the languages and literature of ancient Greece and Rome. Coming to Paris in 1749, he learned French with German thoroughness, and was soon writing articles for Le Mercure. In 1750 he became private secretary to Count von Friesen. His love of music attached him to Rousseau, while a deeper hunger brought him to the feet of Mademoiselle Fell, a singer at the opera. When she preferred Monsieur Cahuzac, Grimm, says Rousseau, took this so much to heart that the appearances of his affliction became tragical. He passed days and nights in a continued lethargy. He lay with his eyes open, without speaking, eating, or stirring. The Abbé Raynal and I watched over him. The Abbé, more robust than I, and in better health than I, was by night, and I by day, without ever both being absent at one time. Von Friesen summoned a doctor, who refused to prescribe anything except time. At length, one morning, Grimm rose, dressed himself, and returned to his regular way of life, without either then or later mentioning this irregular lethargy. Rousseau introduced Grimm to Diderot, and the three of them dreamed of going to Italy together. Grimm absorbed avidly the stream of ideas spouting from the cornucopia of Diderot's mind. He learned the language of the irreverent philosophe, wrote an agnostic Catéchisme pour les enfants, and advised von Friesen to take 3 mistresses at one time, in memory of the Holy Trinity. Rousseau was irked by the growing intimacy between Grimm, whom Sainte-Beuve was to call the most French of Germans, and Diderot, the most German of Frenchmen. Grimm, Jean-Jacques complained, "You neglect me, and I forgive you for it." Grimm took him at his word. He said I was right, and shook off all restraint, so that I saw no more of him except in company with our common friends. In 1747 the Abbé Raynal had begun to send to French and foreign subscribers a fortnightly newsletter, Nouvelle Littéraire, reporting events in the French world of letters, science, philosophy, and art. In 1753 he turned the enterprise over to Grimm, who, with help from Diderot and others, carried it on till 1790. Under Grimm, the letters had many distinguished subscribers, including Queen Louisa Ulrika of Sweden, former King Stanislas Leszczynski of Poland, Catherine II of Russia, the Princess of Saxe-Gotha, the Prince and Princess of Hesse-Darmstadt, the Duchess of Saxe-Coburg, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar. Frederick the Great held back for a time, having several correspondents in France. Finally, he consented to receive the letters, but he never paid. Grimm's first number, May 1753, announced his plan. In the sheets which are requested of us we shall not spend time over the brochures with which Paris is daily inundated. Rather, we shall seek to give an exact account a logical analysis, critique raisonnée, of the books which deserve to hold the attention of the public. The drama, which constitutes so brilliant a part of French literature, will be a considerable part of our report. In general, we shall let nothing escape us which is worthy of the curiosity of other peoples. This famous correspondance littéraire is now a chief and precious record for the intellectual history of France in the second half of the 18th century. Grimm could be forthright in his critiques, since these were not known to the French public or to the author discussed. He was usually fair, except later to Rousseau. He made many judicious judgments, but misjudged Candide as unable to bear serious criticism. This, however, was without prejudice, for he described Voltaire as the most fascinating, the most agreeable, and the most famous man in Europe. Voltaire returned the compliment in his impish way. "What is this Bohemian thinking about, to have more wit than we?" It was Grimm's Correspondance, more than any other writings except Voltaire's, that spread through Europe the ideas of the French Enlightenment. Yet he had his doubts of the philosophes and their faith in progress. "The world," he said, "is made up of nothing but abuses which none but a madman would try to reform." And in 1757 he wrote, "It seems to me that the 18th century has surpassed all others in the eulogiums that it has heaped upon itself. A little more, and the best minds will persuade themselves that the mild and peaceful empire of philosophy is about to succeed the long tempests of unreason, and to establish forever the repose, the tranquillity, and the happiness of mankind. But unluckily the true philosopher has less consoling but more accurate notions. I am a long way from believing that we are approaching the age of reason, and I lack but little of believing that Europe is threatened by some fatal revolution." We catch here a hint of the pride and vanity that sometimes irritated Grimm's friends. More Gallic than the Gauls, he spent hours on grooming himself, powdering his face and hair, and so sprinkling himself with perfume that he was nicknamed the Musk Bear. His Correspondance shows him scattering compliments with expectant hand. Frederick the Great made it a condition of subscribing to the letters that Grimm should spare me his compliments. Such flattery, of course, was part of epistolary style in the old regime. Grimm, usually cold and calculating, caught the attention of Paris by almost dying for Mademoiselle Fell and fighting a duel for Madame d'Épinay. Louise Florence Tardieu d'Esclavelle was the daughter of a Valenciennes baron who died in the king's service in 1737. 8 years later, Louise, aged 20, married Denis Joseph Lalive d'Épinay, son of a rich tax collector. They came to live in the handsome Château de la Chevrette, 9 miles from Paris, near the forest of Montmorency. Her happiness bubbled. "Will my heart ever be able to endure such happiness?" she wondered. She wrote to a cousin, "He was playing the harpsichord. I was sitting on the arm of his chair, my left hand resting on his shoulder and my other hand turning over the leaves. He never missed kissing it each time it passed in front of his lips." She was not beautiful, but she was charmingly petite, très bien faite, she tells us, and her big black eyes would later ravish Voltaire. But always to feel the same thing is soon the same as to feel nothing. After a year, Monsieur d'Épinay no longer noticed those eyes. He had been promiscuous before marriage. He became so again. He drank heavily, gambled heavily, and spent a fortune on the sisters Verrières, whom he installed in a cottage near La Chevrette. Meanwhile, his wife bore him 2 children. In 1748 he returned from a trip in the provinces, slept with his wife, and infected her with syphilis. Broken in health and spirits, she secured a legal separation from her husband. He agreed to a generous settlement. She inherited the fortune of her uncle. She kept La Chevrette. She tried to forget her unhappiness by caring for her children and helping her friends. When one of these, Madame de Julie, fell mortally ill of smallpox, Louise went to nurse her and stayed with her to the end, running the risk of an infection that might have killed her or disfigured her for life. All her friends agreed that she should take a lover. One came in 1746, that same Dupin de Franqueuil who gave employment to Rousseau. He began with music and ended with syphilis. He was soon cured, while she continued to suffer. He joined her husband in sharing the Demoiselle de Verrières. Duclos told her bluntly, "Franqui and your husband have the two sisters between them." She fell into a delirium that lasted 30 hours. Duclos sought to take Dupin's place, but she sent him away. To these misfortunes another was added. Madame de Julie, dying, had given Louise a batch of papers revealing her amours, with an earnest request to burn them. Louise did. Then Monsieur de Julie accused her of having knowingly burned the certificates of her own indebtedness to him. She denied the charge, but appearances were against her, for it was known that despite separation she was giving her husband financial help. It was at this juncture that Grimm entered the drama. He had been introduced to Louise by Rousseau in 1751. The three had several times played or sung music together. One evening, at a party given by Count von Friesen, a guest expressed conviction of Madame d'Épinay's guilt. Grimm defended her. Argument rose to the point of honor. Accuser and defender fought a duel. Grimm was slightly wounded. Soon afterward, the lost documents were found. Madame was exonerated. She thanked Grimm as her preux chevalier, and their mutual esteem ripened into one of the most enduring loves of that fitful age. When Baron d'Holbach sickened with grief over the death of his wife, and Grimm went off to take care of him in the countryside, Louise asked him, "But who will be my knight, monsieur, if I am attacked in your absence?" Grimm answered, "The same as before, your past life." The reply was not beyond cavil, but it was beyond praise. Rousseau had met Madame d'Épinay in 1748 at Madame Dupin's. She invited him to La Chevrette. Her memoirs describe him fairly. He pays compliments, yet he is not polite, or at least he is without the air of politeness. He seems to be ignorant of the usages of society, but it is easily seen that he is infinitely intelligent. He has a brown complexion, white eyes that overflow with fire and give animation to his expression. They say he is in bad health and endures agony which he carefully conceals. It is this, I fancy, which gives him from time to time an air of sullenness. His picture of her is not very gallant. Her conversation, though agreeable enough in mixed company, was uninteresting in private. I was happy to show her little attentions and gave her little fraternal kisses, which seemed not to be more sensual than herself. She was very thin, very pale, and had a bosom like the back of her hand. This defect alone would have been sufficient to moderate my most ardent desires. For 7 years he was welcomed in Madame d'Épinay's home. When she saw how uncomfortable he was in Paris, she thought of ways to help him, but she knew that he would refuse money. One day, as they were walking through her park behind La Chevrette, she showed him a cottage called L'Hermitage, which had belonged to her husband. It was unused and in disrepair, but its situation, on the very edge of the forest of Montmorency, excited Rousseau to exclaim, "Ah, madame, what a delightful habitation! This asylum was expressly prepared for me." Madame made no reply, but when in September 1755 they walked again to the cottage, Rousseau was surprised to find it repaired, the 6 rooms furnished, and the grounds cleared and neat. He quotes her as saying, "My dear, here behold your refuge. It is you who have chosen it. Friendship offers it to you. I hope this will remove your cruel idea of separating from me." She knew that he had thought of residing in Switzerland. Perhaps she did not know that his enthusiasm for Geneva had cooled. He bathed with tears the beneficent hand of his friend, but hesitated to accept her offer. She won Thérèse and Madame Levasseur to her plan, and at length she triumphed over all my resolutions. On Easter Sunday, 1756, adding grace to her gift, she came to Paris in her coach and took her bear, as she called him, along with his mistress and his mother-in-law, to the Hermitage. Thérèse did not relish separation from Paris, but Rousseau, sniffing the air, was happier than at any time since his idyll with Madame de Varron. On April 9th, 1756, I began to live. Grimm darkened the occasion with a warning to Madame d'Épinay. "You do Rousseau a very ill service by giving him the Hermitage, but you do yourself a very much worse one. Solitude will complete the work of blackening his imagination. All his friends will be in his eyes unjust and ungrateful, and you first of all, if you refuse a single time to place yourself at his orders." Then Grimm, now secretary to Maréchal d'Estrées, went off to play his part in the war that was to remake the map of the world. Rousseau Romantic, 1756–62. 1. In the Hermitage, 1756–57. Rousseau had moved into Madame d'Épinay's cottage on April 9, 1756, along with his common-law wife, Thérèse Levasseur, and her mother. For a while he was happy, loving the song and chatter of the birds, the rustling and fragrance of the trees, the peace of solitary walks in the woods. On his walks he carried pencil and notebook to catch ideas in their flight. But he was not made for peace. His sensitivity doubled every trouble and invented more. Thérèse was a faithful housewife, but she could not be a companion for his mind. "The man who thinks," he wrote in Emile, "should not ally himself with a wife who cannot share his thoughts." Poor Thérèse had small use for ideas and little for written words. She gave him her body and soul. She bore with his tantrums and probably replied in kind. She allowed him to skirt the edge of adultery with Mame Dudtot, and was herself, so far as we know, humbly faithful, except for an episode vouched for only by Boswell. But how could this simple woman respond to the range and wild diversity of a mind that was to unsettle half the continent? Hear Rousseau's own explanation. "What will the reader think when I tell him that from the first moment in which I saw her until that wherein I write, I have never felt the least love for her, that I never desired to possess her, and that the physical wants which were satisfied with her person were to me solely those of the sex, and by no means proceeded from the individual? The first of my wants, the greatest, strongest, and most insatiable, was wholly in my heart, the want of an intimate, meaning spiritual, connection, as intimate as could possibly be. This singular want was such that the closest corporal union was not sufficient. 2 souls would have been necessary." Thérèse might have made counter-complaints, for Rousseau had by this time ceased to perform his conjugal duties. In 1754 he had stated to a Geneva physician, "I have been subject for a long time to the cruelest sufferings, owing to the incurable disorder of retention of the urine, caused by a congestion in the urethra, which blocks the canal to such an extent that even the catheters of the famed Dr. Durant cannot be introduced there." He claimed to have ceased all sexual intercourse with Thérèse after 1755. "Until then," he added, "I had been good. From that moment I became virtuous, or at least infatuated with virtue." The presence of his mother-in-law made the triangle painfully acute. He maintained her and his wife as well as he could with the income from his copying of music and the sale of his writings. However, Madame Levasseur had other daughters who required marriage portions, and they were always in need. Grimm, Diderot, and D'Holbach made up, for the 2 women, an annuity of 400 livres, pledging them to hide this from Rousseau lest his pride be hurt. The mother, according to Rousseau, kept most of the money for herself and her other daughters, and contracted debts in Thérèse's name. Thérèse paid these debts and long concealed the annuity. Finally Rousseau found it out and flared into anger at his friends for so humiliating him. They fed his wrath by urging him to move from the Hermitage before the winter set in. The cottage, they argued, was not adapted for cold weather, and even if his wife could bear it, would the mother survive? Diderot, in his play Le Fils Naturel, had written, "The good man lives in society, only the bad man lives alone." Rousseau took this as applying to himself. Now began a long quarrel in which reconciliations were only armistices. Rousseau felt that Grimm and Diderot, envious of the peace he had found in the woods, were trying to lure him back to a corrupt city. In a letter to his benefactress, Madame d'Épinay, then in Paris, he revealed his character with candor and insight. "I want my friends to be my friends and not my masters, to advise me but not to try to rule me, to have every claim upon my heart but none upon my liberty. I consider it extraordinary the way people interfere, in friendship's name, in my affairs, without telling me of theirs. Their great eagerness to do me 1,000 services wearies me. There is a touch of patronage about it that wearies me. Besides, anyone else could do as much. As a recluse I am more sensitive than other men. Suppose I fall out with one who lives amid the throng. He thinks of the matter for a moment, then 101 distractions will make him forget it for the rest of the day. But nothing takes my thoughts off it. Sleepless, I think of it all night long, Walking by myself, I think of it from sunrise to sunset. My heart has not an instant's respite, and a friend's unkindness will cause me to suffer in a single day years of grief. As an invalid, I have a right to the indulgence due from his fellow men to the little weaknesses and temper of a sick man. I am poor, and my poverty, or so it seems to me, entitles me to some consideration. So do not be surprised if I hate Paris yet more and more. Nothing for me from Paris except your letters. Never shall I be seen there again. If you care to state your views on this subject, and as vigorously as you like, you have a right to do so. They will be taken in good part, and will be useless. She answered him vigorously enough. Oh, leave these petty complaints to the empty-hearted and empty-headed. Meanwhile, she made frequent inquiries about his health and comfort, shopped for him, and sent him small gifts. One day, when it froze to an extreme degree, in opening a packet of several things I had asked her to buy for me, I found a little under-petticoat of English flannel, which she told me she had worn, and desired I should make of it an under-waistcoat. This more than friendly care appeared to me so tender, as if she had stripped herself to clothe me, that in my emotion I repeatedly kissed both the note and the petticoat while shedding tears. Thérèse thought me mad. During his first year at the Hermitage, he compiled a Dictionnaire de Musique, and summarized in his own language the 23 volumes of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre on war and peace, education and political reform. In the summer of 1756, he received from the author a copy of Voltaire's poem on the earthquake that had killed 15,000 persons and wounded 15,000 more at Lisbon on All Saints' Day, November 1st, 1755. Voltaire, like half the world, wondered why a presumably beneficent Providence had chosen for this indiscriminate slaughter the capital of a country completely Catholic, and at an hour, 9:40 a.m., when all pious people were worshipping in church. In a mood of utter pessimism, Voltaire painted a picture of life and nature as being heartlessly neutral between evil and good. A passage in the Confessions gives us Rousseau's reaction to this powerful poem. Struck by seeing this poor man, overwhelmed, if I may so speak, with prosperity and honor, bitterly exclaiming against the miseries of this life, and finding everything to be wrong, I formed the mad project of making him turn his attention to himself, and of proving to him that everything was right. Voltaire, while he appeared to believe in God, never really believed in anything but the devil, since his pretended deity was a malicious being who, according to him, has no pleasure but in evil. The glaring absurdity of this doctrine is particularly disgusting from a man enjoying the greatest prosperity, who from the bosom of happiness endeavors by the frightful and cruel image of all the calamities from which he is exempt, to reduce his fellow creatures to despair. I, who had a better right than he to calculate and weigh all the evils of human life, impartially examined them, and proved to him that of all possible evils there was not one to be attributed to Providence, and which had not its source rather in the abusive use man made of his faculties than in nature. So, on August 18, 1756, Rousseau sent to Voltaire a 25-page Lettre sur la Providence. It began with a handsome acknowledgment. Your latest poems, monsieur, have come to me in my solitude, and though all my friends know the love I have for your writings, I do not know who could have sent me this book unless it be yourself. I have found in it both pleasure and instruction, and have recognized the hand of the master. I am bound to thank you at once for the volume and for your work. He urged Voltaire not to blame Providence for the misfortunes of mankind. Most evils are due to our own folly, sin, or crime. Note that nature did not assemble 20,000 houses of 6 or 7 stories, and that if the inhabitants of that great city had been more evenly dispersed and more lightly lodged, the damage would have been much less, perhaps nothing. All would have fled at the first tremor, and we should have seen them on the morrow 20 leagues away, as gay as if nothing had happened. Voltaire had written that few persons would want to be reborn to the same conditions. Rousseau replied that this is true only of rich people surfeited with pleasures, bored with life, and shorn of faith, or of literary men sedentary, unhealthy, reflective, and discontent. It is not true of simple people like the French middle class or the Swiss villagers. It is only an abuse of life that makes life a problem to us. Moreover, the evil of the part may be the good of the whole. The death of the individual makes possible the rejuvenated life of the species. Providence is universal, not particular. It watches over the whole, but leaves specific events to secondary causes and natural laws. Early death, such as came to Lisbon's children, may be a boon. In any case, it is unimportant if there is a God, since he will recompense all for unmerited suffering. And the question of God's existence is beyond solution by reason. We may choose between belief and unbelief, and why reject an inspiring and consolatory faith? As for himself, I have suffered too much in this life not to hope for another. All the subtleties of metaphysics will not make me doubt for a moment a beneficent providence and the immortality of the soul. I feel this, I believe it, I wish it. I will defend these beliefs to my last breath. The letter ended amiably. Rousseau expressed his agreement with Voltaire on religious toleration, and assured him, "I would rather be a Christian after your fashion than in the style of the Sorbonne." He begged Voltaire to compose, with all the force and charm of his verse, a catechism for the citizen, which would inculcate a code of morals to guide men through the confusion of the age. Voltaire wrote a polite acknowledgment and invited Rousseau to be his guest at Les Délices. He made no formal attempt to refute Rousseau's arguments, but replied to them indirectly with Candide in 1759. 2. In Love. The winter of 1756-57 was heavy with events for Rousseau. At some time during those months, he began to write the most famous novel of the 18th century, Julie ou la Nouvelle Héloïse. He conceived it first as a study in friendship and love. Cousins, Julie and Claire, both love Saint-Preux, but when he seduces Julie, Claire remains the loyal friend of both. Ashamed to write merely a romance, Rousseau proposed to raise the story to philosophy by having Julie become religious and live in exemplary monogamy with Volmar, a gentleman agnostic who has succumbed to Voltaire and Diderot. According to Rousseau's confessions, the storm brought on by the Encyclopédie was at this time at its height. Two parties, exasperated against each other to the last degree of fury, soon resembled enraged wolves, rather than Christians and philosophers who had a reciprocal wish to enlighten and convince each other and lead their brethren to the way of truth. Being by nature an enemy to all spirit of party, I had freely spoken severe truths to each, but they had not listened. I thought of another expedient, which in my simplicity appeared to be admirable. This was to abate their mutual hatred by destroying their prejudices and showing to each party the virtue and merit which in the other deserved public esteem and respect. This project had the success that was to be expected. It drew together and united the rival parties for no other purpose than that of crushing the author. Satisfied with my plan, I returned to the situations in detail, and there resulted parts 1 and 2 of Héloïse. Every evening, by the fireside, he read some pages to Thérèse and Madame Levasseur. Encouraged by the tears Thérèse shed, he submitted the manuscript to Madame d'Épinay when she returned to her chateau, La Chevrette, a mile from the Hermitage. Her memoirs recall, "On our arrival here we found Rousseau awaiting us. He was calm and in the best temper in the world. He brought me an installment of a romance which he has commenced. He returned to the Hermitage yesterday in order to continue this work, which he says constituted the happiness of his life." Soon afterward she wrote to Grimm, "After dinner we read Rousseau's manuscript. I do not know whether I am ill-disposed, but I am not satisfied with it. It is wonderfully well written, but it is too elaborate, and it seems to be unreal and wanting in warmth. The characters do not say a word of what they ought to say. It is always the author who speaks. I do not know how to get out of it. I should not like to deceive Rousseau, and I cannot make up my mind to grieve him." Somehow, during that winter, Rousseau poured warmth into Julie. Was it because a living romance had come into his life? About January 30th, 1757, he was visited by a lady whom he had met in Paris as the sister-in-law of Madame d'Épinay. Elisabeth Sophie de Bellegarde had married Comte d'Outot, had left him, and had now for several years been the mistress of the Marquis de Saint-Lambert, once the rival of Voltaire for Madame du Châtelet. Both her husband and her lover were off to the war. In the summer of 1756, the Comtesse had leased the chateau of Aubonne, some 2.5 miles from the Hermitage. Saint-Lambert wrote to her that Rousseau was within riding distance of her, and suggested that she might mitigate her solitude by visiting the famous author, who had put all civilization on the defensive. She went in a coach. When this stuck in the mire, she continued on foot, and arrived with her shoes and her dress soiled with mud. She made the place resound with laughter, in which I most heartily joined. Thérèse gave her a change of clothing, and the Marquise stayed for a rustic collation. She was 27, Rousseau was 45. She had no special beauty of face or form, but her kindliness, good temper, and gay spirit brightened his sombre life. The next afternoon she sent him a pretty letter, addressing him by the title he had taken after his repatriation in Geneva. My dear citizen, I return the garments which you were kind enough to lend me. In leaving I found a much better road, and I must tell you of my joy over that, because it makes it much more possible to see you again. I am sorry to have seen so little of you. I would be less sorry if I were more free, and always sure of not disturbing you. Farewell, my dear citizen, and I beg you to thank Mademoiselle Levasseur for all the kindness she showed me. A few days later, Saint-Lambert returned from the front. In April, he was recalled to service, and soon afterward the sprightly Comtesse pranced to the Hermitage on horseback, dressed like a man. Rousseau was shocked by the costume, but he was soon conscious that it contained a charming woman. Leaving Thérèse to her housewifely chores, he and his guest walked out into the woods, and Madame Dudtot told him how passionately she loved Saint-Lambert. In May he returned her visit, going to Aubonne at a time when, she had told him, she would be quite alone. In my frequent excursions to Aubonne, he says, I sometimes slept there. I saw her almost every day during 3 months. I saw my Julie in Madame Dudtot, and I saw nothing but Madame Dudtot in Julie, but with all the perfections with which I had adorned the idol of my heart. For a time he so abandoned himself to my delirium that he ceased to work on his novel. Instead, he composed love letters, which he took care that she should find in the niches of Aubonne's trees. He told her that he was in love, not saying with whom. Of course, she knew. She reproved him and protested that she belonged body and soul to Saint-Lambert, but she allowed his visits and ardent attentions to continue. After all, a woman exists only when she is loved, and doubly so when loved by two. She refused me nothing that the most tender friendship could grant, yet she granted me nothing that rendered her unfaithful. He tells of their long and frequent conversations during the 4 months we passed together in an intimacy almost without example between two friends of different sexes who contained themselves within the bounds which we never exceeded. In his account of this liaison we find the romantic movement in full swing. Nothing in his novel could rival these ecstasies. We were both intoxicated with the passion, she for her lover, I for her. Our sighs and delicious tears were mingled together. Amid this delicious intoxication she never forgot herself for a moment, and I solemnly protest that if ever, led away by my senses, I have attempted to render her unfaithful, I was never really desirous of succeeding. The duty of self-denial had elevated my mind. I might have committed the crime. It had been 100 times committed in my heart. But to dishonor my Sophie? Was this ever possible? No. I have told her 100 times it was not. I loved her too well to possess her. Such was the sole enjoyment of a man of the most combustible constitution, but who was at the same time perhaps one of the most timid mortals nature ever produced. Madame d'Épinay noticed that her bear rarely came to see her now, and she soon learned of his trips to her sister-in-law. She was hurt. It is hard, after all, she wrote to Grimm in June, that a philosopher should escape from you at the moment when you least expect it. One day at Aubonne, Rousseau found Sophie in tears. Saint-Lambert had been informed of her flirtation, and, as she put it to Jean-Jacques, ill-informed of it. He does me justice, but he is vexed. I am much afraid that your follies will cost me the repose of the rest of my days." They agreed that it must have been Madame d'Épinay who had told the secret to Saint-Lambert, for we both knew that she corresponded with him. Or she might have revealed it to Grimm, who occasionally saw Saint-Lambert in Westphalia. If we may accept Rousseau's account, Madame d'Épinay tried to secure from Thérèse the letters he had received from Madame Durant. In a wild letter to his hostess he accused her of betraying him. Two lovers, Sophie and Saint-Lambert, closely united and worthy of each other's love, are dear to me. I presume that attempts have been made to disunite them, and that I have been made use of to inspire one of the two with jealousy. The choice was not judicious, but it appeared convenient to the purposes of malice, and of this malice it is you whom I suspect to be guilty. Thus the woman whom I most esteem would have been loaded with the infamy of dividing her heart and her person between two lovers, and I with that of being one of those wretches. If I knew that but for a single moment in your life you ever had thought this, either of her or of myself, I should hate you until my last hour. But it is with having said, and not merely with having thought it, that I charge you. Do you know in what manner I will make amends for my faults during the short space of time I have to remain near you? By doing what nobody but myself would do, by telling you freely what the world thinks of you, and the breaches that you have to repair in your reputation. Madame d'Épinay, guilty or not, we do not know, was distressed by the violence of these accusations. She reported them to her distant lover Grimm. He replied that he had warned her against the devilish scrapes she would be involved in by letting the moody and incalculable Rousseau into the hermitage. She invited Jean-Jacques to La Chevrette. She greeted him with an embrace and tears. He responded tear for tear. She gave him no explanation that we know of. He dined with her, slept in her house, and departed the next morning with expressions of friendship. Diderot complicated the mess. He advised Rousseau to write to Saint-Lambert confessing his tenderness for Sophie, but assuring him of her fidelity. Rousseau, according to Diderot, promised to do so. But Madame Durant begged him not to write, and to let her extricate herself in her own way from the difficulties in which his infatuation and her dalliance had placed her. When Saint-Lambert returned from the front, Diderot spoke to him of the affair, assuming that Rousseau had confessed it. Rousseau reproached Diderot with betraying him. Diderot reproached Rousseau for deceiving him. Only Saint-Lambert behaved philosophically. He came with Sophie to the hermitage. He invited himself to dinner with me, treated me severely, but in a friendly manner, and inflicted no worse punishment than to sleep and snore while Jean-Jacques read aloud his long letter to Voltaire. Madame Durant, however, discouraged any further meetings with Rousseau. At her request he returned the letters she had written him, but when he asked for those that he had written to her, she said she had burned them. Of this, he tells us, I dared to doubt, and doubt still. No such letters as mine to her were ever thrown into the fire. Those of Héloïse to Abélard have been found ardent. Good heavens! What would have been said of these? Wounded and ashamed, he retired into his imaginary world. He resumed the writing of La Nouvelle Héloïse, and poured into it the passions of his letters to Madame Durant. New humiliations awaited him when Grimm returned from the war in September 1757. I could scarcely recognize the same Grimm who formerly had thought himself honored when I cast my eyes upon him. Rousseau could not understand Grimm's coldness to him. He did not know that Grimm knew of the insulting letter to Madame d'Épinay. Grimm was almost as self-centered as Jean-Jacques, but was otherwise antipodal to him in mind and character, skeptical, realistic, blunt, and hard. Rousseau, with one letter, had lost two friends. 3. Much Ado. A new crisis developed when, in October 1757, Madame d'Épinay decided to visit Geneva. This is Rousseau's story. "My friend," she said to me, "I am immediately going to set out for Geneva. My chest is in a bad state, and my health so deranged that I must go and consult Tronchin." I was the more astonished at this resolution so suddenly taken, and at the beginning of the bad season of the year. I asked her whom she would take with her. She said her son and his tutor, Monsieur de Linon. Then she carelessly added, "And you, dear, will you not go also?" As I did not think she spoke seriously, knowing that at this season I was scarcely able to go to my chamber, that is, to travel between La Chevrette and the Hermitage, I joked upon the utility of one sick person to another. She herself would not seem to make the proposition seriously, and there the matter dropped. He had excellent reasons for not wishing to accompany Madame. His ailments forbade it, and how could he leave Thérèse? Moreover, gossip whispered that his hostess was pregnant, presumably by Grimm. Rousseau for a time believed the tale and complimented himself on escaping from a ridiculous situation. The poor woman was telling the truth. She was suffering from tuberculosis. She seems to have sincerely desired Rousseau to accompany her, and why should he not be glad to revisit at her expense the city of which he was so proudly citoyen? Aware of her feelings, Diderot wrote to Rousseau, urging him to take her request seriously and accede to it, if only as some return for her benefactions. He replied in his characteristic style, "I perceive that the opinion you give comes not from yourself. Besides my being but little disposed to suffer myself to be led by the nose under your name by any third or fourth person, I observe in this secondary advice a certain underhand dealing, which ill agrees with your candor, and from which you will, on your account as well as mine, do well in future to abstain." On October 22nd he took Diderot's letter and his own reply to La Chevrette and read them in a loud, clear voice to Grimm and Madame d'Épinay. On the 25th she left for Paris. Rousseau went to bid her an awkward goodbye. Fortunately, he tells us, she set out in the morning, and I still had time to go and dine with her sister-in-law at Aubonne. On the 29th, according to Madame d'Épinay's memoirs, he wrote to Grimm, "Tell me, Grimm, why do all my friends declare that I ought to accompany Madame d'Épinay? Am I wrong, or are they all bewitched? Madame d'Épinay starts in a nice post-chaise, accompanied by her husband, her son's tutor, and 5 or 6 servants. Should I be able to endure a post-chaise? Can I hope to accomplish so long a journey so speedily without a mishap? Shall I have it stopped every moment that I may get down, or shall I accelerate my torments and my last hours by being obliged to put restraint upon myself? My devoted friends seem intent upon worrying me to death." On October 30th, Madame d'Épinay left Paris for Geneva. On November 5th, Grimm, according to the memoirs, replied to Rousseau, "I have done my utmost to avoid replying definitely to the horrible apology which you have addressed to me. You press me to do so. I never thought that you ought to have accompanied Madame d'Épinay to Geneva. Even if your first impulse had been to offer her your company, it would have been her duty to refuse your offer, and to remind you of what you owe to your position, your health, and the women whom you have dragged into your retreat. That is my opinion. You dare to speak to me of your slavery, to me who, for more than 2 years, have been the daily witness of all the proofs of the most tender and generous friendship which this woman has given you. If I were able to pardon you, I should think myself unworthy to have a friend. I will never see you again in my life, and I shall think myself happy if I can banish from my mind the memory of your behavior. I ask you to forget me, and not to disturb me any more." From Geneva, Madame d'Épinay wrote to Grimm, "I have received the thanks of the Republic for the way in which I have treated Rousseau, and the formal deputation of watchmakers on the same subject. People here hold me in veneration on his account." Tronchin warned her that she would have to remain under his care for a year. She was a frequent visitor at Voltaire's homes in Geneva and Lausanne. After some delay, Grimm joined her, and they had 8 months of happiness. On November 23rd, 1757, Rousseau, he tells us, wrote to her as follows, "Were it possible to die of grief, I should not now be alive. Friendship, madam, is extinguished between us, but that which no longer exists still has its rights, and I respect them. I have not forgotten your goodness to me, and you may expect from me as much gratitude as it is possible to have toward a person I can no longer love. I wish to quit the Hermitage, and I ought to have done it. My friends pretend I must stay there till spring, and since my friends desire it, I will remain there till then, if you will consent. Early in December, Diderot came to see Rousseau and found him in wrath and tears at the tyranny which his friends exercised over him. Diderot's report of this visit appears in his letter of December 5th to Grimm. "The man is a madman. I have seen him, I reproached him with all the force given me by honesty for the enormity of his conduct. He put into his defense of himself an angry passion which afflicted me. This man comes between me and my work, and troubles my mind. It is as though I had one of the damned near me. Oh, what a spectacle it is, that of a wicked and ferocious man! Let me never see him again. He would make me believe in devils and hell." Rousseau received an answer from Madame d'Épinay on December 10th. Apparently Grimm had told her of Rousseau's comments on his slavery at the Hermitage, for she wrote with unusual bitterness. "After having for several years given you every possible mark of friendship, all I can do now is to pity you. You are very unhappy. Since you are determined to quit the Hermitage, and are persuaded that you ought to, I am astonished that your friends have prevailed upon you to stay there. For my part, I never consult mine on my duty, and I have nothing further to say to you on your own." On December 15th, though winter was closing in, Rousseau left the Hermitage with Thérèse and all their belongings. Her mother he sent to live in Paris with the other daughters, but he promised to contribute to her support. He moved to a cottage in Montmorency, leased to him by an agent of Louis-François de Bourbon, Prince de Conti. There, turning his back upon his former friends, he produced in 5 years 3 of the most influential books of the century. 4. The Break with the Philosophe. His new home was in what he called the Jardin de Montlouis, a single chamber fronted with a lawn, and at the end of the garden an old tower with an alcove quite open to the air. When visitors came, he had to receive them in the midst of my dirty plates and broken pots, and he trembled lest the floor, rotten and falling to ruin, should collapse under his guests. He did not mind his poverty. He earned enough by copying music. He rejoiced in being a competent artisan, no longer a rich woman's retainer. When kindly neighbors sent him gifts, he resented them. He felt that to receive more than one gives is a humiliation. The Prince de Conti twice sent him pullets. He told the Comtesse de Boufflers that a third gift would be returned. We should note in passing how many aristocrats helped the rebels of the Enlightenment, not so much through agreement with their views as through generous sympathy with genius in need. There were many elements of nobility in the nobles of the old regime, and Rousseau, who denounced the aristocracy, was especially befriended by it. Sometimes the proud artisan forgot himself and boasted of his titled friends. Speaking of his lawn, he wrote, "That terrace was my drawing-room, wherein I received Monsieur and Madame de Luxembourg, the Duc de Villeroy, the Prince de Tangris, the Marquis d'Armentières, the Duchesse de Montmorency, the Duchesse de Boufflers, the Comtesse de Valentinois, the Comtesse de Boufflers, and other persons of the same rank, who deigned to make the pilgrimage to Montlouis." Not far from Rousseau's cottage was the home of the Maréchal and Maréchale, feminine, de Luxembourg. Soon after his arrival, they invited him to dinner. He refused. They repeated the invitation in the summer of 1758. He again refused. Toward Easter of 1759, they came, with 6 titled friends, to beard him in his retreat. He was frightened. The Maréchale, as Duchesse de Boufflers, had earned a reputation for charming too many men. But she had outlived her sins, and had matured into a woman of maternal rather than merely sexual charm. Soon she thawed his shy reserve, and aroused him into lively conversation. The visitors wondered why a man of such parts should be living in such poverty. The Maréchal, masculine, invited Rousseau and Thérèse to come and live with him until the cottage could be repaired. Jean-Jacques still resisted. Finally, he and Thérèse were persuaded to occupy for a time the Petit Château on the Luxembourg estate. They moved into it in May, 1759. Sometimes Rousseau visited the Luxembourgs in their luxurious home. There he was easily induced to read to them and their guests some parts of the novel that he was completing. After a few weeks he and Thérèse returned to their own cottage, but he continued to visit the Luxembourgs, and they remained loyal to him through all the perturbations of his moods. Grimm complained that Rousseau had left his old friends and replaced us with people of the highest rank. But it was Grimm who had rejected Rousseau. In a letter of January 28, 1762, to Malesherbes, Jean-Jacques answered those who accused him of both denouncing and courting the nobility. Sir, I have a violent aversion to the social classes that dominate others. I have no trouble admitting this to you, scion of illustrious blood. I hate the great, I hate their position, their harshness, their prejudices, their vices. It was in such a frame of mind I went as one dragged along to the chateau of the Luxembourgs at Montmorency. Then I saw the masters. They loved me, and I, sir, loved them, and will love them as long as I live. I would give them, I will not say my life, for that gift would be a feeble one, but I will give them the only glory that has ever touched my heart, the honor I expect from posterity, and which it will certainly pay me, because this is due me, and posterity is always just. One former friend he had hoped to keep, Madame Dudtot, but Saint-Lambert reproached her for the gossip in which Paris linked her name with Rousseau's, and she bade Rousseau refrain from addressing letters to her. He remembered that he had confessed his passion for her to Diderot. Now he concluded that it was Diderot who had babbled about it in the salons, and I resolved to break with him forever. He chose the worst possible moment and means. On July 27, 1758, Helvetius had published in De l'Esprit a powerful attack upon the Catholic clergy. The resultant furor led to a rising demand for the suppression of the Encyclopédie, then 7 volumes old, and all writings critical of church or state. Volume 7 contained d'Alembert's rash article on Geneva, lauding the Calvinist clergy for their secret Unitarianism, and pleading with the Genevan authorities to allow the establishment of a theatre. In October 1758, Rousseau published his Lettre à Monsieur d'Alembert sur les spectacles. Moderate in tone, it was nevertheless a declaration of war against the Age of Reason, against the irreligion and immorality of mid-18th century France. In the preface, Rousseau went out of his way to repudiate Diderot without naming him. I had an Aristarchus severe and judicious. I have him no more, I want no more of him, but I shall regret him unceasingly, and my heart misses him even more than my writings. And in a footnote he added, believing that Diderot had betrayed him to Saint-Lambert, If you have drawn a sword against a friend, don't despair, for there is a way to return it to him. If you have made him unhappy by your words, fear not, for it is possible to be reconciled with him. But for outrage, hurtful reproach, the revelation of a secret, and the wound done to his heart by betrayal, there is no grace in his eyes. He will go away from you and never return. The letter, 135 pages in translation, was in part a defense of religion as publicly preached in Geneva. As his Émile would soon indicate, Rousseau was himself a Unitarian, rejecting the divinity of Christ. But in applying for Genevan citizenship he had professed the full Calvinist creed. In this lettre he defended the orthodox faith and belief in a divine revelation as indispensable aids to popular morality. What can be proved by reason to the majority of men is only the interested calculation of personal benefit. Hence a merely natural religion would let morality degenerate into nothing more than avoidance of detection. But theology was a minor issue in Rousseau's argument. His frontal assault was upon d'Alembert's proposal that a theatre should be legalized in Geneva. Here the secret enemy was not d'Alembert, but Voltaire. Voltaire, whose fame as a resident of Geneva irritably outshone Rousseau's glory as citoyen de Genève. Voltaire, who had dared to stage plays in or near Geneva, and who doubtless had prompted d'Alembert to insert a plea for a Genevan theatre in an Encyclopédie article. What? Introduce into a city famous for its Puritan morals a form of entertainment that had almost everywhere glorified immorality? Tragic dramas nearly always pictured crime. They did not purge the passions, as Aristotle thought. They inflamed the passions, especially of sex and violence. Comedies seldom represented wholesome married love. Often they laughed at virtue, as even Molière had done in Le Misanthrope. All the world knew that actors led lawless and immoral lives, and that most of the alluring actresses of the French stage were paragons of promiscuity, serving as centers and sources of corruption in a society that idolized them. Perhaps in large cities like Paris and London, these evils of the stage affect only a small part of the population, but in a small city like Geneva, with only 24,000 population, the poison would spread through all ranks, and the representations would stir up newfangled notions and party strife. So far Rousseau had echoed the Puritan or Calvinist view of the theatre. He was saying in France in 1758 what Stephen Gosson had said in England in 1579, William Prynne in 1632, Jeremy Collier in 1698. But Rousseau did not confine himself to denunciation. He was no Puritan. He advocated balls and dances under public sponsorship and supervision. There should be public amusements, but of a social and wholesome kind, like picnics, open-air games, festivals, parades. Here Rousseau added an animated description of a regatta on Lake Geneva. The letter, he tells us, had a great success. Paris was beginning to tire of immorality. There was no further zest in unconventional deviations that had themselves become conventional. The city was surfeited with men who behaved like women and women who itched to be like men. It had had enough of classic drama and its stilted forms. It saw how poor a showing Madame de Pompadour's generals and soldiers were making against Frederick's Spartan troops. To hear a philosopher speak well of virtue was a refreshing experience. The moral influence of the letter would grow until, with Rousseau's other writings, it would share in producing an almost revolutionary return to decency under Louis XVI. The philosophes could not foresee this. What they felt in Rousseau's proclamation was an act of betrayal. He had attacked them in the moment of their greatest danger. In January 1759, the government finally forbade the publication or sale of the Encyclopédie. When Rousseau denounced the morals of Paris, his former intimates, recalling his pursuit of Madame Dudot, condemned him a hypocrite. When he denounced the stage, they pointed out that he had written Le Devin du Village and Narcisse for the stage, and had frequented the theatre. Saint-Lambert rejected with a harsh message, on October 10, 1758, the copy which Rousseau had sent him of the letter. "I cannot accept the present you have offered me. You may, for aught I know to the contrary, have reason to complain of Diderot, but this does not give you a right to insult him publicly. You are not unacquainted with the nature of the persecutions which he suffers. I cannot refrain from telling you, sir, how much this heinous act of yours has shocked me. You and I differ too much in our principles ever to be agreeable to each other. Forget that I exist. I promise to forget your person, and to remember nothing about you but your talents." Madame d'Épinay, however, on her return from Geneva, thanked Rousseau for the copy that he had directed to her, and invited him to dinner. He went and met Saint-Lambert and Madame Dudot for the last time. From Geneva came a dozen letters of praise. Encouraged by Rousseau's stand, the Genevan magistrates forbade Voltaire to stage any further theatricals on Genevan soil. Voltaire removed his dramatic properties to Tournai and transferred his residence to Ferney. He felt the sting of defeat. He branded Rousseau as a deserter and apostate, and mourned that the little flock of philosophes had fallen into a self-consuming strife. "The infamous Jean-Jacques," he wrote, "is the Judas of the Brotherhood." Rousseau retorted in a letter on January 29, 1760, to the Genevan pastor Paul Moultou. "You speak to me of that man Voltaire. Why does the name of that buffoon sully your correspondence? That miserable fellow has ruined my country," meaning Geneva. "I would hate him more if I despised him less. I only see in his great gifts something additionally shameful, which dishonors him by the use he makes of them. O citizens of Geneva, he makes you pay well for the refuge you have given him." It grieved Rousseau to learn that Voltaire was producing plays at Tournai, and that many citizens of Geneva were crossing the frontiers into France to witness these performances, some even to take part in them. His resentment found an added casus belli when his letter to Voltaire on the Lisbon earthquake was printed in a Berlin journal in 1760, apparently through Voltaire's careless lending of the manuscript to a friend. Now, on June 17th, Rousseau sent to Voltaire one of the most extraordinary letters in the correspondence of this turbulent age. After reproaching Voltaire for the unauthorized publication, he proceeded, "I don't like you, monsieur. To me, your disciple and enthusiast, you have done the most painful injuries. You have ruined Geneva as a reward for the asylum that you received there. You have alienated my fellow citizens from me as a reward for the praises I gave you among them. It is you who make it unbearable for me to live in my own country, you who will compel me to die on foreign soil, deprived of all the consolations of the dying, and thrown dishonored upon some refuse heap, while all the honors that a man can expect will attend you in my native land. In short, I hate you, since you have willed it so, but I hate you with the feelings of one still capable of loving you, if you had desired it. Of all the feelings with which my heart was filled for you, there remains only admiration for your fine genius and love for your writings. If I honor in you only your talents, it is not my fault. I shall never be found wanting in the respect which is due them, nor in the behavior which that respect demands." Voltaire did not answer, but privately he called Rousseau charlatan, madman, little monkey, and miserable fool. In correspondence with d'Alembert, he showed himself quite as sensitive and passionate as Jean-Jacques. "I have received a long letter from Rousseau. He has gone completely mad. He writes against the stage, after having written a bad comedy himself. He writes against France, which nourishes him. He finds 4 or 5 rotten staves from the barrel of Diogenes and climbs into them in order to bark at us. He abandons his friends. He writes to me, the most insulting letter that a fanatic ever scrawled. If he were not an inconsequential poor pygmy of a man, swollen with vanity, there would be no great harm done. But he has added to the insolence of his letter the infamy of intriguing with Socinian pedants here in order to prevent me from having a theatre of my own at Tournai, or at least preventing the citizens from playing there with me. If he meant by this base trick to prepare for himself a triumphant return to the low streets whence he sprang, it is the action of a scoundrel, and I shall never pardon him. I would have avenged myself on Plato if he had played a trick of that sort on me, even more on the lackey of Diogenes. The author of the Nouvelle Aloysia is nothing but a vicious knave." In these 2 letters of the 2 most famous writers of the 18th century, we see, behind the supposedly impersonal currents of the time, the nerves that felt keenly every blow in the conflict, and the common human vanity that throbs in the hearts of philosophers and saints. 5. The New Eloise. The book that Voltaire misnamed had been for 3 years Rousseau's refuge from his enemies, his friends, and the world. Begun in 1756, it was finished in September 1758, was sent to a publisher in Holland, and appeared in February 1761 as Julie, ou la Nouvelle Héloïse, Lettres de 2 amants, recueillies et publiées par G. Rousseau. The letter form for a novel was already old, but was probably determined in this instance by the example of Richardson's Clarissa. The story is improbable, but unique. Julie is the daughter, 17 or so years old, of Baron d'Étanges. Her mother invites the young and handsome Saint-Preux to be her tutor. The new Abélard falls in love with the new Héloïse, as any real mother would have foreseen. Soon he is sending his pupil love letters that set the tune for a century of romantic fiction. "I tremble as often as our hands meet, and I know not how it happens, but they meet constantly. I start as soon as I feel the touch of your finger. I am seized with a fever, or rather delirium, in these sports. My senses gradually forsake me. And when I am thus beside myself, what can I say? What can I do? Where hide myself? How be answerable for my behavior?" He proposes to go away, but lets the word do for the deed. "Adieu, then, too charming Julie. Tomorrow I shall be gone forever. But be assured that my violent, spotless passion for you will end only with my life, that my heart, full of so divine an object, will never debase itself by admitting a second impression, that it will divide all its future homage between you and virtue, and that no other flame shall ever profane the altar at which Julie was adored. Julie may smile at this adoration, but she is too womanly to send so delightful an acolyte from the altar. She bids him postpone his flight. In any case, the electric contact of male with female has set her in similar agitation. Soon she confesses that she too has felt the mysterious sting. The very first day we met I imbibed the poison which now infects my senses and my reason. I felt it instantly, and thine eyes, thy sentiments, thy discourse, thy guilty pen, daily increase its malignity. Nevertheless, he is not to ask for anything more sinful than a kiss. Thou shalt be virtuous or despised. I will be respectable or be myself again. It is the only hope I have left that is preferable to the hope of death. Saint-Preux agrees to unite delirium with virtue, but believes that this will require supernatural aid. Celestial powers, inspire me with a soul that can bear felicity. Divine love, spirit of my existence, oh, support me, for I am ready to sink down under the weight of ecstasy. Oh, how shall I withstand the rapid torrent of bliss which overflows my heart? And how dispel the apprehensions of a timorously loving girl? And so on for 657 pages. At page 91, she kisses him. Words fail to tell what became of me a moment after, when I felt my hands shook, a gentle tremor, thy balmy lips, my Julie's lips, pressed to mine, and myself within her arms. Quicker than lightning, a sudden fire darted from my frame. By letter 29, he has seduced her, or she him. He meanders through reams of rapture, but she thinks all is lost. One unguarded moment has betrayed me to endless misery. I am fallen into the abyss of infamy, from which there is no return. Julie's mother, having learned of her deflowering, dies of grief. The Baron vows to kill Saint-Preux, who thereupon begins a circumnavigation of the globe. In remorse and in obedience to her father, Julie marries Volmar, a Russian of high birth and considerable years. Clandestinely she continues to correspond with Saint-Preux, and to feel for him a sentiment stronger than her dutiful attachment to her husband. She is surprised to find that Volmar, though an atheist, is a good man, faithful to her, solicitous for her comfort, just and generous to all. In one of her letters to Saint-Preux, she assures him that man and wife can find content in a mariage de convenance. But she never again knows full happiness. Her premarital deviation weighs on her memory. Finally, she confesses to her husband that moment of sin. He has known of it and resolved never to mention it. He tells her it was no sin at all, and to confirm her absolution, he invites Saint-Preux to come and stay with them as tutor of their children. Saint-Preux comes, and we are assured that the three live together in harmony till death does them part. The incredible husband absents himself for several days. Julie and Saint-Preux go boating on the Lake of Geneva. They cross to Savoy, and he shows her the rocks upon which in his banishment he wrote her name. He weeps, she holds his trembling hand, but they return sinless to her home in Clermont, in the Pays de Vaud. They wonder how Volmar can be so good without religious belief. Saint-Preux, who, like Julie, is a pious Protestant, explains the anomaly. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 7, Side 2. They wonder how Volmar can be so good without religious belief. Saint-Preux, who, like Julie, is a pious Protestant, explains the anomaly. Having resided in Roman Catholic countries, he, Volmar, has never been led to a better opinion of Christianity by what he found professed there. Their religion, he saw, tended only to the interest of their priests. It consisted entirely of ridiculous grimaces and a jargon of words without meaning. He perceived that men of sense and probity were unanimously of his opinion, and that they did not scruple to say so, nay, that the clergy themselves, under the Rose, ridiculed in private what they inculcated and taught in public. Hence he has often assured us that, after taking much time and pains in the search, he has never met with above 3 priests who believed in God. Rousseau adds in a footnote, "God forbid that I should approve these hard and rash assertions." Despite them, Volmar regularly goes to Protestant services with Julie, out of respect for her and his neighbors. Julie and Saint-Preux see in him the strangest absurdity, a man thinking like an infidel and acting like a Christian. He did not deserve the final blow. Julie, dying of a fever contracted while saving her son from drowning, entrusts to Volmar an unsealed letter to Saint-Preux, which declares to Saint-Preux that he has always been her only love. We can understand the permanence of that first impression, but why reward her husband's long fidelity and trust with so cruel a deathbed rejection? It is hardly consistent with the nobility with which the author has invested Julie's character. Nevertheless, she is one of the great portraits in modern fiction. Though it was probably suggested by Richardson's Clarissa, it was inspired by Rousseau's own recollections. The 2 girls whose horses he had led across the stream at Annecy, the memories he treasured of Madame de Varron in his first years under her protection, and then Madame Dudtot, who had made him feel the overflow of love by damning his desire. Of course, Julie is none of these women, and perhaps no woman that Rousseau had ever met, but only the composite ideal of his dreams. The picture is spoiled by Rousseau's insistence upon making nearly all his characters talk like Rousseau. Julie, as motherhood deepens her, becomes a sage who discourses lengthily on everything from domestic economy to mystic union with God. "We will examine into the validity of this argument," she says. But what lovable woman ever descended to such bathos? Saint-Preux, of course, is especially Rousseau, sensitive to all the charms of women, longing to kneel at their idealized feet and to pour out the eloquent phrases of devotion and passion that he has rehearsed in his loneliness. Rousseau describes him as always perpetrating some madness and always making a start at being wise. Saint-Preux is an unbelievable prig compared with the frankly villainous Lovelace of Richardson. He, too, must mouth Rousseau. He describes Paris as a maelstrom of evils: great wealth, great poverty, incompetent government, bad air, bad music, trivial conversation, vain philosophy, and the almost total collapse of religion, morality, and marriage. He repeats the first discourse on the natural goodness of man and the corrupting and degrading influences of civilization, and he compliments Julie and Volmar on preferring the quiet and wholesome life of the countryside at Clermont. Volmar is the most original character in Rousseau's gallery. Who was his model? Perhaps D'Holbach, the amiable atheist, the philosopher baron, the virtuous materialist, the devoted husband of one wife and then of her sister. And perhaps Saint-Lambert, who had shocked Rousseau by preaching atheism, but had forgiven him for making love to his mistress. Rousseau candidly avows his use of living prototypes and personal memories. Full of that which had befallen me, and still affected by so many violent emotions, my heart added the sentiment of its sufferings to the ideas with which meditation had inspired me. Without perceiving it, I described the situation I was then in, gave portraits of Grimm, Madame d'Épinay, Madame Dudtot, Saint-Lambert, and myself. Through these character portraits, Rousseau expounded nearly all facets of his philosophy. He gave an ideal picture of a happy marriage, of an agricultural estate managed with efficiency, justice, and humanity, and of children brought up to be exemplary mixtures of freedom and obedience, restraint and intelligence. He anticipated the arguments of his Émile, that education should be first of the body to health, then of the character to a stoic discipline, and only then of the intellect to reason. The only means of rendering children docile, says Julie, is not to reason with them, but to convince them that reason is above their age. There should be no appeal to reason, no intellectual education at all before puberty. And the story went out of its way to discuss religion. Julie's faith becomes the instrument of her redemption. The religious ceremony that sanctified her marriage brought her a sense of purification and dedication. But it is a strongly Protestant faith that pervades the book. Saint-Preux ridicules what seems to him the hypocrisy of the Catholic clergy in Paris, Volmar denounces sacerdotal celibacy as a cover for adultery, and Rousseau, in his own person, adds, "To impose celibacy upon a group so numerous as the Roman clergy is not so much to forbid them to have women of their own, as to order them to satisfy themselves with the women of other men." In passing, Rousseau declares in favor of religious toleration, extending it even to atheists. "No true believer will be either intolerant or a persecutor. If I were a magistrate, and if the law pronounced the penalty of death against atheists, I would begin by burning as such whoever should come to inform against another." The novel had an epical influence in arousing Europe to the beauties and sublimities of nature. In Voltaire, Diderot, and D'Alembert, the fever of philosophy and urban life had not encouraged sensitivity to the majesty of mountains and the kaleidoscope of the sky. Rousseau had the advantage of being born amid the most impressive scenery in Europe. He had walked from Geneva into Savoy and across the Alps to Turin, and from Turin into France. He had savored the sights and sounds and fragrances of the countryside. He had felt every sunrise as the triumph of divinity over evil and doubt. He imagined a mystic accord between his moods and the changing temper of the earth and the air. His ecstasy of love embraced every tree and flower, every blade of grass. He climbed the Alps to midway of their height, and found a purity of air that seemed to cleanse and clear his thoughts. He described these experiences with such feeling and vividness that mountain climbing, especially in Switzerland, became one of Europe's major sports. Never before in modern literature had feeling, passion, and romantic love received so detailed and eloquent an exposition and defense. Reacting against the adoration of reason from Boileau to Voltaire, Rousseau proclaimed the primacy of feeling and its right to be heard in the interpretation of life and the evaluation of creeds. With La Nouvelle Héloïse, the Romantic movement raised its challenge to the classic age. Of course, there had been romantic movements even in the classic heyday. Honoré d'Urfé had played with bucolic love in L'Astrée, 1610-27. Mademoiselle de Scudéry had stretched amours to Rheims in Artemène ou Le Grand Cyrus, 1649-53. Madame de Lafayette had married love and death in La Princesse de Clèves in 1678. Racine had brought the same theme into Phèdre in 1677, the very apex of the classic age. We recall how Rousseau had inherited old romances from his mother and had read them with his father. As for the Alps, Albrecht von Haller had already sung their majesty in 1729, and James Thomson had celebrated the beauty and terror of the seasons between 1726 and 1730. Jean-Jacques must have read Prévost's Manon Lescaut in 1731, and since he could read English with difficulty, he must have been familiar with Richardson's Clarissa, published between 1747 and 48, in Prévost's translation. From that 2,000-page, still incomplete seduction, he took the letter form of narrative as congenial to psychological analysis, and he gave Julie a cousin confidant in Claire, as Richardson had given Clarissa Miss Howe. Rousseau noted with resentment that Diderot published an ecstatic Éloge de Richardson in 1761, soon after Julie, dimming Julie's glory. Julie is quite equal to Clarissa in originality and faults, far superior to it in style. Both are rich in improbabilities and heavy with sermons. But France, which excels the world in style, had never known the French language to take on such color, ardor, smoothness, and rhythm. Rousseau did not merely preach feeling, he had it. Everything he touched was infused with sensitivity and sentiment, and though we may smile at his raptures, we find ourselves warmed by his fire. We may resent and hurry over the untimely disquisitions, but we read on, and every now and then a scene intensely felt renews the life of the tale. Voltaire thought in ideas and wrote with epigrams. Rousseau saw in pictures and composed with sensations. His phrases and periods were not artless. He confessed that he turned them over in bed while the passion of the artist frightened sleep. "I must read Rousseau," said Kant, "until his beauty of expression no longer distracts me, and only then can I examine him with reason." Julie succeeded with everyone except the philosophe. Grimm called it a feeble imitation of Clarissa, and predicted that it would soon be forgotten. "No more about Jean-Jacques' romance, if you please," growled Voltaire on January 21st, 1761. "I have read it to my sorrow, and it would be to his if I had time to say what I think of this silly book." A month later he said it in Lettres sur la Nouvelle Héloïse, published under a pseudonym. He pointed out grammatical errors and gave no sign of appreciating Rousseau's descriptions of nature, though he would later imitate Jean-Jacques by climbing a hill to worship the rising sun. Paris recognized Voltaire's hand and judged the patriarch to be bitten with jealousy. Barring these pricks, Rousseau was delighted with the reception of his first full-length work. In all literary history, thought Michelet, there had never been so great a success. Edition followed edition, but printings fell far behind demand. Lines formed at the stores to buy the book. Eager readers paid 12 sous per hour to borrow it. Those who had it during the day rented it to others for the night. Rousseau told happily how one lady, all dressed up to go to a ball at the Opéra, ordered her carriage, took up Julie meanwhile, and became so interested that she read on till 4 in the morning, while maid and horses waited. He ascribed his triumph to the pleasure women took in reading of love, but there were also women who were tired of being mistresses and longed to be wives and to have fathers for their children. Hundreds of letters reached Rousseau at Montmorency, thanking him for his book. So many women tendered him their love that his imagination concluded, "There was not one woman in high life with whom I might not have succeeded had I undertaken to do it." It was something new that a man should so completely reveal himself as Rousseau had done through Saint-Preux and Julie. And there is nothing so interesting as a human soul, even partly or unconsciously bared to view. Here, said Madame de Staël, all the veils of the heart have been rent. Now began the reign of subjective literature, a long succession lasting to our own days of self-revelations, of hearts broken in print, of beautiful souls publicly bathing in tragedy. To be emotional, to express emotion and sentiment, became a fashion not only in France but in England and Germany. The classic mode of restraint, order, reason, and form began to fade away. The reign of the philosophe neared its end. After 1760, the 18th century belonged to Rousseau. Chapter 7. Rousseau, Philosopher. 1. The Social Contract. 2 months before the publication of La Nouvelle Héloïse, Rousseau wrote to Monsieur Le Niepce on December 11, 1760, "I have quit the profession of author for good. There remains an old sin to be expiated in print, after which the public will never hear from me again. I know of no happier lot than that of being unknown save only to one's friends. Henceforth, copying music will be my only occupation." And again on June 25th, 1761, "Until the age of 40 I was wise. At 40 I took up the pen. And I put it down before I am 50, cursing every day of my life the day when my foolish pride made me take it up, and when I saw my happiness, my repose, my health, all go up in smoke, without hope of recapturing them again." Was this a pose? Not quite. It is true that in 1762 he published both Du Contrat Social and Émile, but these had been completed by 1761. They were the old sin to be expiated in print. And it is true that he later wrote replies to the Archbishop of Paris, to the Geneva Consistory, and to the requests from Corsica and Poland to propose constitutions for them. But these compositions were pièces d'occasion, induced by unforeseen events. The Confessions, the Dialogues, and the Rêveries d'un promeneur solitaire were published after his death. Essentially, he kept to his novel vow. It is no wonder that in 1761 he felt exhausted and finished, for in the space of 5 years he had composed 3 major works, each of which was an event in the history of ideas. Far back in 1743, when he was secretary to the French ambassador in Venice, his observation of the Venetian government in contrast with the Genevan and the French had led him to plan a substantial treatise on political institutions. The 2 discourses were sparks from that fire, but they were hasty attempts to get attention by exaggeration, and neither of them did justice to his developing thought. Meanwhile, he studied Plato, Grotius, Locke, and Pufendorf. The magnum opus that he dreamed of was never completed. Rousseau did not have the ordered mind, patient will, and quiet temper needed for such an enterprise. It would have required him to reason as well as feel, to conceal passion rather than reveal it, and such self-denial was beyond his reach. His renunciation of authorship was his admission of defeat, but he gave the world in 1762 a brilliant fragment of his plan in the 125 pages published at Amsterdam as Du contrat social ou Principe du droit politique. Everyone knows the bold cry that opened the first chapter. Man is born free, and he is everywhere in chains. Rousseau began with conscious hyperbole, for he knew that logic has a powerful virtus dormitiva. He judged rightly in striking so shrill a note, for that line became the watchword of a century. As in the discourses, he assumed a primitive state of nature, in which there were no laws. He charged existing states with having destroyed that freedom, and he proposed in their place to find a form of association which will defend and protect, with the whole common force, the person and goods of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself to all, may still obey himself alone and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem of which the social contract provides the solution. There is a social contract, says Rousseau, not as a pledge of the ruled to obey the ruler, as in Hobbes's Leviathan, but as an agreement of individuals to subordinate their judgment, rights, and powers to the needs and judgment of their community as a whole. Each person implicitly enters into such a contract by accepting the protection of the communal laws. The sovereign power in any state lies not in any ruler, individual or corporate, but in the general will of the community, and that sovereignty, though it may be delegated in part and for a time, can never be surrendered. But what is this volonté générale? Is it the will of all the citizens, or only of the majority? And who are to be considered citizens? It is not the will of all, volonté de tous, for it may contradict many an individual will, nor is it always the will of the majority living, or voting, at some particular moment. It is the will of the community as having a life and reality additional to the lives and wills of the individual members. Rousseau, like a medieval realist, ascribes to the collectivity or general idea a reality additional to that of its particular constituents. The general will or public spirit should be the voice not only of the citizens now living, but of those dead or yet to be born. Hence its character is given to it not only by present wills, but by the past history and future aims of the community. It is like some old family that thinks of itself as one through generations, honors its ancestors, and protects its progeny. So a father, out of obligation to grandchildren yet unborn, may overrule the desires of his living children, and a statesman may feel himself bound to think in terms not of one election, but of many generations. Nevertheless, the vote of the majority always binds all the rest. Who may vote? Every citizen. Who is a citizen? Apparently not all male adults. Rousseau is especially obscure on this point, but he praises d'Alembert for distinguishing the 4 orders of men who dwell in our town, Geneva, of which only 2 compose the public. No other French writer has understood the real meaning of the word citizen. Ideally, says Rousseau, law should be the expression of the general will. Man is by nature predominantly good, but he has instincts that must be controlled to make society possible. There is no idealization of a state of nature in the social contract. For a moment, Rousseau talks like Locke or Montesquieu, even like Voltaire. The passage from the state of nature to the civil state produces a very remarkable change in man, by substituting law for instinct in his conduct, and giving his actions the morality they had formerly lacked. Although, in this civil state, he deprives himself of some advantages which he had from nature, he gains in return others so great, his faculties are so stimulated and developed, his ideas so extended, and his whole soul so uplifted, that did not the abuses of his new condition often degrade him below that which he left, he would be bound to bless continually the happy moment which took him from it forever, and instead of a stupid and unimaginative animal, made him an intelligent being and a man. So Rousseau, who once talked like a not quite philosophical anarchist, is now all for the sanctity of law, if the law expresses the general will. If, as often happens, an individual does not agree with that will as expressed in law, the state may justly force him to submit. This is not a violation of freedom, it is a preservation of it, even for the refractory individual. For in a civil state it is only through law that the individual can enjoy freedom from assault, robbery, persecution, calumny, and 100 other ills. Hence, in compelling the individual to obey the law, society in effect forces him to be free. This is especially so in republics, for obedience to a law which we prescribe to ourselves is liberty. Government is an executive organ to which the general will provisionally delegates some of its powers. The state should be thought of not as only the government, but as the government, the citizens, and the general will or communal soul. Any state is a republic if it is governed by laws and not by autocratic decrees. In this sense, even a monarchy can be a republic. But if the monarchy is absolute, if the king makes as well as executes the laws, then there is no res publica, or commonwealth. There is only a tyrant ruling slaves. Hence Rousseau refused to join those philosophes who praised the enlightened despotism of Frederick II or Catherine II as means of advancing civilization and reform. He thought that people living in Arctic or tropical climates might need absolute rule to preserve life and order, but in temperate zones a mixture of aristocracy and democracy is desirable. Hereditary aristocracy is the worst of all governments. Elective aristocracy is the best. That is, the best government is one in which the laws are made and administered by a minority of men, periodically chosen for their intellectual and moral superiority. Democracy, as direct rule by all the people, seemed to Rousseau impossible. If we take the term in the strict sense, there never has been a real democracy, and there never will be. It is against the natural order for the many to govern and the few to be governed. It is unimaginable that the people should remain continually assembled to devote their time to public affairs, and it is clear that they cannot set up commissions for that purpose without changing the form of administration. Besides, how many conditions difficult to unite are presupposed by such a government? First, a very small state where the people can be readily assembled, and where each citizen can with ease know all the rest. Secondly, great simplicity of manners to prevent business from multiplying and raising thorny problems. Next, a large measure of equality in rank and fortune, without which equality of rights and authority cannot long subsist. And lastly, little or no luxury, for luxury corrupts at once the rich and the poor, the rich by possession and the poor by covetousness. This is why a famous writer, Montesquieu, has made virtue the fundamental principle of republics, for all these conditions could not exist without virtue. If there were a people of gods, their government would be democratic, but so perfect a government is not for men. These passages invite misinterpretation. Rousseau uses the term democracy, in a sense rarely ascribed to it in politics or history, as a government in which all laws are made by the whole people meeting in national assemblies. Actually, the elective aristocracy that he preferred is what we should call representative democracy, government by officials popularly chosen for their supposedly superior fitness. However, Rousseau rejects representative democracy on the ground that the representatives will soon legislate for their own interest rather than for the public good. The people of England regards itself as free, but it is grossly mistaken. It is free only during the election of members of Parliament. As soon as they are chosen, slavery overtakes the people and it ceases to count. Representatives should be elected to administrative and judicial offices, but not to legislate. All laws should be made by the people in General Assembly, and that assembly should have the power to recall elected officials. Hence the ideal state should be small enough to allow all the citizens to assemble frequently. The larger the state, the less the liberty. Was Rousseau a socialist? The second discourse derived almost all the evils of civilization from the establishment of private property. Yet even that essay judged the institution to be too deeply rooted in the social structure to permit its removal without a chaotic and desolating revolution. The social contract allows for private ownership, but subject to communal control. The community should retain all basic rights. It may seize private property for the common good, and it should fix a maximum of property allowable to any one family. It may sanction the bequest of property, but if it sees wealth tending to a disruptive concentration, it may use inheritance taxes to redistribute wealth and diminish social and economic inequality. It is precisely because the force of things tends always to destroy equality that legislation should always tend to maintain it. One purpose of the social contract is that men who may be unequal in strength or intelligence shall all become equal in social and legal rights. Taxes should fall heavily upon luxuries. The social state is advantageous to men only when all have something and no one has too much. Rousseau did not commit himself to collectivism and never thought of a dictatorship of the proletariat. He despised the nascent proletariat of the cities and agreed with Voltaire in calling it canaille, rabble, scum. His ideal was a prosperous independent peasantry and a virtuous middle class composed of families like Volmar's in La Nouvelle Héloïse. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon was to accuse him of enthroning the bourgeoisie. What place should religion have in the state? Some religion, Rousseau felt, was indispensable to morality. No state has ever been established without a religious basis. Wise men, if they try to speak their language to the common herd instead of its own, cannot possibly make themselves understood. For a young people to be able to prefer sound principles of political theory, the effect would have to become the cause. The social spirit, which should be created by these institutions, would have to preside over their very foundation, and men would have to be before law what they should become by means of law. The legislator, therefore, being unable to appeal to either force or reason, must have recourse to an authority of a different order, capable of constraining without violence. This is what in all ages compelled the fathers of nations to have recourse to divine intervention, and credit the gods with their own wisdom, in order that the peoples, submitting to the laws of the state as to those of nature, might obey freely and bear with docility the yoke of the public good. Rousseau would not always hold to this old political view of religion, but in the social contract he made supernatural belief an instrument of the state, and considered priests to be at best a kind of celestial police. However, he rejected the Roman Catholic clergy as such agents, for their church claimed to be above the state, and was therefore a disruptive force, dividing the citizens' loyalty. Moreover, he argued, the Christian, if he takes his theology seriously, focuses his attention upon the afterlife and puts little value upon this one. To that extent he is a poor citizen. Such a Christian makes an indifferent soldier. He may fight for his country, but only under constant compulsion and supervision. He does not believe in waging war for the state because he has only one fatherland, the Church. Christianity preaches servitude and docile dependence, hence its spirit is so favorable to tyranny that tyrants welcome its cooperation. True Christians are made to be slaves. Here Rousseau agreed with Diderot, anticipated Gibbon, and was for the moment more violently anti-Catholic than Voltaire. Nevertheless, he felt some religion is necessary, some civil religion, formulated by the state and made compulsory upon all its population. As to creed, the dogmas of the civil religion ought to be few, simple, and precisely worded, but without explanation or commentary. The existence of a mighty, intelligent, and beneficent divinity, possessed of foresight and providence, the life to come, the happiness of the just, the punishment of the wicked, the sanctity of the social contract and the laws, these are its positive dogmas. So Rousseau, at least for political purposes, professed the basic beliefs of Christianity, while rejecting its ethics as too pacifistic and international. Just the reverse of the usual philosophic procedure of retaining the ethics of Christianity while discarding its theology. He allowed other religions in his imaginary state, but only on condition that they did not contradict the official creed. He would tolerate those religions that tolerate others, but whoever dares to say, outside the Church there is no salvation, ought to be driven from the state, unless the state is the Church, and the prince is the pontiff thereof. No denial of the articles in the religion of the state is to be permitted. While the state can compel no one to believe them, it can banish him, not for impiety, but as an antisocial being, incapable of truly loving the laws and justice, and of sacrificing at need his life to his duty. If anyone, after publicly recognizing these dogmas, behaves as if he does not believe them, let him be punished by death. Next to man is born free and is everywhere in chains, this last is the most famous sentence in the social contract. Taken literally, it would put to death any person acting as if he had no belief in God, heaven, or hell. Applied to the Paris of that time, it would have almost depopulated the capital. Rousseau's love of startling and absolute statements probably misled him into saying more than he meant. Perhaps he recalled the Diet of Augsburg of 1555, at which the signatory princes agreed that each of them should have the right to banish from his territory any person not accepting the prince's faith. Cuius regio, eius religio. And the laws of Geneva, taken literally, as in the case of Servetus, provided an antecedent for Rousseau's sudden savagery. Ancient Athens had made asabeia, failure to recognize the official gods, a capital crime, as in exiling Anaxagoras and poisoning Socrates. The persecution of Christians by imperial Rome was similarly excused, and on Rousseau's penology the order for his arrest, in this year 1762, could be described as an act of Christian charity. Was the Social Contract a revolutionary book? No and yes. Here and there, amid Rousseau's demand for a government responsible to the general will, some moments of caution calmed him, as when he wrote, "None but the greatest dangers can counterbalance that of changing the public order, and the sacred power of the laws should never be arrested save when the existence of the country is at stake." He blamed private property for nearly all evils, but he called for its maintenance as made necessary by the incorrigible corruption of mankind. He wondered whether the nature of man would, after a revolution, reproduce old institutions and servitudes under new names. People accustomed to masters will not let mastery cease. Mistaking liberty for unchained license, they are delivered by their revolutions into the hands of seducers, who will only aggravate their chains. Nevertheless, his was the most revolutionary voice of the time. Though elsewhere he belittled and distrusted the masses, here his appeal was to the multitude. He knew that inequality is inevitable, but he condemned it with force and eloquence. He announced unequivocally that a government persistently contravening the general will might justly be overthrown. While Voltaire, Diderot, and d'Alembert were curtsying to kings or empresses, Rousseau raised against existing governments a cry of protest that was destined to be heard from one end of Europe to the other. While the philosophe, already embedded in the status quo, called only for piecemeal reform of particular ills, Jean-Jacques attacked the whole economic, social, and political order, and with such thoroughness that no remedy seemed possible but revolution. And he announced its coming. It is impossible that the great kingdoms of Europe should last much longer. Each of them has had its period of splendor, after which it must inevitably decline. The crisis is approaching. We are on the edge of a revolution. And beyond this, he predicted far-reaching transformations. The Empire of Russia will aspire to conquer Europe and will itself be conquered. The Tatars, its subjects or neighbors, will become its masters and ours by a revolution which I consider inevitable. The Social Contract, which in hindsight we perceive to have been the most revolutionary of Rousseau's works, made far less stir than La Nouvelle Héloïse. France was ready for emotional release and romantic love, but it was not ready to discuss the overthrow of the monarchy. This book was the most sustained argument that Rousseau had yet produced, and it was not as easy to follow as the sparkling vivacities of Voltaire. Impressed by its later vogue, we are surprised to learn that its popularity and influence began after, not before, the Revolution. Even so, we find d'Alembert writing to Voltaire in 1762, "It will not do to speak too loudly against Jean-Jacques or his book, for he is rather a king in the Halles, that is, among the burly workers in the central market of Paris, and by implication among the populace." This was probably an exaggeration, but we may date from 1762 the turn of philosophy from attack upon Christianity to criticism of the state. Few books have ever aroused so much criticism. Voltaire marked his copy of Du Contrat Social with marginal rejoinders. So, on Rousseau's prescription of death for active unbelief, "All coercion on dogma is abominable." Scholars have reminded us how old was the claim that sovereignty lies in the people. Marsilius of Padua, William of Ockham, even Catholic theologians like Bellarmine, Mariana, and Suarez, had put forth that claim as a blow behind the knees of kings. It had appeared in the writings of George Buchanan, Grotius, Milton, Algernon Sidney, Locke, Pufendorf. The social contract, like nearly all of Rousseau's political and moral philosophy, is an echo and reflex of Geneva by a citizen distant enough to idealize it without feeling its claws. The book was an amalgam of Geneva and Sparta, of Calvin's Institutes and Plato's Laws. 100 critics have pointed out the inconsistency between the individualism of Rousseau's discourses and the legalism of the social contract. Long before Rousseau's birth, Filmer, in Patriarcha, from 1642, had disposed of the notion that man is born free. He is born subject to paternal authority and to the laws and customs of his group. Rousseau himself, after that initial cry for freedom, moved further and further from liberty toward order, toward submission of the individual to the general will. Basically, the contradictions in his works lay between his character and his thought. He was a rebel individualist by temperament, ailment, and lack of formal discipline. He was a communalist, never a communist, not even a collectivist, by his tardy perception that no operative society can be composed of mavericks. We must allow for development. A man's ideas are a function of his experience and his years. It is natural for a thinking person to be an individualist in youth, loving liberty and grasping for ideals, and a moderate in maturity, loving order and reconciled to the possible. Emotionally, Rousseau remained always a child, resenting conventions, prohibitions, laws. But when he reasoned, he came to realize that within the restrictions necessary for social order, many freedoms can remain, and he ended by perceiving that in a community, liberty is not the victim but the product of law, that it is enlarged rather than lessened by general obedience to restraints collectively self-imposed. Philosophical anarchists and political totalitarians alike can quote Rousseau to their purpose, and alike unjustly, for he recognized that order is freedom's first law, and the order that he spoke for was to be the expression of the general will. Rousseau denied any real contradictions in his philosophy. All my ideas are consistent, but I cannot expound them all at once. He admitted that his book needs rewriting, but I have neither the strength nor the time to do it. When he had the strength, persecution took away his time, and when persecution ceased and time was given, strength had been worn away. In those later years he grew doubtful of his own arguments. Those who pride themselves on thoroughly understanding the social contract are cleverer than I am. In practice, he quite ignored the principles he had there laid down. He never thought of applying them when asked to draw up constitutions for Poland or Corsica. Had he continued in the line of change that he followed after 1762, he would have ended in the arms of the aristocracy and the church, perhaps under the knife of the guillotine. 2. Émile. 1. Education. We can forgive much to an author who could, within 15 months, send forth La Nouvelle Héloïse, February 1761, The Social Contract, April 1762, and Émile, May 1762. All three were published in Amsterdam, but Émile was published also in Paris, with governmental permission secured at great risk by the kindly Malesherbes. Marc Michel Rey, the Amsterdam publisher, deserves a passing salute. Having made unexpected profits from Héloïse, he settled upon Thérèse a life annuity of 300 livres, and foreseeing a greater sale for Émile than for Du Contrat Social, which he had bought for 1,000 livres, he paid Jean-Jacques 6,000 livres for the new and longer manuscript. The book originated partly from discussions with Madame d'Épinay on the education of her son, and took its first form as a minor essay written to please a good mother who was able to think, Madame de Chenonceau, daughter of Madame Dupin. Rousseau thought of it as a sequel to La Nouvelle Héloïse. How should Julie's children be brought up? For a moment he doubted whether a man who had sent all his children to a foundling asylum, and who had failed as a tutor in the Mably family, was fit to talk on parentage and education. But as usual he found it pleasant to give his imagination free rein, unhampered by experience. He studied Montaigne's essays, Fénelon's Télémaque, Rollin's Traité des Études, and Locke's Some Thoughts on Education. His own first discourse was a challenge to him, for it had pictured man as good by nature, but spoiled by civilization, including education. Could that natural goodness be preserved and developed by right education? Helvetius had just given an affirmative answer in De l'Esprit of 1758, but he had presented an argument rather than a plan. Rousseau began by rejecting existing methods as teaching, usually by rote, worn-out and corrupt ideas, as trying to make the child an obedient automaton in a decaying society, as preventing the child from thinking and judging for himself, as deforming him into a mediocrity and brandishing platitudes and classic tags. Such schooling suppressed all natural impulses and made education a torture which every child longed to avoid. But education should be a happy process of natural unfolding, of learning from nature and experience, of freely developing one's capacities into full and zestful living. It should be the art of training men, the conscious guidance of the growing body to health, of the character to morality, of the mind to intelligence, of the feelings to self-control, sociability, and happiness. Rousseau would have wanted a system of public instruction by the state, but as public instruction was then directed by the church, he prescribed a private instruction by an unmarried tutor who would be paid to devote many years of his life to his pupil. The tutor should withdraw the child as much as possible from its parents and relatives, lest it be infected with the accumulated vices of civilization. Rousseau humanized his treatise by imagining himself entrusted with almost full authority over the rearing of a very malleable youth called Emile. It is quite incredible, but Rousseau managed to make these 450 pages the most interesting book ever written on education. When Kant picked up Emile, he became so absorbed that he forgot to take his daily walk. If nature is to be the tutor's guide, he will give the child as much freedom as safety will allow. He will begin by persuading the nurse to free the babe from swaddling clothes, for these impede its growth and the proper development of its limbs. Next, he will have the mother suckle her child instead of turning it over to a wet nurse. For the nurse may injure the child by harshness or neglect, or may earn from it, by conscientious care, the love that should naturally be directed to the mother as the first source and bond of family unity and moral order. Here Rousseau wrote lines that had an admirable effect upon the young mothers of the rising generation. Would you restore all men to their primal duties? Begin with the mother. The results will surprise you. Every evil follows in the train of this first sin. The mother whose children are out of sight wins scanty esteem. There is no home life. The ties of nature are not strengthened by those of habit. Fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters cease to exist. They are almost strangers. How should they love one another? Each thinks of himself. But when mothers deign to nurse their own children, there will be a reform in morals. Natural feeling will revive in every heart. There will be no lack of citizens for the state. This first step will by itself restore mutual affection. The charms of home are the best antidote of vice. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 8, Side 1. The charms of home are the best antidote of vice. The noisy play of children, which we thought so trying, becomes a delight. Mother and father grow dearer to each other. The marriage tie is strengthened. Thus the cure of this one evil would work a widespread reformation. Nature would regain her rights. When women become good mothers, men will become good husbands and fathers. These famous paragraphs made breastfeeding by mothers part of the change in manners that began in the final decade of Louis XV's reign. Buffon had issued a similar appeal a decade before, but it had not reached the women of France. Now the fairest breasts in Paris made their debut as organs of maternity, as well as bewitchments of sex. Rousseau divided the educational career of his pupil into 3 periods: 12 years of childhood, 8 of youth, and an indeterminate age of preparation for marriage and parentage, for economic and social life. In the first period, education is to be almost entirely physical and moral. Books and book learning, even religion, must await the development of the mind. Till he is 12, Emile will not know a word of history, and will hardly have heard any mention of God. Education of the body must come first, so Emile is brought up in the country, as the only place where life can be healthy and natural. Men are not made to be crowded together in ant-hills, but scattered over the earth to till it. The more they are massed together, the more corrupt they become. Disease and vice are the sure results of overcrowded cities. Man's breath is fatal to his fellows. Man is devoured by our towns. In a few generations the race dies out or becomes degenerate. It needs renewal, and is always renewed from the country. Send your children out to renew themselves. Send them to regain in the open field the strength lost in the foul air of our crowded cities. Encourage the boy to love nature and the outdoors, to develop habits of simplicity, to live on natural foods. Is there any food more delectable than that which has been grown in one's own garden? A vegetarian diet is the most wholesome and leads to the least ailments. The indifference of children toward meat is one proof that the taste for meat is unnatural. Their preference is for vegetable foods, milk, pastry, fruit, etc. Beware of changing this natural taste and making your children flesh-eaters. Do this, if not for their health, then for the sake of their character. How can we explain away the fact that great meat-eaters are usually fiercer and more cruel than other men? After proper food, good habits. Emile is to be taught to rise early. We saw the sun rise in midsummer. We shall see it rise at Christmas. We are no lie-a-beds. We enjoy the cold. Emile washes often, and as he grows stronger, he reduces the warmth of the water, till at last he bathes winter and summer in cold, even in ice water. To avoid risk, this change is slow, gradual, imperceptible. He rarely uses any headgear, and he goes barefoot all the year round except when leaving his house and garden. Children should be accustomed to cold rather than heat. Great cold never does them any harm if they are exposed to it soon enough. Encourage the child's natural liking for activity. Don't make him sit still when he wants to run about, nor run when he wants to be quiet. Let him run, jump, and shout to his heart's content. Keep doctors away from him as long as you can. Let him learn by action rather than by books or even by teaching. Let him do things himself. Just give him materials and tools. The clever teacher will arrange problems and tasks and will let his pupil learn by hitting a thumb and stubbing a toe. He will guard him from serious injury, but not from educative pains. Nature is the best guide and should be followed this side of such injury. Let us lay it down as an incontrovertible rule that the first impulses of nature are always right. There is no original sin in the human heart. Never punish your pupil, for he does not know what it means to do wrong. Never make him say, "Forgive me." Wholly unmoral in his actions, he can do nothing morally wrong, and he deserves neither punishment nor reproof. First leave the germ of his character free to show itself. Do not constrain him in anything, so you will better see him as he really is. However, he will need moral education. Without it, he will be dangerous and miserable. But don't preach. If you want your pupil to learn justice and kindness, be yourself just and kind, and he will imitate you. Example, example. Without it, you will never succeed in teaching children anything. Here, too, you can find a natural basis. Both goodness and wickedness, from the viewpoint of society, are innate in man. Education must encourage the good and discourage the bad. Self-love is universal, but it can be modified until it sends a man into mortal peril to preserve his family, his country, or his honor. There are social instincts that preserve the family and the group, as well as egoistic instincts that preserve the individual. Sympathy, pitié, may be derived from self-love, as when we love the parents who nourish and protect us, but it can flower into many forms of social behavior and mutual aid. Hence some kind of conscience seems universal and innate. Cast your eyes over every nation of the world. Peruse every volume of its history. Amid all these strange and cruel forms of worship, in this amazing variety of manners and customs, you will everywhere find the same basic ideas of good and evil. There is, at the bottom of our hearts, an inborn principle of justice and virtue, by which, despite our maxims, we judge our own actions or those of others to be good or evil, and it is this principle that we call conscience. Whereupon Rousseau breaks out into an apostrophe which we shall find almost literally echoed in Kant. Conscience, conscience, divine instinct, immortal voice from heaven, sure guide of a creature ignorant and finite indeed, yet intelligent and free, infallible, judge of good and evil, making man like to God. In thee consists the excellence of man's nature and the morality of his actions. Apart from thee I find nothing in myself to raise me above the beasts, nothing but the sad privilege of wandering from one error to another, by the help of an unbridled intellect and reason which knows no principle. So intellectual education must come only after the formation of moral character. Rousseau laughs at Locke's advice to reason with children. Those children who have been constantly reasoned with strike me as exceptionally silly. Of all human faculties, reason is the last and choicest growth, and you would use this for the child's early training? To make a man reasonable is the coping stone of a good education, and yet you profess to train a child through his reason. You begin at the wrong end. No, we must rather retard mental education. Keep the child's mind, meaning intellect, idle as long as you can. If he has opinions before he is 12, you may be sure they will be absurd. And don't bother him yet with science. This is an endless chase in which everything that we discover merely adds to our ignorance and our foolish pride. Let your pupil learn by experience the life and workings of nature. Let him enjoy the stars without pretending to trace their history. At the age of 12, intellectual education may begin, and Emile may read a few books. He may make a transition from nature to literature by reading Robinson Crusoe, for that is the story of a man who, on his island, went through the various stages through which men passed from savagery to civilization. But by the age of 20, Emile will not have read many books. He will quite ignore the salons and the philosophes. He will not bother with the arts, for the only true beauty is in nature. He will never be a musician, an actor, or an author. Rather, he will have acquired sufficient skill in some trade to earn his living with his hands, if that should ever be necessary. Many a tradeless émigré, 30 years later, would regret having laughed, as Voltaire did, at Rousseau's gentilhomme menuisier, gentleman carpenter. In any case, Emile, though he is heir to a modest fortune, must serve society either manually or mentally. The man who eats in idleness what he has not earned is a thief. 2. Religion. Finally, when Emile is about 18, we may talk to him about God. I am aware that many of my readers will be surprised to find me tracing the course of my scholar through his early years without speaking to him of religion. At 15, he will not even know that he has a soul. At 18, he may not yet be ready to learn about it. If I had to depict the most heartbreaking stupidity, I would paint a pedant teaching children the catechism. If I wanted to drive a child crazy, I would set him to explain what he learned in his catechism. No doubt there is not a moment to be lost if we must deserve eternal salvation, but if the repetition of certain words suffices to obtain it, I do not see why we should not people heaven with starlings and magpies as well as with children. Despite this proclamation, which infuriated the Archbishop of Paris, Rousseau now aimed his sharpest shafts at the philosophes. Picture Voltaire or Diderot reading this. I consulted the philosophes. I found them all alike proud, assertive, dogmatic, professing, even in their so-called skepticism, to know everything, proving nothing, scoffing at one another. This last trait struck me as the only point in which they were right. Braggarts in attack, they are weaklings in defense. Weigh their arguments, they are all destructive. Count their voices, each speaks for himself alone. There is not one of them who, if he chanced to discover the difference between falsehood and truth, would not prefer his own lie to the truth which another had discovered. Where is the philosophe who would not deceive the whole world for his own glory? While he continued to condemn intolerance, Rousseau, reversing Bayle, denounced atheism as more dangerous than fanaticism. He offered to his readers a profession of faith, by which he hoped to turn the tide from the atheism of D'Holbach, Helvétius, and Diderot back to belief in God, free will, and immortality. He remembered the two abbés, Guesme and Gattier, whom he had met in his youth. He welded them into an imaginary vicar in Savoy, and he put into the mouth of this village curé the feelings and arguments that justified, in Rousseau's view, a return to religion. The vicaire Savoyard is pictured as the priest of a small parish in the Italian Alps. He privately admits to some skepticism. He doubts the divine inspiration of the prophets, the miracles of the apostles and the saints, and the authenticity of the Gospels. And like Hume, he asks, who will venture to tell me how many eyewitnesses are required to make a miracle credible? He rejects petitional prayer. Our prayers should be hymns to the glory of God and expressions of submission to his will. Many items in the Catholic creed seem to him to be superstition or mythology. Nevertheless, he feels that he can best serve his people by saying nothing of his doubts and practicing kindness and charity to all, believers and unbelievers alike, and performing faithfully all the ritual of the Roman Church. Virtue is necessary to happiness. Belief in God, free will, heaven and hell is necessary to virtue. Religions, despite their crimes, have made men and women more virtuous, at least less cruel and villainous than they might otherwise have been. When these religions preach doctrines that seem unreasonable or weary us with ceremony, we should silence our doubts for the sake of the group. Even from the standpoint of philosophy, religion is essentially right. The vicar begins like Descartes. I exist, and I have senses through which I receive impressions. This is the first work that strikes me, and I am forced to accept it. He makes short work of Berkeley. The cause of my sensations is outside of me, for they affect me whether I have any reason for them or not. They are produced and destroyed independently of me. Thus other entities exist besides myself. A third step answers Hume and anticipates Kant. I find that I have the power of comparing my sensations, so I am endowed with an active force for dealing with experience. This mind cannot be interpreted as a form of matter. There is no sign of a material or mechanical process in the act of thought. How an immaterial mind can act upon a material body is beyond our understanding, but it is a fact immediately perceived, and not to be denied for the sake of some abstract reasoning. Philosophers must learn to recognize that something may be true even if they cannot understand it, and especially when it is, of all truths, the one most immediately perceived. The next step, the vicar admits, is mere reasoning. I do not perceive God, but I reason that just as in my voluntary actions there is a mind as the perceived cause of motion, so there is probably a cosmic mind behind the motions of the universe. God is unknowable, but I feel that he is there and everywhere. I see design in 1,000 instances, from the structure of my eyes to the movements of the stars. I should no more think of attributing to chance, however often multiplied, à la Diderot, the adjustment of means to ends in living organisms and the system of the world, than I would ascribe to chance the delectable assemblage of letters in printing the Aeneid. If there is an intelligent deity behind the marvels of the universe, it is incredible that he will allow justice to be permanently defeated. If only to avoid the desolating belief in the victory of evil, I must believe in a good God assuring the triumph of good. Therefore I must believe in an afterlife, in a heaven of reward for virtue. And though I am revolted by the idea of hell, and would rather believe that the wicked suffer hell in their own hearts. Yet I will accept even that awful doctrine if it is necessary for controlling the evil impulses of mankind. In that case I would implore God not to make the pains of hell everlasting. Hence the doctrine of purgatory as a place of abbreviable punishment for all but the most persistent and unrepentant sinners is more humane than the division of all the dead between the forever blessed and the eternally damned. Granted that we cannot prove the existence of heaven, how cruel it is to take from people this hope that solaces them in their grief and sustains them in their defeats. Without belief in God and an afterlife, morality is imperiled and life is meaningless, for in an atheistic philosophy, life is a mechanical accident passing through 1,000 sufferings to an agonizing and eternal death. Consequently, we must accept religion as, all in all, a vital boon to mankind. Nor need we make much account of the different sects into which Christianity has been torn. They are all good if they improve conduct and nourish hope. It is ridiculous and indecent to suppose that those who have other creeds, gods, and sacred scriptures than our own will be damned. If there were but one religion on earth, and all beyond its pale were condemned to eternal punishment, the God of that religion would be the most unjust and cruel of tyrants. So Emile will not be taught any particular form of Christianity, but we will give him the means to choose for himself according to the right use of his reason. The best way is to continue in the religion that we inherited from our parents or our community. And to Rousseau himself his imaginary vicar's counsel is, return to your own country, go back to the religion of your fathers, follow it in sincerity of heart, and never forsake it. It is very simple and very holy. In no other religion is the morality purer, or the doctrine more satisfying to reason. Rousseau, in 1754, had anticipated this counsel, had returned to Geneva and its creed. However, he had not kept his promise to come and dwell there after settling his affairs in France. In the Letters from the Mountain, which he wrote 10 years later, he repudiated, as we shall see, most of the faith of his fathers. In his final decade we shall find him advising religion to others, but giving hardly any sign of religious belief or practice in his daily life. Protestants and Catholics, Calvinists and Jesuits, joined in attacking him and his vicarious profession of faith as essentially unchristian. The education he proposed for Emile shocked Christian readers as in effect irreligious, for they suspected that an average youth brought up to no religion would not adopt one later except for social convenience. Despite his formal acceptance of Calvinism, Rousseau rejected the doctrine of original sin and the redemptive role of the death of Christ. He refused to accept the Old Testament as the Word of God, and thought the New Testament full of incredible things repugnant to reason. But he loved the Gospels as the most moving and inspiring of all books. Can a book at once so grand and so simple be the work of men? Is it possible that he whose history is contained therein is no more than a man? What gentleness and purity in his actions! What a touching grace in his teachings! How lofty are his sayings! How profoundly wise are his sermons! How just and discriminating are his replies! What man, what sage, can live, suffer, and die without weakness or ostentation? If the life and death of Socrates are those of a philosopher, the life and death of Christ are those of a god. 3. Love and Marriage. When Rousseau ended the 50 pages of the Savoyard Vicar and turned back to Emile, he faced the problems of sex and marriage. Should he tell his pupil about sex? Not till he asks about it. Then tell him the truth. But do everything consistent with truth and health to retard sexual consciousness. In any case, don't stimulate it. When the critical age approaches, present to young people such spectacles as will restrain rather than excite them sexually. Remove them from great cities where the flaunted attire and boldness of the women hasten and anticipate the promptings of nature, where everything offers to their view pleasures of which they should know nothing till they are of an age to choose for themselves. If their taste for the arts keeps them in town, guard them from a dangerous idleness. Choose carefully their company, their occupations, and their pleasures. show them nothing but modest and pathetic pictures, and nourish their sensibility without stimulating their senses. Rousseau worried about the dire results of a practice about which he seems to have had first-hand experience. Never leave the young man day or night, and at least share his room. Never let him go to bed till he is sleepy, and let him rise as soon as he wakes. If once he acquires this dangerous habit, he is ruined. From that time forward, body and soul will be enervated. He will carry to the grave the effects of the most fatal habit which a young man can acquire. And he lays down the law to his pupil. If you cannot master your passions, dear Emile, I pity you, but I shall not hesitate for a moment. I will not permit the purposes of nature to be evaded. If you must be a slave, I prefer to surrender you to a tyrant from whom I may deliver you. Whatever happens, I can free you more easily from slavery to women than from yourself. But don't let your associates tease you into a brothel. Why do these young men want to persuade you? Because they wish to seduce you. Their only motive is a secret spite because they see you are better than they are. They want to drag you down to their level. It is better to marry. But whom? The tutor describes his ideal of a girl, a woman, and a wife, and strives to imprint that ideal upon Emile's mind as a guide and a goal in searching for a mate. Rousseau feared masculine, domineering, immodest women. He saw the fall of civilization in the rule of increasingly masculine women over increasingly feminine men. In every land, the men are the sort that the women make them. Restore women to womanhood, and we shall be men again. The women of Paris usurp the rights of one sex without wishing to renounce those of the other. Consequently, they possess none in their fullness. They do these things better in Protestant countries, where modesty is not a jest among sophists, but a promise of faithful motherhood. A woman's place is in the home, as among the ancient Greeks. She should accept her husband as a master, but in the home she should be supreme. In that way, the health of the race will be preserved. The education of girls should aim to produce such women. They should be educated at home by their mothers. They should learn all the arts of the home, from cooking to embroidery. They should get much religion, and as early as possible, for this will help them to modesty, virtue, and obedience. A daughter should accept without question the religion of her mother, but a wife should accept the religion of her husband. In any case, let her avoid philosophy and scorn to be a salonière. However, a girl should not be suppressed into a dull timidity. She should be lively, merry, and eager. She should sing and dance to her heart's content, and enjoy all the innocent pleasures of youth. Let her go to balls and sports, even to theaters, under proper supervision and in good company. Her mind should be kept active and alert if she is ever to be a fit wife for a thinking man, and she may be allowed a certain amount of coquetry as part of the complex game by which she tests her suitors and chooses her mate. The proper study of womankind is man. When this ideal of girlhood and womanhood has been fixed in Emile's hopes, he may go out and seek a mate. He, not his parents or his tutor, shall make the choice, but he owes it to them and to their loving care of him through many years to consult them respectfully. You wish to go to the big city and look at the girls who are on display there? Very well. We shall go to Paris. You will see for yourself what these exciting demoiselles are. So Emile lives in Paris a while, mingles in society, but he finds there no girl of the kind his sly tutor has described. Then farewell, Paris, far-famed Paris, with all your noise and smoke and dirt, where the women have ceased to believe in honor and the men in virtue. We are in search of love, happiness, and innocence. The farther we go from Paris, the better. And so tutor and pupil are back in the country, and lo, in a quiet hamlet far from the madding crowd, they come upon Sophie. Here, in Book 5, Rousseau's treatise becomes a love story, idealized but delightful, and told with the skill of an accomplished writer. After those long discourses on education, politics, and religion, he returns to romance, and while Thérèse is busy with housework, he resumes his dreams of that gentle woman whom he has found only in scattered moments of his wanderings, and he names her from his latest flame. This new Sophie is the daughter of a once prosperous gentleman who now lives in contented retirement and simplicity. She is healthy, lovely, modest, tender, and useful. She helps her mother with quick and quiet competence in everything. There is nothing that she cannot do with her needle. Emile finds reason to come again, and she finds reason for his further visits. Gradually it dawns upon him that Sophie has all the qualities that his tutor pictured as ideal. What a divine coincidence! After several weeks he reaches the dizzy height of kissing the hem of her garment. More weeks, and they are betrothed. Rousseau insists that this shall be a formal and solemn ceremony. Every measure must be taken, by ritual and elsewise, to exalt and fix in the memory the sanctity of the marriage bond. Then, when Emile trembles on the edge of bliss, the incredible tutor, throwing liberty and nature to the winds, makes him leave his betrothed for 2 years of absence and travel to test their affection and fidelity. Emile weeps and obeys. When he returns, still miraculously virginal, he finds Sophie dutifully intact. They marry, and the tutor instructs them on their duties to each other. He bids Sophie be obedient to her husband, except in bed and board. You will long rule him by love if you make your favors scarce and precious. Let Emile honor his wife's chastity without complaining of her coldness. The book concludes with a triune victory. One morning Emile enters my room and embraces me, saying, "My master, congratulate your son. He hopes soon to have the honor of being a father. What a responsibility will be ours! How much we shall need you! Yet God forbid that I should let you educate the son as well as the father. God forbid that so sweet and holy a task should be fulfilled by anyone but myself. But continue to be the teacher of the young teachers. Advise and control us. We shall be easily led. As long as I live, I shall need you. You have done your duty. Teach me to follow your example, while you enjoy the leisure you have earned so well." After 2 centuries of laudation, ridicule, and experiment, the world is generally agreed that Emile is beautiful, suggestive, and impossible. Education is a dull subject, for we remember it with pain, we do not care to hear about it, and we resent any further imposition of it after we have served our time at school. Yet of this forbidding topic Rousseau made a charming romance. The simple, direct, personal style captivates us, despite some flowery exaltations. We are drawn along and surrender ourselves to the omniscient tutor, though we should hesitate to surrender our sons. Having extolled maternal care and family life, Rousseau takes Emile from his parents and brings him up in antiseptic isolation from the society in which he must later live. Never having brought up children, he does not know that the average child is by nature a jealous, acquisitive, domineering little thief. If we wait till he learns discipline without commandments and industry without instruction, he will graduate into an indolent, shiftless, and anarchic misfit, unwashed, unkempt, and unbearable. And where shall we find tutors willing to give 20 years to educating one child? That kind of care and attention, said Madame de Staël in 1810, would compel every man to devote his whole life to the education of another being, and only grandfathers would at last be freed to attend to their own careers. Probably Rousseau recognized these and other difficulties after he recovered from the ecstasy of composition. At Strasbourg in 1765, an enthusiast came to him bursting with compliments. "You see, sir, a man who brings up his sons on the principles which he had the happiness to learn from your Emile." "So much the worse, sir, for you and your son," growled Rousseau. In the 5th of his Letters from the Mountain, he explained that he had written the book not for ordinary parents, but for sages. "I made clear in the preface that my concern was rather to offer the plan of a new system of education for the consideration of sages, and not a method for fathers and mothers." Like his master Plato, he took the child away from the contagion of his parents in the hope that the child, graduating from a saving education, would then be fit to rear his own children. And like Plato, he laid up in heaven a pattern of a perfect state or method, so that he who desires may behold it, and beholding may govern himself accordingly. He announced his dream, and trusted that somewhere, to some men and women, it would carry inspiration and make for betterment. It did. Chapter 8. Rousseau Outcast. 1762-67. 1. Flight. It is remarkable that a book containing, as did Emile, so open an attack upon all but the fundamentals of Christianity, should have passed the censor and been printed in France. But the censor was the tolerant and sympathetic Malesherbes. Before allowing publication, he urged Rousseau to delete some passages that would almost certainly rouse the Church to active hostility. Rousseau refused. Other heretics had escaped personal prosecution by using pseudonyms, but Rousseau bravely stated his authorship on the title pages of his books. While the philosophe denounced Emile as further treason to philosophy, the prelates of France and the magistrates of Paris and Geneva condemned it as apostasy from Christianity. The anti-Jansenist Archbishop of Paris prepared for August 1762 a powerful mandement against the book. The pro-Jansenist Parlement of Paris was engaged in expelling the Jesuits. It wished, nevertheless, to display its zeal for Catholicism. The appearance of Emile offered an opportunity to strike a blow for the Church. The Council of State, at war with the Parlement, and unwilling to lag behind it in zeal for orthodoxy, proposed to arrest Rousseau. Getting wind of this, his aristocratic friends advised him to leave France at once. On June 8th, Madame de Créquy sent him an excited message. "It is only too true that an order has been issued for your arrest. In the name of God, go away. The burning of your book will do no harm, but your person cannot stand imprisonment. Consult your neighbors." The neighbors were the Maréchal and Maréchale de Luxembourg. They feared involvement if Rousseau were arrested. They and the Prince de Conti urged him to flee and gave him funds and a carriage for the long ride across France to Switzerland. He yielded reluctantly. He commended Thérèse to the Maréchal's care and left Montmorency on June 9th. On that day a decree was issued for Rousseau's arrest, but it was executed with merciful tardiness, for many in the government were glad to let him escape. On that same day, Maître Omer Joly de Fleury, brandishing a copy of Emile, told the Parlement of Paris that this work appears to have been composed solely with the aim of reducing everything to natural religion and of developing that criminal system in the author's plan for the education of his pupil, that he regards all religions as equally good and as all having their reasons in the climate, the government, and the character of the people, that in consequence he dares seek to destroy the truth of sacred Scripture and the prophecies, the certitude of the miracles described in the holy books, the infallibility of revelation, and the authority of the Church. He ridicules and blasphemes the Christian religion, which alone has God for its author. The author of this book, who has had the boldness to sign his name to it, should be arrested as soon as possible. It is important that justice should make an example, with all severity, both of the author and of those who have shared in printing or distributing such a work. Thereupon the Parlement ordered that the said book shall be torn and burned in the court of the Palace of Justice, at the foot of the grand staircase by the high executioner. All those who have copies of the book shall deliver them to the register to be destroyed. No publisher shall print or sell or distribute this book. All sellers or distributors thereof shall be arrested and punished according to the rigor of the law. And J. Rousseau shall be apprehended and brought to the Conciergerie prison of the palace. On June 11th, Emile was torn and burned as ordered, but by June 11th, Rousseau had reached Switzerland. The moment I was in the territory of Bern, I bade the postilion stop. I got out of my carriage, prostrated myself, kissed the ground, and exclaimed in a transport of joy, "Heaven, protector of virtue, be praised. I touch a land of liberty." He was not quite sure. He drove on to Yverdon, near the south end of the Lake of Neuchâtel, in the canton of Bern. There he stayed for a month with his old friend Roguin. Should he seek a home in Geneva? But on June 19th, the Council of 25, ruling Geneva, condemned both Emile and the social contract as impious, scandalous, bold, full of blasphemies and calumnies against religion. Under the appearance of doubts, the author has assembled everything that could tend to sap, shake, and destroy the principal foundations of the revealed Christian religion. These books are so much the more dangerous and reprehensible as they are written in French, not in esoteric Latin, in the most seductive style, and appear over the name of Citizen of Geneva. Accordingly, the council ordered both books to be burned, prohibited their sale, and decreed arrest for Rousseau should he ever enter the territory of the Republic. The Genevan clergy made no protest against this repudiation of Geneva's most famous living son. Doubtless they feared that any sympathy shown by them to the author of the Savoyard vicar's profession of faith would confirm d'Alembert's revelation of their secret Unitarian sentiments. Jacob Verne, Rousseau's friend of many years, turned against him and demanded a retraction. If, Rousseau recalled, there was any rumor amongst the populace, it was unfavorable to me, and I was publicly treated by all the gossips and pedants like a pupil threatened with a flogging for not having recited his catechism rightly. Voltaire was touched by the situation of his rival. He had read Émile. His comments can still be seen on his copy in the Bibliothèque de Genève. In a letter of June 15th, he had written of the book, "It is a hodgepodge of a silly wet nurse in 4 volumes, with 40 pages against Christianity, among the boldest ever known. He says as many hurtful things against the philosophers as against Jesus Christ, but the philosophers will be more indulgent than the priests." In any case, he admired the profession of faith. 50 good pages, he called them, but added, "It is regrettable that they should have been written by such a knave." To Madame du Deffand he wrote, "I shall always love the author of the Vicaire Savoyard, whatever he has done, and whatever he may do." When he heard that Jean-Jacques was homeless, he cried out, "Let him come here," to Vernet. "He must come. I shall receive him with open arms. He shall be master here more than I. I shall treat him like my own son." He sent this invitation to 7 different addresses. It must have reached one address, for Rousseau later expressed regret that he had made no reply. In 1763, Voltaire renewed the invitation. Rousseau declined it, and accused Voltaire of having incited the Council of 25 to condemn the social contract and Émile. Voltaire denied this, apparently with truth. Early in July 1762, the Senate of Berne notified Rousseau that it could not tolerate his presence on Bernese soil. He must leave it within 15 days or face imprisonment. Meanwhile, he received a kindly note from d'Alembert advising him to seek domicile in the Principality of Neuchâtel. This was under the jurisdiction of Frederick the Great, and was governed by Earl Maréchal George Keith, who, said d'Alembert, would receive and treat you as the patriarchs of the Old Testament received and treated persecuted virtue. Rousseau hesitated, for he had spoken critically of Frederick as a tyrant in philosophic disguise. Nevertheless, on July 10, 1762, he accepted the invitation of Roguin's niece, Madame de la Tour, to occupy a house belonging to her in Motier-Travers, 15 miles southwest of the city of Neuchâtel, in what Boswell was to describe as a beautiful wild valley surrounded by immense mountains. About July 11th, Jean-Jacques appealed to the governor and, with characteristic humility and pride, wrote to the King of Prussia, "I have said a good deal that is bad about you. I shall probably say more such things. However, chased from France, from Geneva, from the canton of Berne, I have come to seek an asylum in your states. Sir, I have not merited grace from you, and I do not ask any, but I have felt that I ought to declare to your Majesty that I am in your power, and that I have willed to be so. Your Majesty may dispose of me as you like." At an uncertain date, Frederick, still in the 7 Years' War, wrote to Keith, "We must succor this poor unfortunate. His only offense is to have strange opinions, which he thinks are good ones. I will send 100 crowns, from which you will be kind enough to give him as much as he needs. I think he will accept them in kind more readily than in cash. If we were not at war, if we were not ruined, I would build him a hermitage with a garden where he could live as I believe our first fathers did. I think poor Rousseau has missed his vocation. He was obviously born to be a famous anchorite, a desert father, celebrated for his austerities and flagellations. I conclude that the morals of your savage are as pure as his mind is illogical." The Maréchal, whom Rousseau speaks of as a gaunt, aged, absent-minded saint, sent him provisions, coal, and wood, and proposed to build me a little house. Jean-Jacques interpreted this offer as coming from Frederick, and refused it, but from that moment I became so sincerely attached to him that I interested myself as much in his glory as until then I had thought his successes unjust. On November 1st, as the war was nearing its end, he wrote to Frederick prescribing the tasks of peace. "Sire, you are my protector and my benefactor, and I have a heart made for gratitude. I want to acquit myself with you if I can. You want to give me bread. Is there none of your subjects who lacks it? Take away from before my eyes that sword that flashes and wounds me. The career of kings of your metal is great, and you are still far from your time. But time is pressing. There is not a moment left you to lose. Can you resolve to die without having been the greatest of men?" Could I ever be permitted to see Frederick the Just and Feared cover his states at last with a happy people whose father he would be, then Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the enemy of kings, would go to die of joy at the foot of his throne. Frederick made no known answer, but when Keith went to Berlin, the king told him he had received a scolding from Rousseau. Apparently assured of a home, Jean-Jacques sent for Thérèse to join him. He was not certain that she would come, for he had long perceived her affection to grow colder. He ascribed this to his having ceased to have sexual relations with her, since a connection with women was prejudicial to my health. Perhaps now she would prefer Paris to Switzerland. But she came. They had a tearful reunion, and looked forward at last to some years of peace. 2. Rousseau and the Archbishop. Their next 4 years were their unhappiest. The Calvinist clergy of Neuchâtel publicly denounced Rousseau as a heretic, and the magistrates forbade the sale of Émile. Perhaps to appease them, or in sincere desire to follow the precepts of his vicar, Rousseau asked the pastor at Motier might he join the congregation. Thérèse remained Catholic. He was accepted, attended worship, and received communion with an emotion of heart and my eyes suffused with tears of tenderness. He gave a handle to ridicule by adopting Armenian costume, fur bonnet, caftan, and girdle. The long robe allowed him to conceal the effects of his urinary obstruction. He attended church in this garb, and wore it in visiting Lord Keith, who made no comment upon it except to wish him salam aleikum. He continued to add to his income by copying music. Now he added needlework and learned to make lace. Like the women, I carried my cushion with me when I made visits or sat down to work at my door. This enabled me to pass my time with my female neighbors without weariness. Probably about this time, late 1762, his publishers prevailed upon him to begin writing his confessions. He had forsworn authorship, but this would not be authorship so much as a defense of his character and conduct against a world of enemies, and especially against charges of the philosophe and the gossip of the salons. Furthermore, he had to answer a great variety of correspondence. Women especially offered him the consoling incense of their adoration, and not only because of their sympathy with the hunted author of a famous romance, but because they longed to revert to religion, and saw in the Savoyard vicar and his creator no real foe of faith, but its brave champion against a desolating atheism. For such women and several men he became a father-confessor, a director of souls and consciences. He advised them to remain in or return to the religion of their youth, regardless of all the difficulties that science and philosophy had suggested. Those incredibilities were not of the essence, and might be silently put aside. What mattered was trust in God and immortality. With that faith and hope one could rise above all the unintelligible disasters of nature, all the pains and griefs of life. A young Catholic in rebellion against his religion asked for sympathy. Rousseau, forgetting his own rebellions, told him not to make so much ado about incidentals. "If I had been born Catholic, I would have remained Catholic, knowing well that your Church puts a very salutary restraint upon the wanderings of human reason, which finds neither bottom nor bank when it would sound the abysses of things." To nearly all these suitors for wisdom he advised a flight from the city to the country. Women who had been shocked by complexity to a natural simplicity of life fell in love, if only through correspondence, with this unworldly heretic whom all the churches denounced. Madame de Blot, titled and respected, exclaimed to a company of lords and ladies, "Only the loftiest virtue could keep a woman of true sensibility from devoting her life to Rousseau, if she were certain he would love her passionately." Madame de la Tour mistook some compliments in his letters for an avowal of love. She responded tenderly, warmly, effusively. She sent him her portrait, protesting that it did not do her justice. She grew despondent when he replied with the calmness of a man who had never seen her. Yet other worshippers wished to kiss the ground he walked on. Some raised altars to him in their hearts. Some called him the reborn Christ. At times he took them seriously, and thought of himself as the crucified founder of a new faith. Amid these exaltations, as if to confirm the analogy, a high priest of the temple aroused the people to condemn him as a dangerous revolutionary. On August 20th, 1762, Christophe de Beaumont, Archbishop of Paris, issued a mandate to all priests in his diocese to read to their congregations and to publish to the world his 29-page denunciation of Émile. He was a man of rigorous orthodoxy and saintly repute. He had fought against the Jansenists, the Encyclopédie, and the Philosophe. Now it seemed to him that Rousseau, after apparently breaking away from the infidels, had joined them in attacking the faith upon which, in the Archbishop's view, rested the whole social order and moral life of France. He began by quoting St. Paul's second epistle to Timothy. "There will come perilous days of men enamored of themselves, bold and proud blasphemers, impious calumniators, swollen with arrogance, lovers of pleasure rather than God, men corrupt in spirit and perverse in faith." Surely those times had come. Unbelief, emboldened by all the passions, presents itself under every form to adapt itself in some way to all ages, characters, and degrees. Sometimes it borrows a style light, agreeable, and frivolous, hence so many tales as obscene as they are impious, Voltaire's Roman, amusing the imagination as a means of seducing the mind and corrupting the heart. Sometimes, affecting profundity and sublimity in its views, it pretends to go back to the first principles of knowledge, and to assume divine authority in order to throw off a yoke which, they say, dishonors mankind. Sometimes it declaims like a raging woman against religious zeal, and yet with enthusiasm preaches universal toleration. And sometimes, uniting all these diverse manners of speech, it mixes the serious with the playful, pure maxims with obscenities, great truths with great errors, the faith with blasphemy. In a word, it undertakes to reconcile light with darkness, Jesus Christ with Belial. This, said the Archbishop, was especially the method of Émile, a book full of the language of philosophy without being truly philosophy, replete with bits of knowledge which have not enlightened the author and must only confuse his readers. A man given to paradoxes of opinions and conduct, a lying simplicity of manners with pomp of thought, ancient maxims with a madness of innovation, the obscurity of his retreat with the desire to be known by all the world. He denounces the sciences and cultivates them. He praises the excellence of the gospel and destroys its teachings. He has made himself the preceptor of the human race to deceive it, the monitor of the public to mislead the world, the oracle of the century to destroy it. What an enterprise! The Archbishop was appalled by Rousseau's proposal to make no mention of God or religion to Émile before the age of 12 or even 18. So then, all nature would in vain have declared the glory of their Creator, and all moral instruction would forfeit the support of religious faith. But man is not by nature good, as the author supposed. He is born with the taint of original sin. He shares in the general corruption of humanity. The wise educator, best of all, a priest guided by divine grace, will use every just means to nourish the good impulses in men and to weed out the evil. Therefore he will feed the child with the spiritual milk of religion, that it may grow toward salvation. Only by such education can the child develop into a sincere worshipper of the true God and a faithful subject of the sovereign. So much sin and crime survive even this assiduous instruction. Imagine what they would be without it. A torrent of wickedness would engulf us. For these reasons, concluded the Archbishop, after having consulted several persons distinguished for their piety and wisdom, and having invoked the holy name of God, we condemn the said book as containing an abominable doctrine, subversive of natural law and the foundations of the Christian religion. as establishing principles contrary to the moral teaching of the Gospels, as tending to disturb the peace of states and lead the revolt against the authority of the sovereign, as containing a very great number of propositions false, scandalous, full of hatred against the Church and her ministers. Therefore we expressly forbid each and every person in our diocese to read or keep the said book under the penalties of the law. This mandate was printed with the privilege of the king, and soon reached Moitié-Travers. Rousseau, always resolving to write no more, decided to reply. Before he put down his pen, on November 18, 1762, he had let his answer run to 128 pages. It was printed at Amsterdam in March 1763 as Jean-Jacques Rousseau, citoyen de Genève, à Christophe de Beaumont, archevêque de Paris. It was soon condemned by the Parlement of Paris and the Council of Geneva. Attacked by both the leading religions of Europe, Rousseau retaliated by assailing them both. Now the shy romantic who had disowned the philosophe repeated their arguments with reckless audacity. He opened with a question that all opponents in the unending debate still ask of each other. Why must I say anything to you, Monseigneur? What common language can we speak? How can we understand each other? He regretted that he had ever written books. He had not done this till he was 38, and he had fallen into this error by the accident of noticing that miserable question of the Dijon Academy. The critics of his discourse had led him to reply. Dispute led to dispute, and I found myself, so to speak, becoming an author at an age when one usually abandons authorship. From that time to this, repose and friends have disappeared. In all his career he claimed he had been more ardent than enlightened, but sincere in everything, simple and good, but sensitive and weak, often doing evil and always loving the good, adhering rather to my sentiments than to my interests, fearing God without fearing hell, reasoning on religion but without libertinage, loving neither impiety nor fanaticism, but hating the intolerant more than the freethinkers, confessing my faults to my friends and my opinions to all the world. He mourned less the Catholic than the Calvinist condemnation of Émile. He who had proudly called himself citoyen de Genève had fled from France, hoping to breathe in his native city the air of freedom, and to find there a welcome that would console him for his humiliations. But now, what am I to say? My heart closes up, my hand trembles, the pen falls from it. I must be silent. I must consume in secret the bitterest of my griefs. Behold the man who, in the century so celebrated for philosophy, reason, and humanity, dared to defend the cause of God. Behold him branded, proscribed, hunted from country to country, from refuge to refuge, without regard for his poverty, without pity for his infirmities. Finding asylum at last under an illustrious and enlightened prince, and secluding himself in a little village hidden among the mountains of Switzerland, thinking at last to find obscurity and peace, but pursued even there by the anathemas of priests. This archbishop, a virtuous man, as noble in soul as in birth, should have reproved the persecutors. Instead, he authorized them shamelessly, he who should have pleaded the cause of the oppressed. Rousseau perceived that the archbishop was particularly offended by the doctrine that men are born good, or at least not evil. Beaumont realized that if this were true, if man is not tainted at birth by inheriting the guilt of Adam and Eve, then the doctrine of atonement by Christ would fall, and this doctrine was the very heart of the Christian creed. Rousseau answered that the doctrine of original sin is nowhere clearly stated in the Bible. He realized that the archbishop was shocked by the proposal to defer religious instruction. He replied that the education of children by nuns and priests had not lessened sin or crime. Those pupils grown up had lost their fear of hell, and preferred a small pleasure at hand to all paradise in promise. And those priests themselves, were they models of virtue in contemporary France? Nevertheless, I am a Christian, sincerely Christian, according to the doctrine of the gospel, not a Christian as a disciple of the priests, but as a disciple of Jesus Christ. Then, with an eye on Geneva, Rousseau added, Happy to have been born in the holiest and most reasonable religion on the earth, I remain inviolably attached to the faith of my fathers. Like them, I take Scripture and reason as the sole rules of my belief. He felt the reproach of those who told him that, though all men of intelligence think as you do, it is not good that the commonalty, le vulgaire, should think so. This is what they cry out to me on every side. This perhaps is what you yourself would tell me if we two were alone in your study. Such are men. They change their language with their clothes. They speak the truth only in their dressing gowns. In their public dress they know only how to lie. And not only are they deceivers and impostors in the face of mankind, but they are not ashamed to punish against their own conscience whoever refuses to be public cheats and liars like themselves. This difference between what we believe and what we preach is at the heart of the corruption in modern civilization. There are prejudices which we should respect, but not if they turn education into a massive deception and undermine the moral basis of society. And if those prejudices become murderous, shall we still be silent about their crimes? I do not say, nor do I think that there is no good religion, but I do say that there is none among those which have been dominant that has not inflicted cruel wounds upon humanity. All sects have tormented others. All have offered to God the sacrifice of human blood. Whatever may be the source of these contradictions, they exist. Is it a crime to wish to remove them? Toward the end of his reply, Rousseau defended his Émile lovingly and wondered why no statue had been raised to its author. Assuming that I have made some mistakes, even that I have always been wrong, is no indulgence due to a book in which one feels everywhere, even in its errors, even in the harm that may be in it, a sincere love of the good and a zeal for the truth? A book which breathes only peace, gentleness, patience, love of order, and obedience to the laws in everything, even in the matter of religion? A book in which the cause of religion is so well established, where morals are so respected, where wickedness is painted as folly and virtue as so lovable? Yes, I do not fear to say it. If there were in Europe a single government truly enlightened, it would render public honors to the author of Émile. It would raise statues to him. I know men too well to expect such recognition. I do not know them well enough to expect that which they have done. They have raised statues to him. 3. Rousseau and the Calvinists. The letter to Christophe Beaumont pleased only a few free-thinkers in France and a few political rebels in Switzerland. Of 23 refutations addressed to the author, nearly all were from Protestants. The Calvinist clergy of Geneva saw in the letter an attack upon miracles and biblical inspiration. To condone such heresies would be to invite again the danger to which they had been exposed by d'Alembert. Angry at the failure of Genevan liberals to speak out in his defense, Rousseau, on May 12, 1763, sent to the Grand Council of Geneva a renunciation of his citizenship. This action won some audible support. On June 18th, the delegation submitted to the first syndic of the Republic a very humble and respectful representation of citizens and burghers of Geneva, which, among other grievances, complained that the judgment against Rousseau had been illegal, and that the confiscation of copies of Émile from Genevan bookstores had invaded property rights. The Council of 25 rejected the protest, and in September the public prosecutor, Jean-Robert Tronchin, cousin of Voltaire's doctor, issued Lettre écrite de la Campagne, defending the disputed actions of the Council. The Representant appealed to Rousseau to answer Tronchin. Never willing to let bad enough alone, Rousseau published in December 1764 9 Lettres écrites de la Montagne, a retort from his mountain home to the oligarchy of the Genevan plain. Furious against clergy as well as council, he attacked Calvinism as well as Catholicism, and burned nearly all his bridges behind him. Formally, he addressed the letters to the leader of the Representant. He began by dealing with the harm done to himself through the hasty condemnation of his books and his person, without any opportunity for defense. He admitted the imperfections of his books. I myself have found a great number of errors in them. I doubt not that others may see many more, and that there are still others that neither I nor others have perceived. After having heard both parties, the public will judge. The book will triumph or fall, and the case is closed. But was the book pernicious? Could anyone read La Nouvelle Héloïse and the profession de foi du vicaire Savoyard, and really believe that their author intended to destroy religion? True, these writings sought to destroy superstition as the most terrible plague of mankind, the sorrow of sages, and the tool of tyranny. But did they not affirm the necessity of religion? The author is accused of not believing in Christ. He believes in Christ, but in a different way from his accusers. We recognize the authority of Jesus Christ because our intelligence agrees with his precepts and we find them sublime. We admit revelation as emanating from the Spirit of God without our knowing how. Recognizing a divine authority in the gospel, we believe that Jesus Christ was clothed with this authority. We recognize a more than human virtue in his conduct and a more than human wisdom in his teaching. The second letter, forgetting the social contract, denied the right of a civic council to judge in matters of religion. A basic principle of the Protestant Reformation, the right of the individual to interpret Scripture for himself, had been violated in condemning Emile. If you prove to me today that in matters of faith I am obliged to submit to the decisions of someone else, tomorrow I shall become a Catholic. Rousseau admitted that the Reformers in their turn had become persecutors of individual interpretation, but this did not invalidate the principle without which the Protestant revolt against the papal authority would have been unjust. He accused the Calvinist clergy, except my pastor, of taking over the intolerant spirit of Catholicism. If they had been true to the spirit of the Reformation, they would have defended his right to publish his own interpretation of the Bible. He now had a good word to say for d'Alembert's view of the Genevan clergy. A philosopher casts a quick glance upon them. He penetrates them, sees that they are Arians, Socinians. He says so and thinks to do them honor. But he does not see that he is endangering their temporal interests, the only matter that generally determines, here below, the faith of men. In his third letter he took up the charge that he had rejected miracles. If we define a miracle as a violation of the laws of nature, we can never know if anything is a miracle, for we do not know all the laws of nature. Even then, every day saw a new miracle achieved by science, not in contravention, but through greater knowledge of nature's laws. Anciently, the prophets made fire descend from the sky at their word. Today, children do as much with a little piece of burning glass. Joshua made the sun stop. Any almanac maker can promise the same result by calculating a solar eclipse. And as Europeans who perform such wonders among barbarians are thought by these to be gods, so the miracles of the past, even those of Jesus, may have been natural results misinterpreted by the populace as divine interruptions of natural law. Perhaps Lazarus, whom Christ raised from the dead, had not really been dead. Besides, how can the miracles of a teacher prove the truth of his doctrine when teachers of doctrines generally considered false have performed miracles reported as equally real, as when the magicians of Egypt rivaled Aaron in turning wands into serpents? Christ warned against false Christs, who shall show great signs as wonders. Rousseau had begun his letters with a view to helping the middle-class representant. He had made no plea for the further extension of the franchise in a democratic direction. Indeed, in Letter 6 he again committed himself to an elected aristocracy as the best form of government, and he assured the rulers of Geneva that the ideal which he had sketched in the social contract was essentially one with the Genevan Constitution. But in Letter 7 he told his friends of the protesting bourgeoisie that the Constitution acknowledged the sovereignty of the enfranchised citizens only during the elections to the General Council and its annual assembly. For the remainder of the year the citizens were powerless. In all that long interval the small Council of 25 was the supreme arbiter of the laws and thereby of the fate of all individuals. In effect, the citoyens et bourgeois, who appeared sovereign in the Conseil Général, became, after its adjournment, the slaves of a despotic power, delivered defenseless to the mercy of 25 despots. This was almost a call to revolution. However, Rousseau deprecated such a last resort. In his final letter he praised the bourgeoisie as the sanest and most peace-loving class in the state, caught between an opulent and oppressive patriciate and a brutish and stupid populace. But he advised the représentants to keep their patience and trust to justice and time to right their wrongs. The Lettre de la Montagne offended Rousseau's enemies and displeased his friends. The Genevan clergy were alarmed by his heresies, and still more by his claim that they shared them. Now he turned violently against the Calvinist ministers, called them canaille, swindlers, stupid courtiers, mad wolves, and expressed preference for the simple Catholic priests of the French villages and towns. The représentants made no use of the letters in their successful campaign for more political power. They considered Rousseau a dangerous and incalculable ally. He resolved to take no further part in Genevan politics. 4. Rousseau and Voltaire. He had wondered, in Letter 5, why Monsieur de Voltaire, whom the Genevan councillors so often visit, had not inspired them with that spirit of tolerance which he preaches without cease, and of which he sometimes has need. And he put into Voltaire's mouth an imaginary speech favoring freedom of speech for philosophers on the ground that only a negligible few read them. The imitation of Voltaire's light and graceful manner was excellent, but the sage of Ferney was represented as avowing his authorship of a recently published Sermon des 50, Sermon of the 50, whose paternity Voltaire had repeatedly denied, for it was heavy with heresies. We do not know whether Rousseau's revelation of the secret was deliberate and malicious. Voltaire thought so, and was furious, for it subjected him to the possibility of renewed expulsion from France just as he was settling into Ferney. "The miscreant!" he exclaimed when he read the telltale letter. "The monster! I must have him cudgelled. Yes, I will have him cudgelled in his mountains at the knees of his nurse." "Pray calm yourself," said a bystander, "for I know that Rousseau means to pay you a visit, and will very shortly be at Ferney." "Ah, only let him come," cried Voltaire, apparently meditating mayhem. "But how will you receive him?" "I will give him supper, put him into my own bed, and say, 'There is a good supper. This is the best bed in the house. Do me the pleasure to accept one and the other, and to make yourself happy here.'" But Rousseau did not come. Voltaire revenged himself by issuing, on December 31st, 1764, an anonymous pamphlet, Sentiments des Citoyens, Feelings of the Citizens, which is one of the blackest marks on his character and career. It must be quoted to be believed. "We take pity on a fool, but when his dementia becomes fury, we tie him up. Tolerance, which is a virtue, then becomes a vice. We pardon this man's romances, in which decency and modesty are as damaged as good sense. When he mixed religion with his fiction, our magistrates were of necessity obliged to imitate those of Paris and Berne. Today is not patience exhausted when he publishes a new book wherein he outrages with fury the Christian religion, the Reformation that he professes, all the ministers of the Holy Gospel, and all the agencies of the state? He says clearly in his own name, there are no miracles in the Gospel which we can take literally without abandoning good sense. Is he a scholar who debates with scholars? No. He is a man who still carries the tragic marks of his debauches, and who drags along with him from town to town and from mountain to mountain the unhappy woman whose mother he made die, and whose children he exposed at the door of a hospital, abjuring all the feelings of nature, as he discards those of honor and religion. Does he wish to overthrow our Constitution by disfiguring it, as he wishes to overthrow the Christianity that he professes? It suffices to warn him that the city which he troubles disavows him. If he thought that we would draw the sword, make a revolution, because of the condemnation of Emile, he can put this idea into the class of his absurdities and his follies. But he should be told that if we punish lightly an impious romance, we punish capitally a vile traitor. This was a disgraceful performance, hardly to be excused by Voltaire's anger, ailments, and age. He was now 70. No wonder Rousseau never believed, even today we can hardly believe, that Voltaire wrote it. He ascribed it instead to the Genevan minister Verne, who protested in vain that he was not the author. Rousseau, in one of his finest moments, published a reply to the Sentiments, in January 1765. I wish to make with simplicity the declaration that seems required of me by this article. No malady, small or great, such as the author speaks of, has ever soiled my body. The malady that affects me has not the slightest resemblance to the one indicated. It was born with me, as those who took care of my childhood and who still live know. It is known to Messieurs Malouin, Morand, Thierry, Durant. If they find in this ailment the least sign of debauchery, I beg them to confound me and shame me. The wise and world-esteemed woman who takes care of me in my misfortunes is unhappy only because she shares my misery. Her mother is in fact full of life and in good health, despite her old age. She lived to be 93. I have never exposed, never caused to be exposed, any children at the door of a hospital nor anywhere else. I will add nothing more except to say that at the hour of death I would prefer to have done that of which the author accuses me than to have written a piece like this. Though Rousseau's delivery of his children to a foundling asylum, not quite precisely their exposure, had been known to Paris gossip, he had admitted it to the Maréchal de Luxembourg, Voltaire's pamphlet was the first public disclosure. Jean-Jacques suspected Madame d'Épinay of having revealed it on her visit to Geneva. Now he was convinced that she and Grimm and Diderot were conspiring to blacken his reputation. Grimm at this time repeatedly attacked Rousseau in the Correspondance littéraire, and in his letter of January 15, 1765, speaking of the Letters from the Mountain, he joined Voltaire in accusing Rousseau of treason. If there be anywhere on earth such a crime as high treason, it is found surely in attacking the fundamental constitution of a state with the arms that Monsieur Rousseau has employed to overthrow the constitution of his country. The long quarrel between Voltaire and Rousseau is one of the sorriest blemishes on the face of the Enlightenment. Their birth and status set them far apart. Voltaire, son of a prosperous notary, received a good education, especially in the classics. Rousseau, born to an impoverished and soon-to-be broken home, received no formal education, inherited no classical tradition. Voltaire accepted the literary norms laid down by Boileau. Love reason, let all your writings take from reason their splendor and their worth. To Rousseau, as to Faust seducing Marguerite with Rousseau, feeling is all. Voltaire was as sensitive and excitable as Jean-Jacques, but usually he thought it bad manners to let passion discolor his art. He sensed in Rousseau's appeal to feeling and instinct an individualistic, anarchic irrationalism that would begin with revolt and end with religion. He repudiated, Rousseau echoed, Pascal. Voltaire lived like a millionaire. Rousseau copied music to earn his bread. Voltaire was the sum of all the graces in society. Rousseau was ill at ease in social gatherings and too impatient and irritable to keep a friend. Voltaire was the son of Paris, of its gaiety and luxuries. Rousseau was the child of Geneva, a sombre and Puritan bourgeois resentful of class distinctions that cut him and of luxuries that he could not enjoy. Voltaire defended luxury as putting the money of the rich in circulation by giving work to the poor. Rousseau condemned it as feeding 100 poor people in our towns and causing 100,000 to perish in our villages. Voltaire thought that the sins of civilization are outweighed by its comforts and arts. Rousseau was uncomfortable everywhere and denounced almost everything. Reformers listened to Voltaire, revolutionists heard Rousseau. When Horace Walpole remarked that this world is a comedy to those who think, a tragedy to those who feel, he unwittingly compressed into a line the lives of the two most influential minds of the 18th century. 5. Boswell meets Rousseau. We get an exceptionally pleasant picture of Jean-Jacques in Boswell's report of 5 visits to him in December 1764. The inescapable idolater had solemnly sworn, on October 21st, neither to talk to an infidel nor to enjoy a woman before seeing Rousseau. On December 3rd he set out from Neuchâtel for Moitié-Travers. At Bro, halfway, he stopped at an inn and asked the landlord's daughter what she knew about his prey. Her reply was disconcerting. Monsieur Rousseau often comes and stays here several days with his housekeeper, Mademoiselle Levasseur. He is a very amiable man. He has a fine face, but he doesn't like to have people come and stare at him as if he were a man with two heads. Heavens, the curiosity of people is incredible. Many, many people come to see him, and often he will not receive them. He is ill and doesn't wish to be disturbed. Of course, Boswell went ahead. At Motier he put up at the village inn, and prepared a letter to Monsieur Rousseau, in which I informed him that an ancient Scots gentleman of 24 was come hither with the hopes of seeing him. I assured him that I deserved his regard. Towards the end of my letter I showed him that I had a heart and soul. The letter is really a masterpiece. I shall ever preserve it as proof that my soul can be sublime. His letter, in French, was a subtle mixture of deliberate naivete and irresistible adulation. Your writings, sir, have melted my heart, have elevated my soul, have fired my imagination. Believe me, you will be glad to have seen me. Oh, dear Saint-Preux, enlightened mentor, eloquent and amiable Rousseau, I have a presentiment that a truly noble friendship will be born today. I have much to tell you. Though I am only a young man, I have experienced a variety of existence that will amaze you. But I beg you, be alone. I know not if I would not prefer never to see you than to see you for the first time in company. I await your reply with impatience. Rousseau sent word that he might come if he promised to make his visit short. Boswell went, dressed in a coat and waistcoat, scarlet with gold lace, buckskin breeches and boots. Above all, I wore a greatcoat of green camlet lined with foxskin fur. The door was opened by Thérèse, a little lively, neat French girl. She led him upstairs to Rousseau. A genteel, black, meaning dark-complexioned, man in the dress of an Armenian. I asked him how he was. Very ill, but I have given up doctors. Rousseau expressed admiration for Frederick, scorn for the French. A contemptible nation, but you will find great souls in Spain. Boswell, and in the mountains of Scotland. Rousseau spoke of theologians as gentlemen who provide a new explanation of something, leaving it as incomprehensible as before. They discussed Corsica. Rousseau said that he had been asked to draw up laws for it. Boswell began his lasting enthusiasm for Corsican independence. Presently Rousseau dismissed him, saying that he wished to go for a walk by himself. On December 4th Boswell returned to the siege. Rousseau talked with him for a while, then dismissed him. You are irksome to me. It's my nature. I cannot help it. Boswell, do not stand on ceremony with me. Rousseau, go away. Thérèse saw Boswell to the door. She told him, I have been 22 years with Monsieur Rousseau. I would not give my place to be Queen of France. I try to profit by the good advice he gives me. If he should die, I shall have to go into a convent. Boswell was at the door again on December 5th. Rousseau sighed, My dear sir, I am sorry not to be able to talk with you as I would wish. Boswell waived such excuses, and stirred conversation by saying, I had turned Roman Catholic and intended to hide myself in a convent. Rousseau, what folly! Boswell, tell me sincerely, are you a Christian? Rousseau struck his breast and replied, Yes, I pique myself on being one. Boswell, who suffered from melancholy, Tell me, do you suffer from melancholy? Rousseau, I was born placid. I have no natural disposition to melancholy. My misfortunes have infected me with it. Boswell, what do you think of cloisters, penances, and remedies of that sort? Rousseau, mummeries, all of them. Boswell, will you, sir, assume spiritual direction of me? Rousseau, I cannot. Boswell, I shall come back. Rousseau, I don't promise to see you. I am in pain. I need a chamber pot every minute. That afternoon, in the Maison du Village, Boswell wrote a 14-page sketch of my life and sent it to Rousseau. It confessed one of his adulteries and asked, Is it possible for me yet to make myself a man? He returned to Neuchâtel, but was back at Rousseau's door on December 14th. Thérèse told him her master was very ill. Boswell persisted. Rousseau received him. I found him sitting in great pain. Rousseau, I am overcome with ailments, disappointments, and sorrow. I am using a probe, a urethral dilator. Everyone thinks it my duty to attend to him. Come back in the afternoon. Boswell, for how long? Rousseau, a quarter of an hour and no longer. Boswell, 20 minutes. Rousseau, be off with you. But he could not help laughing. Boswell was back at 4, dreaming of Louis XV. Morals appear to me an uncertain thing. For instance, I should like to have 30 women. Could I not satisfy that desire? No. But consider, if I am rich, I can take a number of girls. I get them with child. Propagation is thus increased. I give them dowries, and I marry them off to good peasants who are very happy to have them. Thus they become wives at the same age as would have been the case if they had remained virgins, and I, on my side, have had the benefit of enjoying a great variety of women. Then, having made no impression with this royal hypothesis, he asked, Pray tell me, how can I expiate the evil I have done? Rousseau made a golden answer. There is no expiation for evil except good. Boswell asked Rousseau to invite him to dinner. Rousseau said, tomorrow. Boswell returned to the inn, full of fine spirits. On December 15th he dined with Jean-Jacques and Thérèse in the kitchen, which he found neat and cheerful. Rousseau was in good humor, with no sign of the mental disturbances that were later to appear. His dog and cat got along well together, and with him. He put some victuals on a trencher and made his dog dance around it. He sang a lively air with a sweet voice and great taste. Boswell talked about religion. The Anglican Church is my choice. Rousseau, yes, but it is not the gospel. You have no liking for St. Paul? I respect him, but I think he is partly responsible for muddling your head. He would have been an Anglican clergyman. Mademoiselle Levasseur, shall you, sir, see Monsieur de Voltaire? Boswell, most certainly. Then to Rousseau, Monsieur de Voltaire has no liking for you. Rousseau, one does not like those whom one has greatly injured. His talk is most enjoyable. It is even better than his books. Boswell overstayed his welcome, but when he left, Rousseau kissed me several times and held me in his arms with elegant cordiality. When Boswell reached the inn, the landlady said, Sir, I think you have been crying. This, he adds, I retain as a true eulogium of my humanity. 6. A Constitution for Corsica. Perhaps at Rousseau's prompting, Boswell, after visiting Voltaire at Ferney, went on to Italy, Naples, and Corsica. Corsica, under the leadership of Pasquale di Paoli, had freed itself from Genoese domination in 1755. Rousseau, in The Social Contract, had hailed the birth of the new state. There is still one country in Europe open to the lawgiver. It is the island of Corsica. The valor and firmness with which this brave people has shown itself able to regain and defend its freedom richly deserve the aid of some wise man who will teach them how to preserve it. I have a premonition that some day this little island will astonish Europe. Voltaire would have thought Rousseau the last man in Europe to be invited as a lawgiver, but on August 31st, 1764, Jean-Jacques received the following letter from Matteo Buttafuoco, Corsican envoy to France. You mention Corsica, sir, in your Contrat Social, in a way most flattering to our country. Such praise from a pen so sincere as yours has suggested the strong wish that you could be the wise legislator who would assist the nation to maintain the liberties obtained at the cost of so much blood. I recognize, of course, that the task I dare press you to undertake needs a special knowledge of details. If you deign to accept this charge, I would supply you with all the illumination necessary, and Monsieur Paoli will use his best endeavors to send you from Corsica all the information you may want. This distinguished chief, and indeed all my compatriots who have the advantage to know your works, share my desire, and the sentiments of respect that all Europe has for you and which are due you on so many grounds. Rousseau's reply on October 15, 1764, accepted the assignment and asked for material illustrating the character, history, and problems of the Corsican people. He confessed that the task might be beyond my power, though not beyond my zeal. But I promise you, he wrote to Buttafuoco on May 26, 1765, that for the rest of my life I shall have no other interest but myself and Corsica. All other matters will be completely banished from my thoughts. He began work at once on his Projet de Constitution pour la Corse. With the social contract in mind, Rousseau proposed that every citizen should sign a solemn and irrevocable pledge of himself, body, goods, will, and all my powers, to the Corsican nation. He hailed the brave Corse who had won their independence, but he warned them that they had many vices, laziness, banditry, feuds, ferocity, mostly derived from hatred of their foreign masters. The best cure for these vices is a completely agricultural life. The laws should give every inducement to the people to remain on the land rather than gather in cities. Agriculture makes for individual character and national health. Trade, commerce, finance open the doors to all sorts of chicanery and should be discouraged by the state. All travel should be on foot or beast. Early marriage and large families are to be rewarded. Men unmarried by the age of 40 should lose their citizenship. Private property should be reduced, state property increased. I should wish to see the state the sole owner, the individual taking a share of the common property only in proportion to his services. If necessary, the population should be conscripted to till the lands of the state. The government should control all education and all public morality. The form of government should model itself on the Swiss cantons. In 1768, France bought Corsica from Genoa, sent in an army, deposed Paoli, and subjected the island to French law. Rousseau abandoned his projet and denounced the French invasion as violating all justice, all humanity, all political right, all reason. 7. Fugitive. For 2 years Rousseau lived modestly and quietly at Moutier, reading, writing, treating his ailment, suffering an attack of sciatica in October 1764, and receiving courteously the visitors who passed Thérèse's scrutiny. One of these described him gratefully. "You have no idea how charming his society is, what true politeness there is in his manners, what a depth of serenity and cheerfulness in his talk. Did you not expect quite a different picture, and figure to yourself an eccentric creature, always grave and sometimes even abrupt? Ah, what a mistake! To an expression of great mildness he unites a glance of fire and eyes, the vivacity of which was never seen. When you handle any matter in which he has taken an interest, then his eyes, his lips, his hands, everything about him speak. You would be quite wrong to picture in him an everlasting grumbler. Not at all. He laughs with those who laugh, he chats and jokes with children, he rallies his housekeeper." But the local ministers had discovered the heresies in Emile and the letters from the mountain, and it seemed to them a scandal that such a monster should further contaminate Switzerland with his presence. To appease them, he offered, on March 10, 1765, to bind himself by a formal document never to publish any new work on any topic of religion, never even to deal with it incidentally in any other new work. And further, I shall continue to testify through my feelings and my conduct to the great store I set on the happiness of being united with the Church. The Neuchâtel consistory summoned him to appear and answer charges of heresy. He begged to be excused. It would be impossible for me, in spite of all my good will, to suffer a long sitting, which was painfully true. His own pastor turned against him and denounced him in public sermons as Antichrist. The attacks of the clergy inflamed their parishioners. Some villagers took to stoning Rousseau when he went out for a walk. About midnight of September 6th to 7th, he and Thérèse were awakened by stones pelting their walls and breaking the windows. One large rock came through the glass and fell at his feet. A neighbor, a village official, summoned some guards to his rescue. The crowd dispersed, but Rousseau's remaining friends in Moutier advised him to leave the town. He had several offers of asylum, but I was so attached to Switzerland that I could not resolve to quit it as long as it was possible for me to live there. He had visited, a year before, the tiny Ile de Saint-Pierre, in the middle of the Lake of Bienne. There was but one house on the island, the home of the caretaker. Here, thought Rousseau, was an ideal spot for an unpopular lover of solitude. It was in the canton of Bern, which had ejected him 2 years before, but he received informal assurances that he might move to the island without fear of arrest. And so, about the middle of September 1765, after 26 months in Moutier, he and Thérèse left the home that had become so dear to them, and went aboard with the caretaker's family in a place so isolated that neither the populace nor the churchmen can trouble it. I thought I should in that island be more separated from men and sooner forgotten by mankind. To meet his expenses, he gave the printer Duperreux the right to publish all his works, and made him the depositary of all my papers, under the express condition of making no use of them until after my death, having it at heart to end my days quietly, without doing anything which would again bring me back to the recollection of the public. He was offered an annuity of 1,200 livres by Maréchal Keith. He agreed to take half. He arranged another annuity for Thérèse. He settled down with her on the island, expecting nothing further of life. He was now 53 years old. 13 years later, in the final year of his life, he composed one of his finest books, Rêverie d'un promeneur solitaire. It described with subdued eloquence his existence on the island of St. Peter. A delicious idleness was the first and principal enjoyment that I wished to taste in all its sweetness. We have seen elsewhere how he admired Linnaeus. Now, with one of the Swedish botanist's books in his hand, he began to list and study the plants on his little domain. Or on fair days, like Thoreau on Walden Pond, I threw myself alone into a boat which I rowed out to the middle of the lake when the water was calm. There, stretching myself out at full length in the boat, my eyes toward heaven, I let myself go and wander about slowly at the will of the water, sometimes for several hours, plunged into 1,000 delightful reveries. Even on these waters he could not long rest. On October 17, 1765, the Senate of Bern ordered him to leave the island and the canton within 15 days. He was bewildered and overwhelmed. The measures I had taken to secure the tacit consent of the government, the tranquillity with which I had been left to make my establishment, the visits of several people from Bern, had led him to believe that he was now safe from molestation and pursuit. He begged the Senate for some explanation and delay, and suggested a desperate alternative to banishment. I see but one resource for me, and however frightful it may appear, I will adopt it not only without repugnance, but with eagerness, if their excellencies will be good enough to consent. It is that it should please them for me to pass the rest of my days in prison in one of their castles, or such other place in their estates as they may think fit to select. I will live there at my own expense, and I will give security never to put them to any cost. I submit to be without paper or pen or any communication from without. Only let me keep, with a few books, the liberty to walk occasionally in a garden, and I am content. Was his mind beginning to break down? He assures us to the contrary. Do not suppose that an expedient so violent in appearance is the fruit of despair. My mind is perfectly calm at this moment. I have taken time to deliberate, and it is only after profound consideration that I have brought myself to this decision. Mark, I pray you, that if this seems an extraordinary resolution, my situation is still more so. The distracted life I have been made to lead for several years without intermission would be terrible for a man in full health. Judge what it must be for a miserable invalid, worn down with weariness and misfortune, and who has now no wish but to die in peace. The answer from Bern was an order to leave the island and all Bernese territory within 24 hours. Where should he go? He had invitations to Potsdam from Frederick, to Corsica from Paoli, to Lorraine from Saint-Lambert, to Amsterdam from Ray, the publisher, and to England from David Hume. On October 22nd, Hume, then secretary to the British Embassy in Paris, wrote to Rousseau, "Your singular and unheard-of misfortunes, independent of your virtue and genius, must interest the sentiments of every human creature in your favor. But I flatter myself that in England you could find an absolute security against all persecution, not only from the tolerating spirit of our laws, but from the respect which everyone there bears to your character. On October 29th, Rousseau left the Ile de Saint-Pierre. He arranged for Thérèse to remain for the time being in Switzerland. He himself moved on to Strasbourg. There he stayed a full month, hesitating. Finally, he decided to accept Hume's invitation to England. The French government gave him a passport to come to Paris. There Hume met him for the first time and soon became fond of him. All Paris talked about the exile's return. "It is impossible," wrote Hume, "to express or imagine the enthusiasm of this nation in Rousseau's favor. No person ever so much enjoyed their attention. Voltaire and everybody else are quite eclipsed." The new friendship was flawed at its birth. It is difficult here to determine the facts with accuracy or to report them impartially. On January 1st, 1766, Grimm sent to his clientele the following report. Jean-Jacques Rousseau made his entry into Paris on the 17th of December. The following day he promenaded in the Luxembourg Gardens in his Armenian costume. As no one had been warned, no one profited by the spectacle. Monsieur le Prince de Conti has lodged him in the Temple, where the said Armenian holds his court daily. He also promenades daily at an appointed hour on the boulevards near his residence. Here is a letter that went the rounds of Paris during his stay here, and which has had a great success. At this point, Grimm transcribed a letter purporting to have come to Rousseau from Frederick the Great. It had been composed as a hoax on Rousseau by Horace Walpole. Let Walpole himself tell of it in his letter to H.S. Conway, January 12, 1766. My present fame is owing to a very trifling composition, but which has made incredible noise. I was one evening at Madame Geoffrin's, joking on Rousseau's affectations and contradictions, and said some things that diverted them. When I came home, I put them in a letter and showed it next day to Helvétius and the Duc de Nivernois, who were so pleased with it that, after telling me some faults in the language, they encouraged me to let it be seen. As you know, I willingly laugh at mountebanks, political or literary, let their talents be ever so great. I was not averse. The copies have spread like wildfire, et me voici à la mode. And behold, I am in fashion. Here is the letter, literally translated from Walpole's French. The King of Prussia to Monsieur Rousseau. My dear Jean-Jacques, you have renounced Geneva, your fatherland. You have had yourself chased from Switzerland, a country so much praised in your writings. France has issued a warrant against you. Come then to me. I admire your talents. I am amused by your dreams, which, be it said in passing, occupy you too much and too long. You must at last be wise and happy. You have had yourself talked of enough for peculiarities hardly fitting to a truly great man. Show your enemies that you can sometimes have common sense. This will annoy them without doing you harm. My states offer you a peaceful retreat. I wish you well, and would like to help you if you can find it good. But if you continue to reject my aid, be assured that I shall tell no one. If you persist in racking your brains to find new misfortunes, choose such as you may desire. I am king, and can procure any to suit your wishes. And, what surely will never happen to you among your enemies, I shall cease to persecute you when you cease to find your glory in being persecuted. Your good friend, Frederick. Walpole had never met Rousseau. His sophisticated intellect and inherited fortune found no sense in Jean-Jacques' writings. He knew of Rousseau's faults and follies from the dinners at Madame Geoffrin's, where he met Diderot and Grimm. He probably did not realize that Rousseau, sensitive to the point of neurosis, had been brought near to mental collapse by a succession of controversies and tribulations. If Walpole knew this, his jeu d'esprit was disgracefully cruel. We should add, however, that when Hume asked for his advice in finding a retreat for Rousseau in England, Walpole undertook to provide the exile with every assistance. Did Hume know of this letter? Apparently he had been present at Madame Geoffrin's when it was first concocted. He has been accused of taking part in its composition. He wrote to the Marquise de Brabantin on February 16, 1766, The only pleasantry I permitted myself in connection with the pretended letter of the King of Prussia was made by me at the dinner-table of Lord Ossory. On January 3rd, 1766, Hume made a farewell visit to the diners at Baron d'Holbach's. He told them of his hopes to free the little man from persecution and to make him happy in England. D'Holbach was sceptical. "I am sorry," he said, "to dispel the hopes and illusions that flatter you, but I tell you it will not be long before you are grievously undeceived. You don't know your man. I tell you plainly, you're warming a viper in your bosom." The next morning, Hume and Rousseau, with Jean-Jacques de Luz and Rousseau's dog, Sultan, left Paris in 2 post-chaises for Calais. Rousseau paid his own expenses, having refused offers by Hume, Madame de Boufflers, and Madame de Verdelin to supply him with funds. When they reached Dover on January 10th, Rousseau embraced Hume and thanked him for bringing him to a land of freedom. 8. Rousseau in England. They arrived at London on January 13, 1766. Passers-by remarked Rousseau's costume: fur cap, purple robe, and girdle. He explained to Hume that he had an infirmity which made breeches inconvenient for him. Hume persuaded his friend Conway to suggest a pension for the distinguished foreigner. George III agreed to £100 a year, and expressed a desire to get an informal glimpse of him. Garrick reserved for Rousseau and Hume a box at the Drury Lane Theatre opposite the Royal Box for a night when the King and Queen were to attend. But when Hume called for Rousseau, he had great difficulty in persuading him to leave his dog, whose howls at being locked up tore the exile's heart. At last I caught Rousseau in my arms, and partly by force I engaged him to proceed. After the performance, Garrick gave a supper for Rousseau, who complimented him on his acting. "Sir, you have made me shed tears at your tragedy, and smile at your comedy, though I scarce understood a word of your language." Altogether Hume was thus far pleased with his guest. Soon after reaching London, he wrote to Madame de Brabanten, "You have asked me my opinion of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. After having watched him in every respect, I declare that I have never known a man more amiable and virtuous. He is gentle, modest, affectionate, disinterested, of exquisite sensitivity. Seeking faults in him, I find none but extreme impatience, and a disposition to nurse unjust suspicions against his best friends. As for me, I would pass my life in his company without a cloud arising between us. There is in his manners a remarkable simplicity. In ordinary affairs he is a veritable child. This makes it easy for those who live with him to govern him." And again, "He has an excellent warm heart, and in conversation kindles often to a degree of heat which looks like inspiration. I love him much, and hope to have some share in his affections. The philosophers of Paris foretold to me that I could not conduct him to Calais without a quarrel, but I think I could live with him all my life in mutual friendship and esteem. I believe one great source of our concord is that neither he nor I are disputatious, which is not the case with any of them. They are also displeased with him because they think he overabounds in religion, and it is indeed remarkable that the philosopher of this age who has been most persecuted is by far the most devout. He has a hankering after the Bible, and is indeed little better than a Christian." But there were difficulties. As in Paris, so in London, lords, ladies, authors, commoners flocked to the house of Mrs. Adams in Buckingham Street, where Rousseau had been lodged by Hume. Soon he wearied of these attentions and begged Hume to find him a home away from London. An offer came to take care of him in a Welsh monastery. He wished to accept it, but Hume prevailed upon him to board with a grocer at Chiswick on the Thames, 6 miles from London. Thither Rousseau and Sultan moved on January 28th. Now he sent for Thérèse and troubled his host and Hume by insisting that she should be allowed to sit at table with him. Hume complained in a letter to Madame de Boufflers, "Monsieur de Luz says that she passes for wicked and quarrelsome and tattling, and is thought to be the chief cause of his quitting Neuchâtel," meaning Moutier. "He himself owns her to be so dull that she never knows in what year of the Lord she is, nor in what month of the year, nor in what day of the month or week, and that she can never learn the different values of the pieces of money in any country. Yet she governs him as absolutely as a nurse does a child, In her absence, his dog has acquired this ascendancy. His affection for that creature is beyond all expression or conception. Meanwhile, Thérèse had come to Paris. Boswell met her there and offered to escort her to England. On February 12th, Hume wrote to Madame de Boufflers, "A letter has come to me by which I learn that Mademoiselle sets out post in company with a friend of mine, a young gentleman, very good-humored, very agreeable, and very mad. He has such a rage for literature that I dread some event fatal to our friend's honor." Boswell claimed to have justified this premonition. According to pages now destroyed in his diary, he shared the same bed with Thérèse at an inn in the second night out from Paris, and several nights thereafter. They reached Dover early on February 11th. The diary proceeds, "Wednesday, 12th of February. Yesterday morning had gone to bed very early and had done it once, 13 in all. Was really affectionate to her. At 2 p.m. set out on the fly. That same evening he took Thérèse to Hume in London and promised her not to mention affair till after her death or that of the philosopher. On the 13th he delivered her over to Rousseau. Quanta oscula, he seemed so oldish and weak, you, Boswell, had no longer your enthusiasm for him." Naturally. At Chiswick, as at Motier, Rousseau received more mail than he wished, and complained of the postage he had to pay. One day, when Hume brought him a cargo from London, he refused to take it and bade him return it to the post office. Hume warned that in that case the postal officials would open the rejected mail and learn his secrets. The patient Scott offered to open such of Rousseau's correspondence as came to London, and to bring him only so much as seemed important. Jean-Jacques agreed, but soon suspected Hume of tampering with his mail. Invitations to dinner, usually including Mademoiselle Levasseur, came from notables in London. Rousseau refused them on the score of ill health, but probably because he was loath to reveal Thérèse to elevated company. He repeatedly expressed a wish to retire farther into the country. Hearing of this from Garrick, Richard Davenport offered him a home at Wootton, in Derbyshire, 150 miles from London. Rousseau accepted gladly. Davenport sent a coach to transport him and Thérèse. Rousseau complained that he was being treated like a beggar, and he added to Hume, "If this be really a contrivance of Davenport's, you are acquainted with it and consenting to it, and you could not possibly have done me a greater displeasure." An hour later, according to Hume, "He sat suddenly on my knee, threw his hands about my neck, kissed me with the greatest warmth, and, bedewing all my face with tears, exclaimed, 'Is it possible you can ever forgive me, dear friend? After all the testimonies of affection I have received from you, I reward you at last with this folly and ill behavior. But I have, notwithstanding, a heart worthy of your friendship. I love you, I esteem you, and not an instant of your kindness is thrown away upon me.' I kissed him and embraced him 20 times with a plentiful effusion of tears." The next day, March 22nd, Jean-Jacques and Thérèse set off for Wootton, and Hume never saw them again. Soon afterward, Hume wrote to Hugh Blair a perceptive analysis of Rousseau's condition and character. "He was desperately resolved to rush into this solitude, notwithstanding all my remonstrances, and I foresee that he will be unhappy in that situation, as he has indeed been always in all situations. He will be entirely without occupation, without company, and almost without amusements of any kind. He has read very little in the course of his life, and has now totally renounced all reading. He has seen very little, and has no manner of curiosity to see or remark. He has not, indeed, much knowledge. He has only felt during the whole course of his life, and in this respect his sensibility rises to a pitch beyond what I have seen any example of. But it still gives him a more acute feeling of pain than of pleasure. He is like a man who were stripped not only of his clothes, but of his skin, and turned out in that situation to combat with the rude and boisterous elements, such as perpetually disturb this lower world." Rousseau and Thérèse arrived at Wootton on March 29th. At first he was well pleased with his new home. He described it in a letter to a friend in Neuchâtel. "A solitary house, not very large, but very suitable, built halfway up the side of a valley. Before it, the loveliest lawn in the universe, and a landscape of meadows, trees, or scattered farms, and nearby pleasant walks along a brook. In the worst weather in the world I go tranquilly botanizing. The Davenports occupied part of the house in their infrequent stops there, and their servants remained to take care of the philosopher and his housekeeper. Rousseau insisted on paying Davenport £30 a year for rent and service. His happiness lasted a week. On April 3rd, a London journal, the St. James Chronicle, published in French and English the supposed letter of Frederick the Great to Rousseau, with no indication of the real author. Jean-Jacques was deeply hurt when he learned of this, and all the more when he found out that the editor, William Strahan, had long been a friend of Hume. Moreover, the tone of the British press toward Rousseau had distinctly changed since his departure from Chiswick. Articles critical of the eccentric philosopher multiplied. Some contained items which he thought only Hume knew and could have supplied. In any case, he felt, Hume should have written something in defense of his former guest. He heard that the Scot was living in London in the same house with François Tronchin, son of Jean-Jacques' enemy in Geneva. Presumably Hume was now plentifully informed of Rousseau's faults. On April 24th, Rousseau wrote to the St. James Chronicle as follows. You have offended, sir, against the respect which every private person owes to a sovereign, by publicly attributing to the King of Prussia a letter full of extravagance and spite, which consequently you should have known could not have had this author. You have even ventured to transcribe his signature, as though you have seen it written by his hand. I inform you, sir, that this letter was fabricated in Paris, and what grieves and tears my heart especially is that the impostor who wrote it has accomplices in England. You owe it to the King of Prussia, to the truth, and also to me, to print this letter, signed by me, in reparation of an error which no doubt you would reproach yourself for having committed, did you know of what a wicked design you have been made the instrument. I offer you my sincere salutation, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. We can understand now why Rousseau thought there was a conspiracy against him. Who but his old foes, Voltaire, Diderot, Grimm, and other lanterns of the Enlightenment, could have engineered the sudden change of tone in the British press from one of welcome and honor to one of ridicule and belittlement? About this time, Voltaire published, anonymously, a letter to Dr. J. Pansauf, reproducing the unfavorable references to the English people in Jean-Jacques' writings, that they were not really free, that they cared too much for money, they were not naturally good. The most damaging items in Voltaire's pamphlet were reprinted in a London periodical, Lloyd's Evening News. On May 9th, Rousseau wrote to Conway asking that the pension offered him be withheld for the time being. Hume urged him to accept it. Rousseau replied that he could not accept any benefit obtained through Hume's mediation. Hume demanded an explanation. Brooding in his isolation, Rousseau seems now to have passed into a frenzy of suspicion and resentment. On July 10th, he sent Hume a letter of 18 folio pages, too long for total quotation, but so pivotal to a famous quarrel that some central passages must be borne in mind. I am ill, sir, and little disposed for writing, but as you ask for an explanation, it must be given you. I live outside the world, and I remain ignorant of much that goes on in it. I only know what I feel. You ask me, confidently, who is your accuser. Your accuser, sir, is the one man in the whole world whom I would believe. It is yourself. Naming David Hume as a third person, I will make you the judge of what I ought to think of him. Rousseau acknowledged at length Hume's benefactions, but added, As for the real good done me, these services are more apparent than weighty. I was not so absolutely unknown that, had I arrived alone, I should have gone without help or counsel. If Mr. Davenport has been good enough to give me this habitation, it was not to oblige Mr. Hume, whom he did not know. All the good that has befallen me here would have befallen me in much the same way without him, meaning Hume. But the evil that has befallen me would not have happened. For why should I have any enemies in England? And how and why does it happen that these enemies are precisely Mr. Hume's friends? I heard also that the son of the mountebank Tronchin, my most mortal enemy, was not only the friend but the protégé of Mr. Hume, and that they lodged together. All these facts together made an impression upon me which rendered me anxious. At the same time, the letters I wrote did not reach their destination. Those I received had been opened, and all these had passed through Mr. Hume's hands. But what became of me when I saw in the public press the pretended letter from the King of Prussia? A ray of light revealed to me the secret cause of the astonishingly sudden change toward me in the disposition of the British public, and I saw in Paris the center of the plot which was being executed in London. When this pretended letter was published in London, Mr. Hume, who certainly knew that it was fictitious, said not one word, wrote to me nothing. There remains only one word for me to say to you. If you are guilty, do not write to me. It would be useless. Be assured you would not deceive me. But if you are innocent, deign to justify yourself. If you are not, farewell forever. Hume replied briefly on July 22, 1766, not meeting the charges, for he had come to the conclusion that Rousseau was verging upon insanity. If I may venture to give my advice, he wrote to Davenport, it is that you would continue the charitable work you have begun till he be shut up altogether in Bedlam. Hearing that Rousseau had denounced him in letters to Paris, for example to the Comtesse de Boufflers on April 9, 1766, he sent to Madame de Boufflers a copy of Jean-Jacques' long letter. She replied to Hume, Rousseau's letter is atrocious. It is to the last degree extravagant and inexcusable. But do not believe him capable of any falsehood or artifice, nor imagine that he is either an impostor or a scoundrel. His anger has no just cause, but it is sincere. Of that I feel no doubt. Here is what I imagine to be the cause of it. I have heard it said, and he has perhaps been told, that one of the best phrases in Mr. Walpole's letter was by you, and that you had said in jest, speaking in the name of the King of Prussia, if you wish for persecutions, I am a king, and can procure them for you of any sort you like. And that Mr. Walpole had said you were its author. If this be true, and Rousseau knows of it, do you wonder that, sensitive, hot-headed, melancholy, and proud, he has become enraged? On July 26th, Walpole wrote to Hume taking full blame, not expressing any repentance, for the false letter, and condemning Rousseau's ungrateful and wicked heart, but he did not deny that Hume had had a hand in the letter. Hume wrote to D'Holbach, You are quite right, Rousseau is a monster, and withdrew the kindly words he had formerly used of Rousseau's character. When he learned from Davenport that Jean-Jacques was writing confessions, he assumed that Rousseau would air his side of the affair. Adam Smith, Turgot, and Maréchal Keith advised Hume to bear the attack in silence, but the philosophe of Paris, led by d'Alembert, urged him to publish his own account of a cause already célèbre in 2 capitals. So he issued, in October 1766, an exposé succinct de la contestation qui s'est élevée entre M. Hume et M. Rousseau, which had been put into French by d'Alembert and Suard. A month later it appeared in English. Grimm gave its essence wide circulation in his subscription letter of October 15th, so that the quarrel resounded in Geneva, Amsterdam, Berlin, and St. Petersburg. A dozen pamphlets redoubled the bruit. Walpole printed his version of the dispute. Boswell attacked Walpole. Madame de la Tour's Précis sur Monsieur Rousseau called Hume a traitor. Voltaire sent him additional material on Rousseau's faults and crimes, on his frequentation of places of ill fame, and on his seditious activities in Switzerland. George III followed the battle with intense curiosity. Hume sent the pertinent documents to the British Museum. Amid all this furor, Rousseau maintained a sombre silence, but he resolved now to return to France at whatever risk and cost. The damp climate of England, the reserve of the English character, depressed him. The solitude he had sought was greater than he could bear. Having made no attempt to learn English, he found it difficult to get along with the servants. He could converse only with Thérèse, who daily pleaded with him to take her to France. To further her plans, she assured him that the servants were planning to poison him. On October 30th, 1767, he wrote to his absent landlord, Davenport, "Tomorrow, sir, I leave your house. I am not unaware of the ambushes which are laid for me, nor of my inability to protect myself. But, sir, I have lived. It remains for me only to finish bravely a career passed with honor. Farewell, sir. I shall always regret the dwelling which I leave now, but I shall regret even more having had in you so agreeable a host, and yet not having been able to make of him a friend." On May 1st, he and Thérèse fled in haste and fear. They left their baggage behind and money to pay for 13 months' lodging. Unfamiliar with English geography, they took various circuitous conveyances, traveled part of the way on foot, and for 10 days were lost to the world. The newspapers advertised their disappearance. On May 11th, they turned up at Spalding in Lincolnshire. Thence they found their way to Dover, and there on May 22nd they embarked for Calais after 16 months in England. Hume wrote to Turgot and other friends asking them to help the outcast who, still technically under warrant of arrest, now returned desolate to France. Rousseau Epilogue, 1767 to 1778. 1. The Haunted Spirit. Arriving in France May 22, 1767, after his unhappy sojourn in England, Rousseau, almost at the end of his sanity, found some comfort in the welcome given him by the cities through which he and Thérèse passed. Though he traveled under the pseudonym of Jean-Joseph Renou, and was still legally under the ban decreed against him in 1762, he was nevertheless recognized and honored. Amiens gave him a triumphal reception, and other towns sent him the vin de ville. Many Frenchmen, all nobles, offered him a home. First, Mirabeau Père, who gave him a choice of 20 estates. Rousseau chose Fleury-sous-Meudon, near Paris. But the Marquis pestered him to read the Marquis's books. Rousseau fled and took refuge with Louis-François de Bourbon, Prince de Conti, at Tuy-le-Château, near Gisors, this on June 21, 1767. The prince put the entire castle at Jean-Jacques' disposal, and even sent musicians to play soft music for him. Rousseau interpreted this as an imputation on his sanity. He thought that Choiseul and the Comtesse de Boufflers, mistress of the prince, had joined Voltaire, Diderot, and Grimm in conspiring against him, and indeed Voltaire had accused him of setting fire to the theatre at Geneva, which burned to the ground on January 29, 1768. Rousseau believed that everyone in Gisors looked upon him as a criminal. He longed to be restored to Geneva, and wrote to Choiseul asking him to persuade the Genevan Council to make reparation to Rousseau for past injuries. Choiseul sent him an official permit to travel anywhere in France, to leave it and to return to it at will. Rousseau now thought of going back to England. He wrote to Davenport inquiring would he be allowed to occupy the house at Wooton again. Davenport answered, by all means. Fearing for his life at Tree, Rousseau fled from it in June 1768, leaving Thérèse at the chateau for her own safety. He went by public coach to Lyons, and lived there for a while with relatives of the Daniel Roguin, who had given him a refuge in Switzerland in 1762. Soon, however, he isolated himself in the Golden Fountain Inn at Bourgoin-en-Dauphiné. On the door of his room there he wrote a list of the people whom he believed to be conspiring against him. He sent for Thérèse, received her with joy and tears, and decided at last to marry her. It was done by a civil ceremony at the inn on August 30th, 1768. In January 1769 they moved to a farmhouse at Mouquin, near Grenoble. There he composed the final half-insane pages of the Confessions and cooled his nerves with botany. Thérèse found his temper more and more difficult. She herself was suffering from rheumatism and the vague ills sometimes accompanying change of life. The newlyweds had a quarrel so serious that Rousseau departed on a long botanizing trip, leaving her a letter that advised her to enter a convent, this on August 12, 1769. When he returned and found her waiting for him, their love was renewed. Now he regretted that he had disposed of her offspring. Happy the man, he felt, who can rear his children under his own eyes. To a young mother he wrote, "The sweetest way of life that can possibly exist is that of the home. Nothing is more strongly, more constantly identified with us than our family and our children. But I speak of family, children. Madam, pity those whose iron fate deprives them of such happiness. Pity them if they are merely unfortunate. Pity them more if they are guilty." The winter at Mouquin was hard to bear in a farmhouse subject to all the winds. Thérèse begged for Paris. On April 10, 1770, the couple resumed their odyssey. They spent a pleasant month at Lyons, where Rousseau's operetta, Le Devin du Village, was performed as part of a celebration in his honor. They moved by slow stages through Dijon, Montbard, Auxerre. At last, on June 24, 1770, they reached Paris. They took rooms on the fourth floor of his former lodgings at the Hôtel Saint-Esprit, Rue Plâtrière, now called the Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in one of the noisiest quarters of the city. He lived modestly and quietly, copying music for income and studying botany. Now, on September 21, 1771, he wrote his letter of homage to Linnaeus. When it became known that he was in Paris, old friends and new devotees came to visit him. The Prince de Ligne, who offered him a home on his estate near Brussels, Grétry and Gluck, who came to discuss music with him, Goldoni, the dramatist, Sophie Arnoux, the singer, Gustavus, the Crown Prince of Sweden, and young authors like Jean-Joseph Rousseau and Jacques-Henri Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. In 1777 he received what Voltaire had coveted and missed, a visit from the Emperor Joseph II. His free entry to the opera as a composer was restored, and he went there occasionally, especially to hear Gluck. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre described him, now 60 years old, as slender, well-proportioned, with lofty brow and eyes full of fire, profound sadness in the wrinkles of the brow, and a keen and even caustic gaiety. Despite the promise he had made in 1762 to write no more books, Rousseau had been stung into renewed composition by the continued attacks of his enemies. To answer these and all the hostile gossip of Paris and Geneva, he had undertaken the Confessions in 1765. Now, in November 1770, this was complete, and Rousseau, though as yet unwilling to publish it in its entirety, was resolved that certain parts, relevant to the attacks, should be made known in Paris. So in December he read to Rousseau and others in his room long passages from his greatest book. The reading lasted 17 hours, interrupted by 2 hasty collations. In May 1771 he held another reading before the Comte and Comtesse d'Egmont, Prince Pignatelli d'Egmont, the Marquise de Mem, and the Marquis de Juigné. He concluded with a fiery challenge. "I have written the truth. If any person has heard of things contrary to those I have just stated, were they 1,000 times proved, he has heard calumny and falsehood, and if he refuses thoroughly to examine and compare them with me while I am alive, he is not a friend to justice or truth. For my part, I openly and without the least fear declare that whoever, even without having read my works, shall have examined with his own eyes my disposition, character, manners, inclinations, pleasures, and habits, and pronounces me a dishonorable man, is himself one who deserves a gibbet." Those who heard him concluded from his intense emotion that he was nearing mental disorder. Rousseau pronounced Rousseau's suspicions and recriminations unworthy of the generous, the virtuous Jean-Jacques. This criticism ended their friendship. Other hearers carried echoes of these readings into the salons of Paris, and some sensitive souls felt that Rousseau had maligned them. Madame d'Épinay wrote to the Lieutenant General of Police, "I must inform you again that the person of whom I spoke to you yesterday morning read his work to Messrs. Durant, de Pezet, and Rousseau. Since he is using these men as confidants of a libel, you have the right to let him know what you think of it. I feel that you ought to speak to him with enough kindness so that he should not complain, but with firmness enough so that he won't repeat his fault. If you secure his word of honor, I believe he will keep it. Pardon me 1,000 times, but my peace of mind was at stake." The police asked Rousseau to give no more readings. He agreed. He concluded that he could never get a fair hearing in his lifetime, and this feeling of frustration helped to unhinge his mind. After 1772, he closed his door to nearly all visitors but Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. On his solitary walks, he suspected an enemy in almost everyone whom he passed. Aside from such specters of hostility, his essential good nature remained. He subscribed, over Voltaire's resistance, to the fund for a statue to Voltaire. When an abbé sent him a brochure denouncing Voltaire, he rebuked the writer. "Voltaire," he told him, "is without doubt a bad man, whom I do not intend to praise, but he has said and done so many good things that we should draw the curtain over his irregularities." When he could take his mind off the conspiracy that he saw around him, he could write with as much clarity as before, and with surprising conservatism and practicality. We have seen how the Polish Convention of 1769 asked his suggestions for a new constitution. He began his Considérations sur le gouvernement de la Pologne in October 1771 and finished it in April 1772. Our first impression of it is that it violates all the principles for which he had fought so passionately. On rereading it in old age, we are comforted to see that Rousseau, then 60, could also age and, as the old would like to put it, mature. The same man who had cried out, "Man is born free and is everywhere in chains," now warned the Poles, whose free vote had condemned them to anarchy, that freedom is a trial as well as a dispensation, and requires a self-discipline far more arduous than obedience to external commands. Liberty is a strong food, but it needs a stout digestion. I laugh at those degraded peoples who rise in revolt at a word from an intriguer, who dare to speak of liberty while in total ignorance of what it means, and who imagine that to be free it is enough to be a rebel. High-souled and holy liberty! If these poor men could only know thee, if they could only learn what is the price at which thou art won and guarded, if they could only be taught how far sterner are thy laws than the hard yoke of the tyrant. Life and Montesquieu had taught Rousseau that such discussions as his social contract are flights in vacuo, abstract theories without a hinge on reality. All states, he now admitted, are rooted in history and circumstance, and will die if their roots are indiscriminately cut. So he advised the Poles to make no sudden changes in their constitution. They should keep their elective monarch, but should limit their liberum veto. They should keep Catholicism as the state religion, but develop an educational system independent of the Church. Poland, in the existing condition of its communications and transport, seemed to him too large to be ruled from one center. Better divided into 3 states, federated only in mutual contacts and foreign affairs. He who had once denounced private property as the source of all evils now sanctioned Polish feudalism. He proposed to tax all land, but to leave present property rights intact. He hoped that serfdom would one day be abolished, but he did not advocate its early end. That, he thought, should wait until the serf had had more education. Everything, he insisted, depended upon the extension of education. To promote freedom faster than intelligence and moral character would be an open sesame to chaos and partition. The partition was effected before Rousseau could finish his essay. In Poland, as in Corsica, Realpolitik ignored his philosophical legislation. This double frustration shared in embittering his final years, and it intensified his scorn of those philosophes who had praised as enlightened despots and philosopher kings those rulers, Frederick II, Catherine II, and Joseph II, who were dismembering Poland. In 1772 he began another attempt to answer his enemies. He called it Dialogue, Rousseau, Juge de Jean-Jacques. He worked on this 540-page book on and off for 4 years, and his mind darkened more and more as he proceeded. The foreword begged the reader to read all 3 dialogues thoroughly. Consider that this grace, which is asked of you by a heart burdened with sorrow, is a debt of justice which heaven imposes upon you. He admitted the long-windedness, the repetitions, the verbiage, and the disorder of this composition. But for 15 years past, he said, there had been a conspiracy to defame him, and he must clear himself before dying. He denied any contradiction between the individualism of the discourses and the collectivism of the social contract. He reminded his readers that he had never wished to destroy the sciences and the arts and return to barbarism. He described his works, especially Julie and Émile, as rich in virtue and tenderness, and asked how such books could have been written by so diseased a roué as his detractors had pictured him to be. He charged his enemies with burning him in effigy and with serenading him in mockery. Even now, he complained, they kept watch on all his visitors and stirred up his neighbors to insult him. He repeated the story of his birth, family, and youth, and described the gentleness and integrity of his character, but he confessed to laziness, a taste for reverie, and a tendency to create, on his solitary walks, an imaginary world in which for the moment he could be happy. He comforted himself with the prediction, "A day will come, I am confident, when good and honorable people will bless my memory and will weep over my fate." To the final dialogue he added a chapter entitled "The History of This Work." He told how, to bring his book to the attention of Paris and Versailles, he resolved to deposit a copy of the manuscript, with an address to Providence, on the high altar in the Cathedral of Notre Dame. This he tried to do on February 24th, 1776. Finding the sanctuary barred by a railing, he sought side entrances to it. Finding these locked, he grew dizzy, ran out of the church, and wandered in the streets in semi-delirium for hours before reaching his rooms. He composed a plea to the French people, entitled it "To All Frenchmen Who Still Love Justice and Truth," copied it on handbills, and distributed these to passers-by in the streets. Several of these refused it, saying that it was not addressed to them. He gave up his efforts and resigned himself to defeat. His excitement abated now that he was reconciled. He wrote at this time, from 1777 to 78, his most beautiful book, Rêverie d'un promeneur solitaire. He told how the people of Motier had rejected him and had stoned his house, and how he had retired to the Ile de Saint-Pierre in the Lake of Bienne. There he had found happiness, and now, looking back upon that retreat, he pictured the quiet water, the inflowing streams, the verdure-covered island, and the polymorphous sky. He struck a new romantic note by suggesting that the meditative spirit may always find in nature something responsive to its mood. As we read those pages, we ask ourselves, could a man half insane write so well, so lucidly, at times so serenely? But then the old plaints recur, and Rousseau mourns again that he had cast off his children, that he had not had the simple courage to bring up a family. He saw a child playing. He returned to his room and wept and expiated. In those last years at Paris, he envied the religious faith that lifted the life of the common people about him into a drama of death and resurrection. Sometimes he attended Catholic services. He visited a hermitage with Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, and heard the monks reciting a litany. Ah, how happy the man who can believe! He could not believe, but he tried to behave like a Christian, giving alms, visiting and comforting the sick. He read and annotated Thomas à Kempis's The Imitation of Christ. Bitterness diminished in him as he approached death. When Voltaire arrived in Paris and received so many honors, Rousseau was jealous, but spoke well of his old enemy. He rebuked an acquaintance who had ridiculed the coronation of Voltaire at the Théâtre Français. "How dare you mock the honors rendered to Voltaire in the temple of which he is the god, and by the priests who for 50 years have been living off his masterpieces?" When he heard that Voltaire was dying, he predicted, "Our lives are linked to each other. I shall not survive him long." When the spring of 1778 began to flower, he asked that someone offer him a home in the country. Marquis René de Girardin invited him to occupy a cottage near his chateau at Ermenonville, some 30 miles from Paris. Jean-Jacques and Thérèse went on May 20th. There he gathered botanical specimens and taught botany to the Marquis's 10-year-old son. On July 1st he dined heartily with the family of his host. The next morning he suffered an apoplectic stroke and fell to the floor. Thérèse lifted him onto his bed, but he fell from it and struck the tiled floor so sharply that his head was cut and blood poured out. Thérèse cried out for help. The Marquis came and found Rousseau dead. Falsehoods pursued him to the end. Grimm and others spread the tale that Rousseau had committed suicide. Madame de Staël later added that he had killed himself in grief over discovering Thérèse's infidelity. This was an especially cruel story, for Thérèse's comment soon after his death revealed her love for him. "If my husband was not a saint, who could be one?" Other gossip described Rousseau as dying insane. All who were with him in those final days described him as serene. On July 4th, 1778, he was buried on the Isle of Poplars in a small lake on the Girardin estate. For a long time, this Ile des Peupliers was a goal of pious pilgrimage. All the world of fashion, even the Queen, went out to worship at Rousseau's tomb. On October 11, 1798, his remains were removed to the Panthéon and were laid near those of Voltaire. From that haven of neighborly peace their spirits rose to renew their war for the soul of the Revolution, of France, of Western man. 2. The influence of Rousseau. So we end as we begin, by contemplating, now in substantiation, the incredible effect of Rousseau upon the literature, pedagogy, philosophy, religion, morals, manners, art, and politics of the century that began with his death. Today, much that he wrote seems exaggerated, sentimental, or absurd. Only the Confessions and the Reveries move us. But till yesterday, his every word was being heard in one or another field of European or American thought. Rousseau, said Madame de Staël, invented nothing, but he set everything on fire. First of all, of course, he was the mother of the Romantic movement. We have seen many others sowing its seed. Thomson, Collins, Gray, Richardson, Prévost, and Christianity itself, whose theology and art are the most marvelous romance of all. Rousseau matured the seeds in the hothouse of his emotions and delivered the offspring, full-grown and fertile from birth, in the discourses, La Nouvelle Héloïse, the Contrat Social, Émile, and the Confessions. But what shall we mean by the Romantic movement? The rebellion of feeling against reason, of instinct against intellect, of sentiment against judgment, of the subject against the object, of subjectivism against objectivity, of solitude against society, of imagination against reality, of myth and legend against history, of religion against science, of mysticism against ritual, of poetry and poetic prose against prose and prosaic poetry, of neo-Gothic against neo-classical art, of the feminine against the masculine, of romantic love against the marriage of convenience, of nature and the natural against civilization and artifice, of emotional expression against conventional restraints, of individual freedom against social order, of youth against authority, of democracy against aristocracy, of man versus the state. In short, the revolt of the 19th century against the 18th, or more precisely, of 1760 to 1859 against 1648 to 1760. All these are waves of the great romantic tide that swept Europe between Rousseau and Darwin. Now, nearly every one of these elements found voice and sanction in Rousseau, and some support in the needs and spirit of the time. France had wearied of classic reason and aristocratic restraint. Rousseau's exaltation of feeling offered liberation to suppressed instincts, to repressed sentiment, to oppressed individuals and classes. The Confessions became the Bible of the age of feeling, as the Encyclopédie had been the New Testament of the age of reason. Not that Rousseau rejected reason. On the contrary, he called it a divine gift and accepted it as final judge. But he felt its cold light needed the warmth of the heart to inspire action, greatness, and virtue. Sensibility became the watchword of women and men. Women learned to faint, men to weep more readily than before. They oscillated between joy and grief and mingled both in their tears. The Rousseauian revolution began at the mother's breasts, which were now to be freed from stays. This part of the revolution, however, proved the hardest of all, and was won only after more than a century of alternating imprisonment and release. After Émile, French mothers nursed their infants, even at the opera, between arias. The child was freed from swaddling clothes and was brought up directly by the parents. When it went to school, it enjoyed, more in Switzerland than in France, education à la Rousseau. Since man was now considered good by nature, the pupil was to be viewed not as an imp of the perverse, but as an angel whose wishes were the voice of God. His senses were no longer condemned as the instruments of Satan, but as doors to illuminating experiences and 1,000 harmless delights. Classrooms were no longer to be prisons. Education was to be made natural and pleasant, through the unfolding and encouragement of inherent curiosities and powers. The stuffing of the memory with facts, the stifling of the mind with dogmas were to be replaced by training in the arts of perceiving, calculating, and reasoning. As far as possible, children were to learn not from books, but from things, from plants in the field, rocks in the soil, clouds and stars in the skies. Enthusiasm for Rousseau's educational ideas stimulated Pestalozzi and Lavater in Switzerland, Bazadoff in Germany, Maria Montessori in Italy, John Dewey in America. Progressive education is part of the legacy of Rousseau. Inspired by Rousseau, Friedrich Froebel established the kindergarten system in Germany, whence it spread throughout the Western world. Some breath of the Rousseauian afflatus reached art. The exaltation of children influenced Greuze and Madame Vigée-Lebrun. The paintings of the pre-Raphaelites in England reflected the cult of pathos and mystery. Deeper was the effect on morals and manners. There was some growth in the warmth and fidelity of friendship, in mutual sacrifices and solicitude. Romantic love captured literature and made its way into life. Husbands could now love their wives without flouting convention. Parents could love their children. The family was restored. People had been smiling at adultery. Rousseau dared to make it a crime. It continued, but was no longer de rigueur. Idolatry of courtesans was replaced by pity for prostitutes. Contempt for convention resisted the tyranny of etiquette. Bourgeois virtues came into repute: industry, thrift, simplicity of manners and dress. Soon France would lengthen its culotte into trousers and be sans culottes in pants as well as in politics. Rousseau shared with English horticulture in changing French gardens from Renaissance regularity to romantic curves and surprising turns, and sometimes to wild and natural disarray. Men and women went out from the city to the country and married the moods of nature to their own. Men climbed mountains. They sought solitude and fondled their egos. Literature surrendered almost en masse to Rousseau and the Romantic wave. Goethe bathed Werther in love, nature, and tears in 1774, and made Faust compress half of Rousseau in 3 words: Gefühl ist alles. Feeling is all. Émile and its sentiments, he recalled in 1787, had a universal influence on the cultivated mind. Schiller stressed the revolt against law in The Robbers of 1781. He hailed Rousseau as a liberator and martyr, and compared him with Socrates. Herder, at a similar stage in development, cried, "Come, Rousseau, and be my guide." The eloquence of Rousseau helped to free French poetry and drama from the rules of Boileau, the tradition of Corneille and Racine, and the rigors of classic style. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, fervent disciple of Rousseau, achieved a romantic classic in Paul et Virginie in 1784. After the Napoleonic interlude, the literary influence of Jean-Jacques triumphed in Chateaubriand, Lamartine, Musset, Vigny, Hugo, Gautier, Michelet, and Georges Sand. It mothered a brood of confessions, reveries, and novels of sentiment or passion. It favored the conception of genius as innate and lawless, the victor over tradition and discipline. In Italy it moved Leopardi. In Russia, Pushkin and Tolstoy. In England, Wordsworth, Southey, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, and Keats. In America, Hawthorne and Thoreau. Half the philosophy of the century between La Nouvelle Héloïse in 1761 and Darwin's Origin of the Species in 1859 is colored with the revolt of Rousseau against the rationalism of the Enlightenment. Indeed, in a letter of 1751 to Borde, Rousseau had already expressed his scorn of philosophy. He based this contempt on what he felt to be the impotence of reason to teach men virtue. Reason seems to have no moral sense. It will labor to defend any desire, however corrupt. Something else is needed, an inborn consciousness of right and wrong, and even this conscience has to be warmed with feeling if it is to engender virtue and make not a clever calculator, but a good man. This, of course, had been said by Pascal, but Pascal had been rejected by Voltaire, and in Germany the rationalism of Wolff was rising in the universities. When Immanuel Kant became professor at Königsberg, he had already been convinced by Hume and the Philosophe that reason alone could give no adequate defense of even the fundamentals of the Christian theology. In Rousseau, he found a way to save those fundamentals, deny the validity of reason in the suprasensible world, affirm the independence of mind, the primacy of will, and the absoluteness of innate conscience, and deduce the freedom of the will, the immortality of the soul, and the existence of God from man's feeling of unconditional obligation to the moral law. Kant acknowledged his debt to Rousseau, hung a picture of him on his study wall, and declared him the Newton of the moral world. Other Germans felt the spirit of Rousseau upon them. Jacobi in his Gefühlphilosophie, Schleiermacher in his web-weaving mysticism, Schopenhauer in his enthronement of the will. The history of philosophy since Kant has been a contest between Rousseau and Voltaire. Religion began by banning Rousseau and went on to use him as its savior. Protestant leaders joined Catholic in declaring him an infidel. He was classed with Voltaire and Bayle as spreading the poison of error and impiety. Yet even in his lifetime there were laymen and clergymen who took comfort in hearing that the Savoyard vicar had accepted with ardor the cardinal doctrines of Christianity and had counseled doubters to return to their native faiths. On his flight from Switzerland in 1765, Rousseau was welcomed by the Bishop of Strasbourg. After his return from England, he found some French Catholics gratefully quoting him against unbelievers and holding hopes for his triumphant conversion. The theorists of the French Revolution tried to establish a morality independent of religious creeds. Robespierre, following Rousseau, gave up this attempt as a failure and sought the support of religious beliefs in maintaining moral order and social content. He condemned the philosophes as rejecting God but keeping kings. Rousseau, said Robespierre, had risen above these cowards, had bravely attacked all kings, and had spoken in defense of God and immortality. In 1793, the rival legacies of Voltaire and Rousseau came to decision in the struggle between Jacques-René Hébert and Maximilien Robespierre. Hébert, a leader of the Paris Commune, followed Voltairean rationalism, encouraged the desecration of churches, and set up the public worship of the goddess of reason. Robespierre had seen Rousseau in the philosopher's final stay in Paris. He apostrophized Jean-Jacques. "Divine man, I looked upon your august features. I understood all the griefs of a noble life devoted to the worship of truth." When Robespierre rose to power, he persuaded the National Convention to adopt the profession of faith of the Savoyard vicar as the official religion of the French nation. And in May 1794, he inaugurated, in memory of Rousseau, the Festival of the Supreme Being. When he sent Hébert and others to the guillotine on a charge of atheism, he felt that he was following to the letter the counsels of Rousseau. The agnostic Napoleon agreed with Robespierre on the need of religion and realigned the French government with God in 1802. The Catholic Church was fully restored with the French Bourbon Restoration in 1814. It won the powerful pens of Chateaubriand, de Maistre, Lamartine, and Lamennais. But now the old faith leaned more and more on the rights of feeling rather than the arguments of theology. It fought Voltaire and Diderot with Pascal and Rousseau. Christianity, which had seemed moribund in 1760, flourished again in Victorian England and Restoration France. Politically, we are only now emerging from the age of Rousseau. The first sign of his political influence was in the wave of public sympathy that supported active French aid to the American Revolution. Jefferson derived the Declaration of Independence from Rousseau as well as from Locke and Montesquieu. As ambassador to France from 1785 to 89, he absorbed much from both Voltaire and Rousseau. He echoed Jean-Jacques in supposing that the North American Indians enjoy in their general mass an infinitely greater degree of happiness than those who live under European governments. The success of the American Revolution raised the prestige of Rousseau's political philosophy. According to Madame de Staël, Napoleon ascribed the French Revolution more to Rousseau than to any other writer. Edmund Burke thought that in the French Revolutionary Constituent Assembly of 1789 to 91, there is a great dispute among their leaders which of them is the best resemblance of Rousseau. In truth, they all resemble him. Him they study, him they meditate, him they turn over in all the time they can spare from the laborious mischief of the day or the debauches of the night. Rousseau is their canon of Holy Writ. To him they erect their first statue. Mallet Dupin, in 1799, recalled that Rousseau had 100 times more readers among the middle and lower classes than Voltaire. He alone inoculated the French with the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people. It would be difficult to cite a single revolutionist who was not transported over these anarchical theories, and who did not burn with ardor to realize them. I heard Marat in 1788 read and comment on the Contrat Social in the public streets to the applause of an enthusiastic auditory. Throughout France, orators quoted Rousseau in preaching the sovereignty of the people. It was partly the ecstatic welcome given to this doctrine that enabled the revolution to survive for a decade despite its enemies and its excesses. Through all the alternations of revolutions and reaction, Rousseau's influence on politics continued. Because of his contradictions and because of the force and passion with which he proclaimed them, he served as prophet and saint to anarchists and socialists alike. For both these opposed gospels found nourishment in his condemnation of the rich and his sympathy for the poor. The individualism of the first discourse and its rejection of civilization inspired rebels from Paine, Godwin, and Shelley to Tolstoy, Kropotkin, and Edward Carpenter. "At 15, said Tolstoy, I carried around my neck, instead of the usual cross, a medallion with Rousseau's portrait. The egalitarianism of the second discourse provided a basic theme for the variations of socialist theory from Gracchus Babeuf through Charles Fourier and Karl Marx to Nikolai Lenin. For a century now, said Gustav Lanson, all the progress of democracy, equality, universal suffrage, all the claims of extreme parties that may be the wave of the future, the war against wealth and property, all the agitations of the working and suffering masses, have been, in a sense, the work of Rousseau. He had not appealed to the learned and lofty with logic and argument. He had spoken to the people at large with feeling and passion, in language they could understand. And the ardor of his eloquence proved, in politics as in literature, mightier than the scepter of Voltaire's pen.